I mean, the Senate, it's easier for the Senate with 30 people to do the training that it takes to do remote voting, and they're on the process. So are we. We're trying to do it by committee, trying to understand what the process is. There are a lot of 150 people who need to be comfortable with it before we're even going to take it up. And it has been pretty challenging to get there. But I will say that I expect it within, if we're lucky, within the next couple of weeks, to be able to hold a vote as to whether we can even vote by the body. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not actually even there yet. We have not done that process yet. And it's a big deal. There are a lot of people reaching out to me saying, I have no clue. You can't do this. And people are very, very concerned as well about taking up any legislation of any kind that doesn't directly impact health and economy of the impacts of this horrible disease we're dealing with right now. So it's a fine path that needs to be walked, and I don't know what we'll take up, but the body in the end will decide. We have to get to a place where we're ready to vote remotely to do it, because we can't get together in any other way. So
the only other thing that I would add, Rich, is I just want to reassure everyone that's on this call that there is absolutely zero chance that I am letting this go. I think we have to, and I don't expect anyone on this call will be. I think we just have to take a breath and get through this immediate moment.
And Al Clausen made a comment, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but he 100% agrees that there should be something should be part of the relief package. So maybe just some consideration. And while we have you two, if I could just indulge the group for one more second, is there a big issue with connectivity? Do any of the schools have that as an issue? I know we do a little bit in Dover in some places, in Wardsboro. What about the other schools, and what can we do to help with that?
So I want to jump in really quick, Emily, because we took some testimony on this. Okay.
It's your committee, Laura. You should be jumping in.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog and my son are barking. Our chairman of the Energy and Technology Committee has asked us, and Bill, I meant to reach out to you, and then also Wyndham Southwest. It would be really helpful for our committee to have some understanding of principals are able to give us some sense of how many of their students don't have access at home, can't get access at home, and how many can't afford access at home.
So Bill just handed me a note that says 83 out of 800 students have indicated they don't have access,
so 10%.
Or they don't have internet.
Yeah, 10%. And then the whole affordability issue is also really important. I will just tell folks, Consolidated had offered 2 months free for students. That came forward to me because our principal was trying to troubleshoot some 6-week installation times for some families. And so we haven't seen that get troubled. We haven't seen effective troubleshooting yet of that. So just being a little cautious there. Mark is asking if we should separate adequate access versus access. Can student participate? Here's what I think is important. First of all, if teachers are teaching online classes and students can't participate, or utilizing online resources, and students are having to park outside the school, for instance, or outside the library, that would say to me that they don't have access at home. If they could get access at home but they can't afford it, that is a different issue. So understanding both of those factors would be helpful.
We all set then, everybody? Any of the other schools that have already reported, do you have any issues with connectivity that you want to discuss, or is everybody pretty good? Okay, why don't we move on? Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Emily. Hey, Joe from West River, you got anything you want to report out?
We're doing the same as everybody else, just slogging our way through this. We did postpone our annual meeting and budget vote and the Australian ballot for our at-large director. Right now it's set for May 5th and May 6th, but depending on how things go with coronavirus, we have another 40-day window to push it back until the end of June and still get it voted ahead of the July 1 deadline. But I had seen that email from Doug, or that Doug had shared, saying that we may even be able to go beyond that. Other than that, I think our principals and administration is doing a pretty good job. I actually got to speak with some teachers last night, and they were giving some feedback about how things are going. And I've talked to a few kids, Girl Scouts and things, because my wife is the leader, and they're getting through it. They actually miss school, which they're all surprised to hear. But it's working. It's working.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Anybody any questions for Joe? Or okay, moving right along. The audit. So Wyndham Central hires RHR Smith and Company. What we've always been told in the past is you want to look at the letter from the auditors. And if you read their 2-page letter, which was dated March 17th, it talks about planning the audit and during the audit, the comments they made. So basically, district-wide, there was they commented on I-9 compliance. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year, it was noted that several of the I-9s that were selected for testing were either missing or not filled out correctly. It's recommended that central office review their I-9s to ensure all employees that have I-9s that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. There was an issue with the Leland and Gray year-end accounts payable. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there was an accounts payable posting that was posted twice. Adjustments were made to correct this posting. It is recommended the client review their year-end balance sheet to ensure that there are no duplicate postings and that all numbers are properly stated year-end. In Townsend, there's a student activity fund that was noted, and while performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there are several reimbursements made out of student activity account to a single employee equaling approximately $14,000 over the course of the fiscal year. It is recommended that the student activities be brought into central office in order to monitor the activity and reimbursements that are being made. And I can tell you for these 3 items, it's very minor. The first audit I remember seeing in Dover, we were 20 pages of recommendations. So I think, Lori, it's a really good indication of the good work you guys are doing. Do you want to comment to any of them, or you can talk?
Sure. So I just want to clarify that a management letter is different than a significant finding or a material weakness. So none of the entities had either of those. So all 3 have been actually taken care of. We've had a team of people going through our I-9s, so that's done. All student activities are being brought into the SU. These were accounts that for many, many years would run at school. And there still are some out there. Marlboro still has one that we'll be bringing in this year. Dover, working on that well. So we're working on those to bring them all in so that they'll follow our purchasing procedures. That's basically the main here is that it was done outside of procedure. Does anybody have any questions about that or the letter?
Okay, thank you, Lori. Oh, thanks, Lori. You got to thank me too, Lori. Somebody else. Okay, so moving right along, the audit is available if anybody wants to read all. What was it, 76 pages, I think, Lori? So I didn't make copies of it, and I didn't print the whole thing. But if you want it, Lori will get it to you. Oh, no, we sent it. Oh, you sent it. Everybody should have gotten it sent to them. So moving along then, agency fund. So one of the reasons we decided to hold this meeting, one of the important ones is that several years ago we decided we used to vote the agency fund. I'm sure Dan can tell you about it back in the olden days, and Emily. We used to vote agency fund in December, and then a couple schools made a point of what if our budget doesn't become what we thought it was going to be? Should we not vote the agency fund until after town meeting? So in case there was a reduction in the budget at town meeting, the schools could adjust maybe some agency fund items. So that's kind of been the standard probably for the last 18, 20 years. So the problem is if we don't vote the agency fund by April 15th, then the central office can't issue contracts until they know that we intend to fund that. Excuse me. So that's why we had the agency fund. We had to have the meeting today to discuss agency fund. So if there, I believe, or if you feel like I'm not going, you are muted. Okay, so if everybody would just, if they have their agency fund paperwork, and if not, they're looking for an agency funding $2,409,178. Everything had been discussed, should have been discussed by the administrators. Bring to Bill what they're looking for the year, and then it should be discussed with all the boards. So it shouldn't be anything new to any of the boards. So hopefully, if there's any questions, somebody can just unmute themselves and ask a question.
Hi, Rich. I got a question.
Go ahead, Jim.
Recently, while trying to do our last budget, a lot of townspeople were upset that the WCSU meetings pertaining to votes were not either publicized well enough or put on BCTV for them to look at. So apparently, I think in the future we should have those budget meetings televised, is a suggestion.
Okay, I thought we were recording through BCTV because I believe they're recording us tonight, or they're doing something with all our, but they're making it so that it will be available. So I think we were agreeing that I think the last couple of Wyndham Central meetings we were recording, weren't we?
I believe we were in the last couple.
But I thought it went back to the budget when we were voting on the budget. I thought we were recorded for that one too.
I can't say for sure, but I'm just telling you what public concerns are.
Okay, so we'll take that. I think too is with this virus has taught us a little bit is that to get things out to people is a lot better. So hopefully, that may be something. I know at River Valleys we record all ours. Joe, nod your head. I think you guys record all your West River, right? Yeah. So I think pretty much everything is recorded. Marlboro or Wyndham, do you guys record your meetings? No. Okay. Bill tells me they don't.
We don't. There is actually a recording now that is being done by the new board member for the minutes. He records everything to write his minutes from that recording, but we do not officially record our board meetings.
Okay, and Doug Korb said we don't we Zoom and allow people in. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as of now, that'll be the way it is. In the past, we have not recorded that.
So Ken, I think that's a good point. And then, like you said, the more we can get this out, the less there should be shock with people. So is there any other questions or discussion about agency fund?
Thanks, all.
Ken, since you're unmuted, do you mind making a motion for us?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agency fund in the amount of, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, $2 million and change.
$2,409,178.
That sounds good to me.
Dan MacArthur, second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ken and Dan seconded. Peter, are you all good with that motion? You got your numbers? Okay, I haven't heard from Peter, but I believe we got it. We can get it to him. Is there anybody that'd like to make any comments before we vote? I'm not sure, Joe, Bill, what is the best way to vote? Do a roll call vote? Okay. Okay, so if everybody's ready to vote, Ken, you look like you're suffering, so I'll let you vote first.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Joe? Joe
Wouldn't unmute. Aye. Sorry. It just
Thank
wouldn't
you.
unmute for me.
Okay. Emily?
Aye.
Al Clausen?
Aye.
Mike? See, Mike was in and out a couple times. Mike? Okay, we'll come back to Mike. Leanne?
Aye.
Thank you. Ozzy?
Aye.
Thank you. Beth?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Thank you, Doug. Mark?
Aye.
And I'll go back to Mike. Mike, are you there somewhere? Oh, okay. Mike isn't working, but he said that he was an aye. Okay. Sorry, Mike, we can't count you, but I'll note that you ayed.
Yeah, he did. He texted that he ayed.
Yeah, Bill's saying it doesn't matter. The Secretary of State's saying that we need to hear him say aye. But that's okay because the vote carries unanimously. So good job, everybody, on that. The next item is we have the minutes from the February 10th meeting. And I believe that was sent out with the packet. And if I could get a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the February 10th meeting minutes.
Thank you, Ken. Do I have a second?
Dan, I'll second it.
Okay, Dan seconded. Again, I guess we got to do a roll call vote on this too. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Let's do a roll call vote. Joe?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Al?
How about now? Can you hear me say aye?
Yes, Mike. I'm going to put you in for a vote yes. I saw you left us for a minute.
Sorry about that.
So will you vote for the minutes too?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Aye. Sorry.
Nope. Thank you, Al. Ken
Aye.
and Leanne.
Aye.
Angie,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Dan from Marlboro,
Aye.
Doug,
Aye.
Mark.
I abstain.
Okay, so it's unanimous with one abstention. So that takes us through the minutes. Is there anything that I missed? Does anybody have any comments before we go into executive session for a legal issue?
Back to the reorganization. I know you didn't want to reorganize WCSU. You're going to wait until possibly into the next year after July 1st for West Rivers. People are sitting on that board now who I believe have the authority to make that vote now. I don't know. I haven't been part of the discussion, but it is. I'm just wondering, bringing that back up.
I was 5 items. Okay, so 5 out of the 6 that serve on the Super Board or the Wyndham Central are not up for re-election. The only reason I thought it would make more sense was that because there was going to be an election, it's usually after elections that we reorganize, after everybody's elected. I guess I would say whatever the board feels. I mean, if they want to reorganize, I don't know if I would do it tonight because we didn't. We actually didn't warn that we were going to reorganize. Now, some people could argue that we talked about it, but we said it was going to be postponed. Joe, go ahead.
Rich, our board, the West River board, won't reorganize until that election's held. So even though only one of us that serve on this board is up for re-election, there may be some turnover in the representation on this board just because of the reorganization. Unless there's a real need to reorganize, I'd just wait.
Okay. Dan, does that make sense to you?
Yes, as long as the current situation means that we have people in place, those terms, as I understand it, will go until such date as we reorganize. There's no termination.
Yes. So it's usually once the elections are done, that's when you reorganize and everybody starts from square one. We just felt that since there was one board that hadn't got to vote yet, that it would make sense not to try to reorganize. And that was a discussion I had with Emily and with Al. So it was hard to decide if we should just do it, or it kind of almost felt like I was just trying to become the benevolent dictator. But I'm extending my term. So, but it was that's just.
Let's let it go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Rich, I do have a question.
Yep.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it or not, but a question of Bill. What are we doing as an SU to protect student privacy with online conferencing, especially in regards to Zoom, which is a disaster when it comes to privacy?
How about, since that's kind of off the key, it's not something we had on the agenda, let's ask Bill to give us something, send us something at the end of the week about that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Because he has a technology person too that's probably a little more up to speed. So if everybody's okay, but that's a good question, we'll ask Bill to send something out to all the boards.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, did you want to say something, or were you just scratching?
Oh no, I just touched my face.
Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else,
I have something.
Ken waving like a madman.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, you got any aspirin? No. I've had a couple of people tell me that they want to know what the district is doing for
the mental health of parents and students during this time of stay-at-home schooling, because apparently it seems to be a big issue with a lot of agencies. And what do we have in plan? What plan do we have to assist in that?
Okay, so what is the district doing for the mental health for both parents and students during this time, and what do we plan to do? So what are we doing now, and what are we going to do in the future?
Right.
Okay, so if it's okay, Ken, I'll ask Bill to put that in that same memo about because I think it all kind of works together.
That's fine. Just task the administration with letting us know what's going on.
Can we get that by Monday? Okay, so we'll get something out he'll get something out to everybody by Monday. We'll send it to all the boards, okay?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Bill.
Anybody else?
I actually had one question. It's sort of off topic, but it's on the email that went out SU-wide to parents today regarding the meal delivery. And it was just something I meant to email someone about, actually. The bus schedule needs some clarification within that email that went out. It notes in Brookline, Merrill Drive as a stop. There are actually two sections of Merrill Drive that both connect with Grassy Brook Road. So some clarification may want to be done on that.
Okay, hey, I'm not sure who that was.
It was Leanne.
Oh, Leanne, okay. Do you mind, can you just drop an email to Bill?
Yep.
And you'll take care of that?
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Bill says thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, could I get, and I don't know how this all works, so somebody's going to have to explain it to me, hopefully Joe or Bill. Okay.
Hey, so we're going to all leave this meeting, and I'm going to re-invite only the board into the executive session meeting. Okay, Rich will do the process to get us there, but only the board will get re-invited to a new meeting. So just wait for it, and it'll come to you. I've got it prepped, okay? So Austin and BCTV and anybody who's not on the board, you're not going to get the request, all right? So thank you very much, everybody, and giving it back to Richard.
We have a couple board members who aren't on the WCSU board. They can come back in. Okay. Can I get a motion for somebody to move into the executive session for contractual issues?
Ken move.
Hey, Ken move. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Hey, Mark seconds. Okay, so all of you on mute. And do you all vote in favor of that? Say aye, please.
Aye.
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 That was cool here. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, so we are in executive session. So everybody leave the meeting, and Bill's going to invite you right back.
Good afternoon. I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. How are you? Good. With me today is Aaron Segrist from the Vermont Retailers and Grocers Association, Kelly Stoddard-Poor from AARP, Tom Torty from the Lake Champlain Chamber of Commerce, Matt Coda from the Fuel Dealers Association, Austin Davis from the Chamber of Commerce, as well as Chris Curtis and Jamie Renner from my consumer protection team. I'm joined also by Charity Clark, my chief of staff. We're here today to talk about consumer protection and business protection during the coronavirus crisis that we are involved in, not only in this state, this country, but the world. And the most important thing that I want to say from the Attorney General's standpoint is this, that we're all in this together, that we're going to stand up and protect Vermont consumers, which include Vermont businesses under Vermont law, that Vermont is a small place, that the business community we're in direct contact with, making sure that consumers are going to be protected, that the small business people of the state of Vermont are our friends, are our neighbors. They're going to do right by you, and that consumers are going to be protected during this time. And when we talk more about scams and other resources under Vermont law, we are committed to work with every business in the state that needs our help, to partner with them, to give them the resources they need and the help they need should they need it, to tell Vermont consumers that they can call us at 649-2424 if they think they are a victim of a scam, that we are going to protect them as well. But mostly in this time of crisis, where people are understandably anxious, to be calm, to use common sense, and to let us do our job, which is to do consumer protection and to stand up and protect Vermonters. So with that, I want to turn it over to Aaron Segrest from the Vermont Retailers and Grocers to say a few words. I know a lot of folks have been going to stores to get goods. Totally appropriate to be prepared. But I know that Ms. Segrest will say a few words about that balance that we're seeking to strike here in Vermont. So Aaron, with that, let me turn it over to you, and thanks for being here.
I'm Aaron Segrest, president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association. I want to thank the Attorney General for having us, and of course working with retailers across the state. We represent general retailers, grocers, and everything in between. So we do appreciate, again, the partnership with the Attorney General's office. We do understand that consumers are wanting to plan, whether it's for a couple weeks at home or just a couple days at home. We are asking that you do so responsibly, though. Plan for 2 to 3 weeks at most, instead of 2 to 3 months. We're seeing a lot of stockpiling of the necessities, and that just eliminates some of the access to other consumers that also need to maintain some hygiene as well. So again, you're welcome to stock up on non-perishables as well as long-term or long-standing perishables, as well as obviously pharmacy and personal hygiene items. But again, we ask that you do so for 2 to 3 weeks rather than months. Again, we appreciate the Attorney General's office for having us here today, and we're always here to help. We are your friends and neighbors, as the Attorney General did share, and retailers are here to provide services for you, and we're here to help you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. We look forward to working with you and all Vermont retailers and grocers and small business people. Next, Tom Torty from the Lake Champlain Chamber of Commerce, who represents the majority of businesses here in Chittenden County and throughout the state. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and everyone else for being here today. I'm not going to echo what other folks have said. I'll only point out that, Vermont businesses are by and large owned by Vermonters. They're owned by your neighbors. And each one of us has an interest in doing what has always distinguished Vermont businesses, which is that Vermonters take care of Vermonters. And we're seeing that over and over again with how businesses are responding. one of the things that really heartens me, and I hope it kind of echoes throughout the state of Vermont, is that we are really concerned about some of our hourly employees, folks really at the lower end of the wage scale, who often feel that it's not possible for them to take time off from work in order to take care of themselves or to take care of their family. And at this time, when it's a little bit different than your basic cold, and it is not your flu, despite what folks in Washington, D.C. want to say, we're seeing businesses coming together, beginning to talk about how do we make sure that we preserve the income of people at the lowest end, and how do we convince these people and have these people understand that if you're sick, if your family member is sick, if you have to quarantine in place, you're not going to lose your job. And really, that is the heart and soul of Vermont. Vermonters taking care of Vermonters. So I am heartened by the business community's response. We are not all the multinational corporations that we hear people rail about on the national platform. We're Vermonters, Vermont businesses taking care of Vermonters, and I'm proud to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Well said. That's what we do best in Vermont, is we take care of each other. And I really appreciate, Tom, your words about making sure those who perhaps don't have the resources like everybody else are going to be taken care of during this time. That's what's best about our state. Next, I'd ask Matt Cota from the Fuel Dealers to say a few words. Matt.
Matt Cota from the Vermont Fuel Dealers Association. I'd also like to thank the Attorney General for calling in the businesses to talk about these important issues. Most of the people that deliver fuel to your home are run by local businesses. They're locals that deliver heating fuel and motor fuels throughout the state. And we're certainly seeing fear out there. We're also seeing an abundance of caution, and I think an abundance of caution is appropriate, but when it comes to heating fuels for your home, when it comes to motor fuels, there is plenty of supply. But we are hearing comments from customers wondering, what happens if the situation gets worse? Will they be able to get fuel to their home? And the answer is yes. Delivering fuel is largely a solitary endeavor. It's a person, a man or woman in a truck, delivering fuel to a tank without much contact with others. There's plenty of supply out there, and just put people's minds at ease. But similar to what Aaron said, if you don't get fuel right when you order it, it's not because of any other reason other than that there's a lot of customers out there, it's still cold, and people do need heating oil and propane.
Thank you, Matt. Next, I'd ask Kelly Starnard-Poor from AARP to say a few words. Kelly.
Thank you. AARP certainly shares the concerns of the Attorney General and other organizations and businesses here to be on the lookout of any price gouging or businesses taking advantage of consumers in this way. Sadly, scammers are using the coronavirus headlines and public fears as opportunities to steal money or sensitive personal information. AARP has been working to help consumers stay safe from scammers for many years now. So we are not surprised to see new criminals exploiting the current crisis. The approaches can come from the internet. They can come from your email account, your phone, or even the U.S. mail. The Federal Trade Commission and the Food and Drug Administration have already sent warnings to 7 companies for selling products that would allegedly cure or prevent the coronavirus. There are currently no vaccines nor drugs to prevent or treat the virus. We urge consumers to ignore online offers that claim to have any treatment or cure. A few tips and cautions that we would like to share with Vermonters: be on the lookout for requests for donations to help people affected by the coronavirus. Ask the caller to send information by mail and to defer any decision to give a donation to a cause until you've researched it. Good online resources include charitynavigator.org and give.org. Be aware that links or texts from sources that you do not know can cause malicious software viruses to be downloaded onto your device. Pause to consider the credibility of the source before you click. Be suspicious of any emails claiming to be from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, or experts saying that they have breaking news or information about the virus. Emails from local, state, and federal government will come from an address ending in .gov. Be cautious of anyone asking for money for coronavirus victims or for disease research, especially if they are prepaid credit cards or gift cards. Ignore phone calls or emails from strangers urging you to invest in the latest hot coronavirus stock. We urge Vermonters to seek out information from the CDC, from the World Health Organization, and for coronavirus-related scams from the Federal Trade Commission. And we thank Attorney General Donovan for his leadership on this.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
And Kelly, I want to thank you for articulating those scams. When we're talking about consumer protection, we're going to certainly deal with those scams, and Vermonters who think they're victims of a scam should call us at 649-2424, 649-2424. We are tracking these types of scams as well. Also under our law, our consumer protection law, we'll talk about price gouging and the specific Vermont statute that applies, but also unfair and deceptive acts, which would be the law that we would use if we think folks are taking advantage of Vermont consumers or Vermont businesses. I want to be very clear that Vermont businesses are considered consumers under our law, and we will protect Vermont businesses as well. So with that, I want to ask Chris Curtis, Chief of my Public Protection Division, to come up and give a quick overview of our consumer protection laws, not only the price gouging law, but the unfair and deceptive act statute under Vermont law. Chris.
Thank you so much, General Donovan, and thank you everyone for being here today to discuss this important topic. My name is Christopher Curtis. I'm the Chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. And what you're hearing is a call for calm, common sense, and consumer protection. That's why we're here today. And when we talk about calm and common sense, we're really talking about restraint. And what you've heard here already today from people representing the business community, our Vermont friends and neighbors in the retail, grocery stores, and other stores across Vermont, is exercise some common sense and restraint in your purchasing habits. Plan ahead, yes, but don't take advantage. If you're stockpiling a year's worth of items, it's just not appropriate to the size and scale of the crisis before us, which we're currently calling for 2 to 3 weeks of planning ahead, because your friends and neighbors also need access to those same supplies. So it's thinking ahead, planning ahead, but exercising a little caution and restraint. And on the side of the business community, we're asking for a little restraint in making sure that prices aren't driven up so high without any nexus or connection to actual cost that could constitute a price gouging claim or concern. And we know that our Vermont business community is looking out for their friends and neighbors. You know them by name, you know them by your connection to your community. We have not received price gouging complaints about Vermont businesses to date, but we are watching the space. And we're very aware that there have been national reports about price gouging during times of crisis, and this office will not stand for it. So the Attorney General has tasked us with looking carefully at this, providing guidance to the business community on this topic, and making sure that we handle every complaint with the alacrity with which it deserves during this time of crisis. To the General's point, we have 2 statutes in play here. One is with respect to fuel prices, and there is a specific price gouging statute on point that acknowledges that after a declaration of emergency by the governor for a period of time and up to 7 days in advance of that declaration, fuel prices cannot unreasonably or unconscionably be raised. Again, we have not heard complaints at this time about that kind of conduct, and we know that our friends, the fuel dealers and other distributors around the state, are very mindful about those conditions and would take care to not be charging excessive or unscrupulous rates of their customers. On the other hand, as to other essential goods and services, we have our Consumer Protection Act, which guards against unfair practices in commerce. So, during a time of emergency or health crisis, as we're facing today, any unconscionable increase in the cost of a necessity may trigger our Consumer Protection Act. And we will be vigilant. We are watching this space, and we will make sure that Vermonters are not taken advantage of by national operators or outside forces outside of Vermont. And of course, our friends in the Vermont community are here today to say that they wouldn't stand for that either. So we're mindful, and we're paying attention to this space, and we urge Vermonters to use their common sense as together we weather this crisis. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Any Vermonter who has a question, again, I'm going to give that number, 649-2424 is the best way to get in touch with us. Any Vermont business can call that number as well. We stand ready to assist all Vermonters during this time. We also stand ready to defend and protect Vermonters during this time. We understand people are nervous. We understand people are anxious, and we stand ready to do our job. So with that, let me close the remarks and open it up for questions if there are any.
You talked about no price gouging complaints. Has there been any complaints about email scams from Vermonters yet?
We haven't seen email scans. What we're seeing, and I'll let Chris talk about, is the online third party.
Sure. Sure, thank you. Great question. And to date, my understanding is our Consumer Assistance Program has received 3 complaints, really within the last 24 to 48 hours, of alleged price gouging online. These would be from third-party vendors through a platform. And so we'll follow up with that, and we're in contact with the platform, and we'll be following up on any complaints by any Vermont consumer with respect to unscrupulous pricing. Obviously, as in any circumstance, we would want to gather all the facts and information before us to make sure that we're exercising proper judgment and following up with all due diligence.
I just don't quite understand what third-party platform. Can you?
Yeah, sure. So an online. Not the sellers themselves per se, but it could be an eBay, it could be an Amazon, et cetera. And there are already news reports out there about Amazon is really trying to be diligent in this space. They are looking at their third-party vendors, the people who are the sellers but that use their platform, to make sure that there are not price gouging. They actually have a fair pricing policy that all of their vendors have to subscribe to, so they can delist somebody almost in real time if they get complaints and can verify that price gouging is occurring. So that's one mechanism, just by way of example, that we can leverage to reach out to platforms to say, hey, if we're getting Vermont complaints, you got to investigate and you got to exercise your policy and either stop those sales or get those vendors out if they are in fact bad actors.
Can you say what those vendors are?
No, like I said, we need to collect all the information. I'm just aware that we've received, just literally in the last 24 hours, 3 complaints, through third-party vendors online. These are not Vermont businesses, to my knowledge.
The complaints came from Vermonters, though.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
For retailers,
yeah,
for the retail folks, was just wondering, everybody has an empty shelf right now for, good Lord, hand sanitizer, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Have you heard from your members and such as to restocking? Can they get restocked?
That's a good question. Yeah. So we have heard from members that there is certainly access to the products. It may take a little bit longer for retailers to restock some of those products. A retailer has to order the products, and then the distributor needs to order them from the wholesaler. So it might take a little bit longer than normal, but there's certainly enough product out there. It may just take an extra day or two to get back onto the shelf. But products are available. I was actually in a grocery store yesterday pretty early in the morning, and the shelves were full. So it depends on the time that you stop and try to pick products up. So you might have to replan or move a couple of events around, but you can just make changes to your daily practices, and you should be able to find products within the stores. Yes.
I guess maybe for Chalmers or anyone who wants to take it, businesses like restaurants that rely on customers probably going to see a drop in people coming in. I guess how should they prepare for that, and what can sort of those business owners expect, I guess, coming up there?
I think as and we had a discussion about this morning, as this virus begins to escalate, as we know it will, based on what Dr. Fauci said yesterday, I think people are going to be more reticent to go out to restaurants and bars and places like that. So there will be a drop-off, and I think that's where both the federal government and the state government need to begin looking at no-interest loans or grants to companies that can document that here's their normal book of sales for this period of time, here's what's happened during this crisis period, and begin to look at that. It would be nice if that happened on a federal level. I mean, there are some things that are being talked about that really don't get down to the, if you will, the mom and pop level stores. And I think there are some folks in Washington talking about a more bricks and mortar, nuts and bolts type of response. Would be good to see that. I think we're going to see a drop off. I think the state's going to see a drop off in tax revenue as well when you get to rooms and meals tax and things like that.
I mean, with the margins that some restaurants and operate on, is aid going to be necessary, you think, or we're just not there yet?
I don't think we're there yet, but I think just like this virus, it is so much better to prepare for things being bad than to wish, hope, and pray that make-believe is going to happen and serendipity is going to rain down upon our heads. Let's prepare for the worst, and if we don't need, if you will, a disaster relief bill coming out of Washington like we had after the fiscal crisis of 2008, then we don't have to use it. But just like having vaccines and tests ready for people, would have been better to have those test kits ready than to do the Texas two-step and try to get them out to people, which is what we're doing now.
You talked about businesses or people only preparing for a couple weeks at a time, not months at a time. Do you think businesses will put rules in place that allow customers only buy 6 sanitizers or 2 sets of wipes instead of just buying whatever the heck they want at a certain time?
You're giving me all the hard questions. So yes, retailers are already putting signs out. Some retailers are asking you to be cognizant that others do need access as well to these products. So yes, retailers have started to put signs out. It's not a mandate, it's not required, but I think that they are trying to do the best to serve all of their community and all of their customers as well. So that's why we ask, please plan for 2 to 3 weeks, not 2 to 3 months. Again, the products are out there. It just might be, it might take a little bit longer to get them because right now everybody is trying to plan much farther in advance than necessary.
Yeah. Can I just share a story on that point? So I was literally walking into the building this morning. I ran into a friend and neighbor, and she shared with me, and not overly distressed, but just mild concern. She said, I went to the pharmacy, I was looking for hand sanitizer, I just wanted to buy 1 bottle, and they were out. So I asked the pharmacist, what happened? She said, you just missed it. The person that came in before you just bought the last 12 bottles. And she's like, really? They need to buy 12 bottles, and I couldn't even get 1 for me and my family? So it's about, I think as Vermonters, we all share Vermont values, and the call for some common sense and calm is to practice that restraint, to live those Vermont values of understanding that we're all friends and neighbors. We all share these common community spaces, and to the extent that there's a basic need for everyone right now to practice some caution with respect to this virus, just be mindful. Be aware, and that will actually reduce the need for retailers to set limits because people can set some common sense limits for themselves.
Could you comment on the extent to which your offices have been in touch with neighboring state offices and level of cooperation, particularly as associated with scams?
Sure. We work very closely with our colleagues across this nation in terms of many issues, and I've been on calls with my colleagues, certainly talking about what their plans in terms of price gouging and other public protection and consumer protection strategies are. I know that Chris has reached out at his level to his colleagues about making sure when we're talking about really the digital marketplace. That's going to be a national issue. So it happens every day, and it's probably increased a little bit these past couple days to make sure that we're communicating. And look, in these times, communication from top to bottom is key. And we're doing it every single day and making sure that we're on top of everything so we can do our job, which is to protect the honors.
Off topic, DJ?
Why don't I close this and I'll come see you?
Either way.
Great.
You mentioned that Vermont businesses are also covered by the Consumer Protection Act. Can you explain that to me, how that works?
They're considered consumers.
Yeah, and so not to put too fine a point on it, but businesses are consumers. Right? They buy things. They have to be in the marketplace. The Consumer Protection Act would apply to them as consumers for the business's use, but not for resale. Right? So it's not as though the a retailer is buying from a wholesaler in order to resell a product. And so then in anticipation of whatever the pricing or contractual agreements are, that transaction is covered by the CPA. It's not for resale that the business is covered as a consumer. So the business is looking to purchase wipes or sanitation products and services at a time like this. They have the same protections as anybody else in the marketplace when it comes to those kinds of purchasing decisions. And we don't want businesses to be taken advantage of either, as they're trying to keep the premises clean and sanitary. So just by, that's one small example, but we're mindful of that. It's one of the reasons why when General Donovan came into office, he tasked our division and the Consumer Assistance Program with developing a small business outreach person to build that relationship and those connections and to really make it clear that we are a resource for the Vermont business community.
I have one more. There was also a mention of if workers want to call in sick, they should call in sick. What protections are there for workers who want to or need to call in sick? Are there any laws?
Well, you have earned sick time, and in fact, I think we'll be putting out some guidance later today to small businesses and consumers on our website. There's a law about earned sick time, and you should go to our website. And look, and I think Tom Torty said this best. It's in our collective best interest and in our collective public health that if people are sick, they should stay home. And I know Vermont businesses are mindful that people still have to pay the bills. And whether or not we need government to step in and make sure that businesses are compensated for doing the right thing, that's something I'm certainly going to be supportive of. This is a public health crisis, and people who are sick need to stay home. But we also acknowledge that people who are not working need to still be able to pay their rent, their mortgage, get food on the table for their kids. And so that underscores the point that we're all in this together. We're a community, and we have to help each other out to get through this. And that's why we're standing up here today, not always natural partners in this space, but it doesn't really matter. We need to come together at this time and demonstrate that we are going to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters. But if people are sick, it is clear, you got to stay home, and I know Vermont businesses are going to do the right thing. Then it's up to government to do the right thing for business on that.
Are there protections in government for somebody who calls in sick who doesn't have paid sick time?
There's earned sick time, and that's a longer discussion. There's some civil rights areas that we can discuss about, but it's complicated, and it's governed by, obviously, the facts of each case. But I would say this, that when it comes to employment and civil rights, you can call our office. I'm now going to give you another number, unfortunately, because we will handle employment issues in the civil rights realm, and that is 828-3171. We are happy to answer the questions as best we can. I am reluctant to give bright line legal rules because every case is different based on the facts and based on people's status. But we stand ready to help people and provide information so people can make informed decisions about their life. But we get out of this together. We get out of this helping each other and acting as a community with the business community who are going to be critical to this endeavor. So I want to thank Tom and Matt and Aaron for being here. And of course, I want to thank Kelly as well from AARP for talking about scams. We know this. Scams are going to happen. When there's a crisis, folks try to take advantage of other folks. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to protect Vermonters and do our job. Thanks for being here.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We have a coronavirus stimulus deal that has finally been reached. And as some of you might have heard on my live streams, every day there's like 3 proposals floated. And maybe it's going to happen, maybe it's not, and then it gets canceled or replaced with something else. So because we've all along, if I had talked about every possible deal, the entire show would have been just possible deals that didn't become a reality. We just decided we're going to wait and then we'll discuss the deal once it's actually done. The priorities for me are we've got to bail people out, people with bills, people with expenses, people who need money and may no longer have a job. We've got to do something about small business. Very, very important, because a lot of small businesses can't weather this. I'm talking to small business owners all the time in my neighborhood and other neighborhoods in Boston who say, you know, I can make 30% of what I was making before, but the problem is my rent is 40%. So I need something. I need some kind of bridge to get me there. And you want to provide capital strategically to reduce interruptions of different kinds, prevent the unemployment rate from exploding as much as it would without some incentive for small businesses to keep people on, etc. This is the largest stimulus package in American history. Now, a stimulus package, the concept of a stimulus package is it's a Keynesian idea, the idea being government spending can lessen the severity of a recession, stimulate the economy, boost employment, boost spending. That's the framework. It's a Keynesian framework we're talking about. This deal was reached just hours ago, around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, very early this morning. Here is Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announcing it.
At last, we have a deal. After days of intense discussions, the Senate has reached a bipartisan agreement on a historic relief package for this pandemic. It will rush new resources onto the front lines of our nation's healthcare fight, and it will inject trillions of dollars of cash into the economy as fast as possible.
As you can tell there, Mitch McConnell just overwhelmed with emotion over this historic deal. So what's in it? Some of the details are still being worked out. Some of the language is still being written as of this second. But here's what we have so far. It'll be a $2 trillion stimulus package. People, individuals earning up to $75,000 in income will get a $1,200 one-time check. Couples, double the money for double the income limit, $2,400 if as a couple you earn up to $150,000. You get an additional $500 per child based on what we saw an hour ago. Again, some of the final details may change. The $1,200 check starts to phase out as you approach $99,000 in income as an individual, or $198,000 as a couple. And once you get to that level, $99K per person, you lose all the money. You get zero after that point. Unemployment insurance will be expanded to include people that are furloughed, gig workers, freelancers, right? People that would not normally qualify for unemployment insurance. They will also be adding, and this is one of the things that's a probably, but we don't know for sure yet. It looks like they're going to increase the unemployment payments by $600 a week for 4 months above the state base. Different states, unemployment insurance is state-based. So the benefit in Massachusetts may be different from the benefit in Florida or in California. That'll be upped by $600 a week by the federal government. There will be an employee retention tax credit for businesses to keep people on. So we've seen 2 versions, between $25 and $50 billion for passenger airlines, between $4 and $8 billion for cargo airlines, $17 billion for companies determined to be important to national security. The details, of course, still remain to be determined there. Roughly $500 billion in a corporate liquidity program. These would be loans to businesses through banks. Very important to understand. That would be through banks. And then another $367 billion roughly through a small business loan program through the Small Business Association. $30 billion in education funding, $25 billion in transit funding. So this is the bulk of it. Now, there's a question about the income limit on the $1,200 check is $75K. What's the process and verification of that? If it's based on 2019 income, a lot of people haven't filed their 2019 tax return. So what happens there? We don't know. There's the idea that you would use 2018 income if you've not yet filed your 2019 tax return. Excuse me. Could that be gamed in some way? We don't know. But this is part of the detail that still needs to be worked out. Another question is, how does this impact self-employed people? There are some other specifics that need to be sorted out, but it's finally happening. It's happening far too late. It's happening after a lot of personal financial damage has already happened to people who have been laid off for 1 week, 2 weeks, even longer in some cases. Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader, says that Trump's businesses will not be eligible for any of this stuff. That's an assertion from Chuck Schumer. I've not yet seen any language that makes that clear. This is the framework we have so far. In the background of all this, Donald Trump increasingly wants to reopen everything or close to everything on Easter Sunday, April 12th. I want to talk about that next, and we'll be doing a sort of deeper dive into that a little bit later in the program. So we are now really getting down to the core of the argument that is becoming the argument for Donald Trump and for the people that back him up and many Republicans, which is we've got to open up the economy soon. We've got to stop the physical distancing in a lot of places. We've got to reopen business. And for lack of a better term, this is what Dr. Anthony Fauci calls letting it rip. When this was mentioned a week ago or so, feels like months ago, Fauci referred to ending all of the provisions in distancing and just letting the virus do what it's going to do. He referred to it as letting it rip. More people will get the virus, more people will die, but the economy, or really what is in Trump's mind is the stock market, right? But he's talking about the economy. It might improve, but a lot more people are going to die. So fundamentally, when you boil this down, especially when you look at who is mostly dying from the virus, the question is, how many grandmas, someone's grandmas, how many of them are worth allowing to die in order to save the stock market? It's about older folks dying, mostly older folks, to save Wall Street and the stock market. What is each life worth to different people is essentially the question here. How much economic downturn is justified based on how many additional people will likely die if we stop distancing and we reopen stuff? For days now, Trump and people around him have expressed an interest in ramping back up because they don't want the cure to be worse than the disease, as Donald Trump and Larry Kudlow and others have started to say. Yesterday, Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "Our people want to return to work. They will practice social distancing and all else, and seniors will be watched over protectively and lovingly. We can do two things together. The cure cannot be worse by far than the problem. Congress must act now. We will come back strong." Then yesterday, during a Fox News town hall, Trump floated for the first time a specific date, which is Easter Sunday, April 12th.
Have to do that. I'd love to have it open by Easter. Okay, I would love to have it open by Easter. I will tell you that right now. I would love to have that. It's such an important day for other reasons, but I'll make it an important day for this too. I would love to have the country opened up and just raring to go by Easter.
Now, this is insanely soon to even be thinking about this. Now, if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing this on April 12th no matter what, how would you suggest that it be done? In that scenario, if I were Trump, I would say, listen, I want to do this on April 12th, but in order to do it, I need your help. I need all 50 governors, not 18 plus 2 more doing partial stuff. I need all 50 governors to shut down, stay-at-home order, shelter in place until April 12th. Everybody's got to do it because remember, 30 states aren't doing a damn thing yet. If Trump did that, then maybe you could partially reopen on April 12th outside of hotspots, with older folks still staying home. And again, this is like if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing it April 12th, how would you say he does it? But this reminded me of a video of a young guy who confronts economist Milton Friedman decades ago on this issue of what's a life worth. How much should we spend or fail to earn, forego in earnings in exchange for each life? It's a very utilitarian argument, almost psychopathically so. So let's look at this. Here's a guy asking Milton Friedman about the Ford Pinto. The Ford Pinto is a vehicle that was very poorly designed. Many deadly fires related to gas tanks that ruptured during accidents. And Ford knew about it, and they could have prevented it with a $13 part on each car. Let's look at this video clip.
I have just one more. This has to do with the Ford Pinto. I'm not sure if you're aware of the recent revelations that have come out about the production of that car. Ford produced it knowing full well that in any rear-end collision, the gas tank would blow up because they had failed to install a $13 plastic block in front of the gas tank. And Ford estimated in an internal memo that that would cost about 200 lives a year. And they estimated further that the cost of each life would be $200,000. They multiplied and they found that the cost of installing those blocks in each of the cars would be more than the cost of saving those 200 lives. And over the past 7 years, the car has been produced and over 1,000 lives have been lost. It seems to me that Ford did what would be the right thing according to your policy. And yet that seems to me to be very wrong.
So the kid lays it out there, and here is how Milton Friedman responds, which is essentially the calculation that Trump and others are now starting to make, a very utilitarian calculation.
Well, let me ask you, let's suppose it would have cost $1 billion per person. Should Ford have put them in nonetheless?
But it wasn't a question of that.
You know that you're really only
of
arguing about price. You're not arguing about principle. No. Because you cannot, nobody can take the principle. Nobody can accept the principle that an infinite value should be put on an individual life. Because in order to get the money involved, in order to get the resources involved, it's not money. In order to get the resources, they have to come from somewhere.
So the kid says this cheap part could have prevented all of these deaths. And Friedman says, well, at what point would it not be logical for Ford to spend the money? Like, in other words, if it wasn't $13 per car, but if it was $1 million per car, do you still force Ford to fix the car at $1 million per car? And the conversation continues, and here we are skipping ahead a little bit.
Right, and therefore you're not arguing anything about principle. You're just arguing whether Ford used $200,000 was the right number or not.
No, I'm not arguing
Suppose
that
it were
at all.
$200 million.
No.
Suppose it were $200 million. What should Ford have done?
$200 million for what?
Suppose it would have cost $200 million per life saved. Should Ford still have spent that $200 million?
You mean per...
That's not the question.
That's not really the question.
Yes, it is a question.
Yes,
that's the principle of the question. That's the only principle involved. I don't know whether Ford came to the right answer or not. That's a question of whether these numbers are valid numbers for the relative costs of different things.
So this kid wants to focus on the question, which is here we know $13 per car would have prevented all of this death. Milton Friedman says, what's the principle, though? Where is the line where we say this level of expense to save a life makes sense, this level of expense to save a life does not? And unfortunately, this entire framing is logically fallacious, and it's what Republicans and Trump are doing. How many additional lives do we lose if we reopen the economy versus the economic cost? Are they mostly older people? Are they mostly younger people? How much is the life of an 80-year-old worth in economic terms versus the life of a 20-year-old with many work years ahead of them? And that's the implicit question, but it's not this simple. The question of what is a life worth to the economy is a very different question than are we willing to essentially sacrifice people in their lives because on some calculation made in Washington, D.C. or to wherever Donald Trump is doing these meetings, it's worth more to the economy. But the reality is the argument Friedman makes is a fallacious argument. Very often, economists whose views are those of Milton Friedman will take these situations to infinity to be able to defeat them. The reality is that this is never the case. Think about the Ford situation. The idea of if it was to cost Ford $1 million per car to fix the Pinto, should they still do it? It's bogus because the Pinto cost $3,500 at the time. That's the retail cost back in the 70s. If the cost to fix the Pinto was $1 million, they wouldn't produce the car. And that's why we shouldn't fall for these to infinity nonsense arguments. The kid isn't arguing human life has an infinite value. The kid's arguing the life has a value that is more than the $13 that it would cost Ford to fix the Pinto. In the same way, Trump is calculating that grandma's life is not worth what he believes the economy will lose if he keeps the economy closed. And people are bringing this to infinity. It's not viable, that we can't do this forever and we can't do it, period, to infinity. But what we're talking about is a temporary economic slowdown to save so many people. The curves are the difference between a few thousand dying, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of people. This is one of the oldest economic arguments, the pushing to infinity. Trump is quickly getting his way on this, and a lot of people are going to die. Now, I hope you're staying home, and if you are, and if you're looking for something to do, tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern is the David Pakman Show viewer chess tournament. I am the 2019 champion because we had one game. I beat Pat at the end of 2019. We now have a proper chess tournament. We'll be playing tonight. Follow me on social media for info. I'll be streaming 8 p.m. tonight. Join us. Don't miss it.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on your support, and the easiest way is through membership, which includes the world-famous bonus show, as well as commercial-free audio and video streams of the show just for members. Sign up today at joinpakman.com. Coupon code saves you 40%. Vote soon 18.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Chris Hunter and Andrew Tuttle. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that folks have been stepping up and signing up when a lot of people are understandably, tightening their belts and eliminating subscriptions and that type of thing. Makes total sense. Really appreciate the folks who have been able to step up and support us at this important time. Also want to say thanks to Santiago Serrano, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Santiago's been a member almost 5 years. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Okay, we were speaking earlier about killing grandma to save the stock market, essentially the calculation that Donald Trump seems increasingly comfortable making and erring on the side of the stock market instead of grandma. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says that many grandparents like him are willing to die to save the economy for their grandchildren. And if nothing else, this pandemic has really exposed how incompetent and immoral or amoral so many people in positions of power are. So now I bring you a segment from Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson's program where Dan Patrick makes, is this a patriotic argument? Is that what he's calling it? That it's a patriotic case for letting it rip?
Living in fear of is what's happening to this country. And, Tucker, no one reached out to me and said, as a senior citizen, are you willing to take a chance on your survival in exchange for keeping the America that all America loves for your children and grandchildren? And if that's the exchange, I'm all in. And that doesn't make me noble or brave or anything like that. I just think there are lots of grandparents out there in this country, like me, I have 6 grandchildren, that what we all care about and what we love more than anything are those children. And I want to, live smart and see through this, but I don't want the whole country to be sacrificed. And that's what I see. I've talked to hundreds of people, Tucker, and just in the last week, and making calls all the time. And everyone says pretty much the same thing, that we can't lose our whole country. We're having an economic collapse. I'm also a small businessman. I understand it. And I talk with business people all the time, Tucker. And my heart is lifted tonight by what I heard the president say, because we can do more than, one thing at a time. We can do 2 things. So, my message is that let's get back to work. Let's get back to living. Let's be smart about it. And those of us who are 70 plus, we'll take care of ourselves.
That's a so-called pro-life Republican saying, let's let the grandparents die so that we don't sacrifice the economy, by which they really don't mean the economy. They mean the stock market. And the funniest or the craziest or sort of the most tragic thing about all of this is that he and Trump, they're all talking about, let's go back to doing stuff. 30 of 50 states, roughly, have done nothing or almost nothing. In other words, they want 30 states to go from having done nothing anyway to continuing to do nothing, while the other 20 states, including places that are significant hotspots, would have to take would have to choose a path that would lead to significantly more death. It's only been like a week. I'm like 8 days in now to the self-isolation, and we've already got Trump and others saying, let's let more old folks die in order for the stock market to recover, in order to not take as big of a GDP hit as what we are undoubtedly going to take, in order to prevent as big of an unemployment increase as we clearly are going to see on April 3rd when the March unemployment numbers are announced. It's essentially a death panel. Remember back when Sarah Palin and other Republicans, when Obamacare was being negotiated, they said Obamacare has death panels where politicians get to decide if you live or die, if what you need does or doesn't get paid for. Now, at the time, we pointed out this is absurd. We already have death panels, which are called insurance companies. Insurance companies already decide, is this treatment or that treatment considered medically necessary? Does this treatment or that treatment get covered by insurance? We already had what is and continue to have what is essentially a death panel. But the more absurd part of this is they're essentially saying, we've decided some old people have to die. It's a death panel to save the economy, by which they mean the stock market. How is this going to play, by the way, with Fox News's own disproportionately older audience? I mean, in all seriousness, I'm wondering about that. And then moreover, Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, if he wants to sacrifice himself, maybe there's something to talk about. But he's deciding for other people. He's deciding we should sacrifice lots of grandparents for the sake of the economy and the economy for our grandchildren, as he says. It's actually almost cultist. Surrender your life to the Trump stock market, which now, by the way, is a net decline. Donald Trump's major accomplishment, as he claimed for the first 3 years of his presidency, was the stock market. Now, all along, we knew that stock market growth under Obama had actually been better, stronger, bigger than under Donald Trump. Now he doesn't have that. And you've got people like Dan Patrick saying, I would sacrifice myself, and many grandparents would, volunteering essentially unknown and faceless grandparents as he knows them or doesn't know them in order to save the economy, meaning pump the stock market so Trump can claim that he did something for the country while he was president. It sounds very much like the opposite of small government, deciding to sacrifice grandma for the stock market. But of course, it seems that that is no longer the priority of small government conservatives. Okay, so let's now continue digging into the Easter thing. Slowly but surely, we've learned that Donald Trump wants to let her rip very, very soon and get the country opened back up. He wants to do it on Easter. Now, the absurdity of talking about opening up a country where 30 states have not closed anything down is ludicrous and incredibly dangerous. I'm getting emails from people in Amsterdam, where there are some provisions in place until June 1 in the Netherlands, hearing from people in Italy, Spain, so many places. They are horrified by what Donald Trump now wants to do. So they want to open it back up before 30 states have even done anything. But they also are talking about opening it back up when the death toll is exploding. It's growing exponentially. We have case numbers growing like crazy. And of course, the more we test, the more cases we will find because we've been under testing. But Donald Trump is being very clear now. He wants churches packed by Easter, Sunday, April 12th. So look at the evolution of this. Sunday night, Trump tweets, we can't have the cure be worse than the disease. We've already covered that with you. Monday, he tweets, people want to work and we've got to get them back to work. Showed you that tweet earlier. Tuesday, Fox News Town Hall. Trump floats for the first time. I'm looking at Easter, April 12th. And then after yesterday's town hall on Fox News, Trump was interviewed also on Fox News by Bill Hemmer. And he said, I want churches packed on Easter. Here's the video. And you'll notice also Trump has adopted a new voice, which I call Corona voice. It's a very unusual delivery, which he uses when talking about coronavirus related stuff. That makes no sense. Usually he uses a voice that I think he thinks sounds empathetic. It sounds very, very fake. But when he's delivering news that equates to people are going to die, Trump has adopted what I call Corona voice. Take a look, take a listen.
During our town hall today, you threw out a date where you think America can be working again. And that's Easter Sunday. Yeah. That's 19 days from now. How did you come up with that day?
Well, it's 19 days, but add another 7 because we've been doing this now for 7. So that's from the time we heard about it.
7 to 9.
From the time so from the time we close it up. So you could add 7 to 9. Look, Easter's a very special day for me. And I see it's sort of in that timeline that I'm thinking about. And I say, wouldn't it be great to have all of the churches full? You know, the churches aren't allowed, essentially, to have much of a congregation there. And most of them, I watched on Sunday online. And he was terrific, by the way. But online is never going to be like being there. So I think Easter Sunday, and you'll have packed churches all over our country. I think it would be a beautiful time. And it's just about the timeline that I think is right. It gives us more chance to work on what we're doing. And I'm not sure that's going to be the day, but I would love to aim it right at Easter Sunday. So we're open for church service and services generally on Easter Sunday. That would be a beautiful thing.
My instinct is that if indeed churches are packed on Easter, it'll be funerals, not for Easter service. And I asked yesterday on my Twitter account, is there any metric or data point that anyone can point me to that indicates Trump is right, that we've turned the corner and are now on the tail end of the, as he calls it, war against the invisible scourge, or scourge, as he has referred to it? I was hoping someone would point me to something. Like even if it's a weak case for having turned the corner, I was hoping someone would respond to me on Twitter and say, look at these numbers, look at those numbers, we have turned the corner. But nobody could. And I looked at the numbers again this morning. Cases are rising every day. The death toll is exploding. Every day we have more new cases than the day before. Yesterday we had 11,000 new confirmed cases, which probably means somewhere between 4 and 10 times that in actual cases, because we're really only testing symptomatic people, unless you're rich or famous. The death toll is exploding. More death every day. Deaths nearly doubling from Monday to Tuesday. Monday, we had 141 deaths. Tuesday, we had 225. There is no responsible metric by which we are even remotely ready to talk about packing churches on Easter. And again, if I said this before, if Trump said, listen, I really want to open up some parts of the country to younger people on Easter, not older folks, not the hot spots. We got to get some young people back to work. I would say if you want a shot at that, you need every governor, all 50 governors, to shut it down. From today until April 12, work with me, Trump should say, in all 50 states, stay home order, shut down non-essential businesses, take out only at restaurants, spacing people out at grocery stores, all that stuff. That's what I need you to do to give me a shot at giving you some good news on April 12th. It would still be very risky, but it might be defensible in some way. Trump saying, with 30 states still doing nothing, I want churches packed on Easter, is as insane as it is dangerous, as it is irresponsible. And this is the calculation that they've made. And what it seems to me is going on is that they are all skipping all of the headlines that will happen for weeks and months if they do this, of the death toll exploding, of people dying at unprecedented rates, and that they'll just see the stock market going up and they'll see an unemployment number that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. They'll see a GDP decline that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. And they're envisioning getting to the other side of this scot-free and being able to claim some kind of heroic victory. I don't know. Maybe he's right. I mean, as tragic as it will be, is it true that many people in the country would accept a higher death toll to feel as though the economy is doing better and people are working. Like maybe my perspective is wrong. And when you look at the approval polls of Trump, which we'll talk about on the bonus show today, his approval rating is higher than it's been in a long time. More than half the country believes Trump is doing a good job handling this. Like maybe I'm the odd man out. Am I the one who says, am I the one who is the outlier by saying this doesn't make sense? The economic situation that would eventually recover anyway is not worth killing so many additional people. Maybe I'm the crazy person. Let me know. We're covering this on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. While you're there, if you want to see my behind the scenes video of my home studio setup, that's on my personal Instagram, david.pakman. Quick break, right back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome today John Tye to the program, a former NSA whistleblower and a lawyer who back in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid, which has provided support to the anonymous Ukraine whistleblower, among many other things. John, great to have you on today.
Thank you so much, David.
So let's start with your path. Executive Order 12333. What is it, and how did that turn you into a whistleblower?
Thanks. I was at the State Department. I worked in the Human Rights Bureau from 2011 to 2014 on internet freedom. And in that role, I had a top secret clearance. So I was reading intelligence from various countries around the world. And in June of 2013, the Snowden disclosures became very public news. And I was part of the diplomatic response to those disclosures, both with Germany, Brazil, other countries, the United Nations, the Human Rights Council in Geneva. And during that period, in the 9 months following that, I got a couple of briefings from the NSA on the scope of U.S. signals intelligence collection. And what I learned was, for that whole year following the Snowden leaks, there hadn't been a single story, despite front page stories almost every day, hadn't been a single story on the main legal authority that the NSA is using to collect Americans' data, which is, as you said, Executive Order 12333. I was concerned about this. I was interested. I obviously care very deeply about human rights and Americans' privacy. And so basically, this is a legal loophole where the NSA is using an authority originally intended to collect foreigners' data to actually sweep up most of what we do online, including U.S. persons, American citizens. This concerned me. It wasn't being addressed in the policy responses to the Snowden disclosures. And during that period, I became a whistleblower. I did not want to go to prison. I did not want to flee the country. And so I hired a couple of lawyers. I paid them $13,000. This would have been in 2014, probably March, April 2014, and went through the lawful disclosure process. So I met with the State Department Inspector General, the NSA Inspector General, House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and others, and eventually went through the pre-publication review process and published an op-ed in the Washington Post about this problem.
So essentially, you believe that Order 12333 was being misused in order to surveil Americans when, as it was written, you believe it was not meant to apply to Americans.
Yeah, that's right. It was originally, before the internet, there were two legal regimes, a statutory regime for intelligence agency operations inside the United States, which is under FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And then 12333 was meant to cover all the operations outside of our borders. with the internet, that distinction between inside our borders and outside our borders became almost irrelevant, or much less relevant. And a whole bunch of Americans' data is stored in data centers around the world, and it's treated as foreign persons' data and collected as such by the NSA.
When we think about the government's treatment of prominent, and again, even the use of the term whistleblower versus leaker, it's the subject of debate and controversy. So I'm not trying to sort of like prime the discussion in any particular way. But when we think about the treatment of folks like Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, et cetera, you have a very wide range of opinion as to how these individuals should be treated. On one side, you have the idea that strictly speaking, if information was released in violation of how that information is classified, or if the information was obtained in a way that violates the law or whatever, that's essentially all that matters, that the content really doesn't, and individuals should be punished as such. On the other side, you have those who believe that these are merely heroic acts that should be celebrated and acted upon to change what is the misbehavior of the government, including, as you say, the misuse of an executive order in the case that you discuss. What is your general approach as to how individuals should be treated by the government and by the justice system?
Well, our motto at Whistleblower Aid is report government and corporate lawbreaking without breaking the law. So we are a legal organization. We would never help anyone to leak classified information. With that said, these are very difficult questions. There aren't easy answers. And I think reasonable people can disagree on some of this stuff. We created this organization so that people wouldn't have to choose between, following their conscience and, avoiding harm to themselves. So we try to help people follow the available lawful disclosure process. There are often more options available than many people realize, and open up more options so that people can keep their careers, don't have to go to prison, and still try to inform the public about what's going wrong. With those cases you mentioned, those people didn't feel like they had other options, and we are here to try to help people not have to put their career or their freedom in jeopardy.
Not to be overly conspiratorial or dystopian or whatever, but one can imagine situations where one would believe that the information they are trying to disclose, or what they are trying to blow the whistle on, is so damaging to the government that going through the process you describe might put them in jeopardy, might put them in danger, might allow them maybe to be silenced. So is it at least theoretically conceivable that people could be in a position where they want to go the route that you help people go, but they believe that starting that process actually puts them at risk or may prevent the information from going public?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risk. There's no easy things here. And the more important the disclosure, the more significant it is, the more risky it is for the individual. And there's no way around that. We're doing everything we can to minimize those risks. But the very first thing I tell people when they come to me is, look, the safest thing you can do is go home and never talk to anyone about this again. So, most people, by the time they get to me, they've crossed that bridge, and they want to explore their options for going forward. But, it's risky, and I would never say otherwise.
Can you talk a little bit for folks in our audience who might be thinking about WikiLeaks and the way that WikiLeaks has been an intermediary with much information that have been released? Can you talk about how what you do is completely different than what WikiLeaks does?
Absolutely. We are not WikiLeaks. We do not help people leak classified information. We would never, help someone. Julian Assange has been accused of attempting to help someone to hack a government database. We would never help anyone try to do that. Look, that organization has been credibly accused of, working wittingly or unwittingly with Russian intelligence. We would never do anything like that. I swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution when I was at the State Department. I'm still bound by that oath and take that very seriously. So we are very different from that approach. With that said, I'll say I don't agree with all of the charges against Assange in the sense that, if the allegations are true, and I don't know the facts, it certainly would be illegal to try to help someone hack a government database. I think publishing things received from someone else is not illegal and should not be illegal. So it's a complicated legal matter.
When it comes to the Ukraine whistleblower, can you talk a little bit about, do you believe that, I mean, this is an individual who became the target of so many prominent people in the public eye in the lead up to Donald Trump's eventual impeachment, et cetera. From your perspective, what did they go through this process in the correct way?
Absolutely. So they immediately sought legal counsel. My colleague Andrew Buckeye and Mark Zaid were the lawyers for that, who are a part of our team here at Whistleblower Aid. From the very beginning, they were planning how to do this in a lawful way that would not expose the client to criminal prosecution or even dismissal from their job inside a U.S. intelligence agency. That person is still employed. They did follow all the rules. They are entitled to legal protections. I think they're an example of how the system, of how people do sometimes have more options than they know about. The legal processes here are very obscure. Some of these statutes haven't been tested very often, and so we saw that with the attempts to get this disclosure to Congress. It was bumpy. The White House did try to block Congress from receiving this in violation of the laws. But ultimately, the lawyers, Andrew and Mark, were able to get it to Congress. So I certainly wouldn't say that our system is flawless, but there are often more options than people understand. And in this case, the client did an amazing job and is a true hero.
Were you able to, or let me phrase it a different way, before the attempts to out and create backlash against the whistleblower started, had you already anticipated that it would reach the degree that it did? And how did you advise the client to be prepared for that in terms of security, in terms of practical things?
Well, I have to be a little circumspect here. First of all, I never had any direct contact with the client. Andrew and Mark, my colleagues, were the ones representing the client.
Yeah, you as a firm,
were in direct
I'm saying,
touch. Yeah, our firm. So I can't confirm or deny any kind of, things about that person's identity or anything like that. Broadly speaking, as soon as it was clear that this implicated the president and the 2020 election,
yes,
it was obvious that this was going to be a very high-profile matter, that there were going to be security concerns. From day one, we brought in top-level security people on the digital side, on the physical side. As you may know, Mark Zaid, one of the lawyers, he was getting death threats. We had armed guards on Mark Zaid 24 hours a day for months. And now the Department of Justice is bringing a criminal prosecution against one of the individuals who was threatening to hurt Mark. So it was a very serious situation. We knew that from the beginning. And from the beginning, we were taking steps. That's really all I can say.
Is this, once you understand the scope of what is going on, and again, without revealing anything particular in general terms, do you do extra? I mean, I know that you always say to a lot of the folks that come to you, the easiest thing for you is to go back home and never speak about this again. But are there more conversations than normal of that type, given these particular circumstances?
I was not. I never had a conversation with this client, so I'm not going to speak to that.
Fair enough. When we look going forward, is there anything that you believe took place in or surrounding the Ukraine whistleblower situation that may sort of change the way these things are potentially handled in the future, both by a firm like yours representing someone like this, but also the way that Congress, the House of Representatives, and others worked in receiving the information?
Yeah, clearly threats intimidation, starting with the President of the United States, the President's family, senior officials, U.S. senators, attempts to identify, intimidate this person are extremely harmful, arguably illegal in some cases. You could make the argument that any kind of presidential effort to intimidate a whistleblower itself constitutes, an offense. And so there were serious problems here. Some of those people should be held accountable for their actions. It is never right to try to identify a whistleblower with the knowledge that some extremists would threaten that person, possibly act violently against that person. There need to be stronger protections in place. Arguably, that kind of behavior should be criminalized, which it's not today, except in certain narrow circumstances. And, Congress needs to identify the gaps that were apparent in the system and fill them with legislation. And certainly there need to be reforms. Andrew and Mark published a New York Times op-ed 2 or 3 weeks ago that laid out some of their ideas for that. So clearly there's room for improvement.
Yes, certainly an understatement, I would say. Room for improvement for sure, as in regards to a lot of the elements of how this all went down. John Tai, former NSA whistleblower and attorney, who in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid. John, so great to speak to you, and I really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we've been covering the sham treatments and cures for the virus from all sorts of different grifters. We've looked at some well-known Christian televangelist grifters like Jim Baker. He's been selling a so-called silver solution. We've looked at propagandist and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. He's selling a coronavirus toothpaste that he claims kills coronavirus. We've also seen people like Kenneth Copeland, who are making money by receiving donations for praying away coronavirus through the television. Today, I have something very, very different. Today, I have video of Okeechobee Commissioner Bryant Culpepper. This is Okeechobee County in Florida. This guy says the virus can't survive high temperatures. So what you can do is you take a hairdryer and you blow hot air down your throat, aspirate the hot air coming out of the blow dryer to kill the virus. Now, this is real, this guy says. He says, I was a paramedic, and this makes sense to him. Take a look.
This might sound kind of silly, but being in the medical field that I was as a paramedic, it started to make a lot of sense. One of the things that was pointed out in this interview with one of the doctors, foremost doctors that has studied the coronavirus, says that the nasal passages and the nasal membranes are the coolest part of the body. That's why the virus tends to go there until it then becomes healthy enough to go into the lungs. This sounds really goofy, and it did to me too, but it works. Once the temperature reaches 136 degrees Fahrenheit, the virus falls apart and just it disintegrates, okay? And I said, well, how would you get the temperature up to 132 degrees? The answer was you use a blow dryer because it's capable of doing that. So you hold a blow dryer in front of your face and you inhale with your nose, and it kills all the viruses in your nose.
Okay.
There's an idea, right? Now, another person in the room immediately warned people about disinformation that is spreading quickly. This is not just dumb. It's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible to say. And here's the key part, okay? So he talks about this so-called cure or treatment. Someone else in the room says, you've got to be really careful about nonsense you hear on social media. And he says, no. I didn't get it from social media. I got it from OAN, One America News. That's that insane right-wing propaganda channel, which Donald Trump increasingly has been promoting. Take a look at this.
Social media, I would not even have brought that up. This was on OAN and One American News Network, which is the fastest growing national network on cable. And it's the new Fox News, if you want to know the truth. And it was a doctor, and it did have his credentials, that he has been one of the foremost doctors in studying, how this is transmitted, and that's where that came from. And I agree with you. There's a lot of baloney out there on social media. You've got to be very careful.
Proudly saying, I got this from OAN. Culpepper was ultimately shamed into apologizing for this. He posted to his personal Facebook page, I am sorry for comments I made. I was only trying to give comfort to those in Okeechobee who have no insurance to treat their families, THERE. I should have ignored the comments that I perceived as hateful and the embarrassment I caused to my fellow commissioners and our administrator and her staff. I will not offer any more suggestions unless they are tried, are proven. I ask all of you for forgiveness for anything offensive I've uttered during these exchanges. Now, I looked at this guy's Facebook page. It may not shock you that this guy's Facebook page is riddled with insane pro-Trump propaganda. For example, a few days before his apology, he posted absolutely when he tried to stop Chinese from coming into America, the left called him racist, capital L on left. When he tried to build a wall to protect Americans, the left called him racist, capital R on racist. His posts look just like Trump's tweets. Racist is the left's favorite word to destroy a Republican, when they, in fact, are the true racist. They didn't call Obama a racist when he locked up little kids in cages and separated them from their parents, and he deported more Mexicans, the Trump. And then once more, I mean, it's just like the capitalization, the grammar, the spelling, it's all like Trump's tweets. Just to give you a little more context about the guy tweeting, suggesting rather that you inhale hot air from a blow dryer to treat coronavirus, he posted about an MSNBC dolt, as he called them, saying, does this talk from a liberal surprise anyone? Let's charge Obama for the deaths occurring in his tenure like Zika, H1N1, Ebola, and swine flu, in which he did nothing. So that's Bryant Culpepper. Now, serious question. Why is it that lunatic Trumpists are disproportionately the ones spreading these insane cure ideas? Is it political? Like, in other words, they're so desperate to defend Trump no matter what that they'll tweet, hey, we've got a simple cure for this. This isn't really as serious as some people are telling you. Is it that if you're gullible enough to vote for Trump, you're gullible enough to fall for some of these sham cures? Like, what is it that is making this nonsense spread disproportionately and overwhelmingly from Trump supporters than from the left? I want to hear from you. Why is coronavirus killing more men than women, at a higher rate killing men than women? Early, we had just the case numbers and death numbers from China, and we immediately saw a much higher rate of death for men than for women. And the suggestion was that in China, culturally, men smoke more than women. Men are much more likely to be smoking cigarettes. And we know cigarettes weaken your respiratory system. They can depress your immune system. And because coronavirus seems to vary a lot depending on the underlying health condition of the person infected, men were more likely to die in China because men are much more likely to be smokers. It seemed plausible in any case. The trend, though, is continuing in a lot of different countries. And we are now seeing that in Italy, men are 60% of the cases, but 70% of the deaths. In South Korea, more women have tested positive, but yet the deaths are 54% men. The U.S. so far is not releasing this detailed level of information, so we don't know what's going on here. The U.S. should start releasing that data. But in total, for all countries where we have data, men are about 50% more likely than women to die after being diagnosed. Now, remember, 50% can mean if women have a 2% death rate, men have a 3% death rate. That's 50% more. I don't want people to misunderstand the numbers around that. So what's at play here? The smoking issue does seem to be a factor, and possibly alcohol consumption as well. We have world data from 5 years ago, and as of 5 years ago, 36% of men over age 15 smoke, where only 7% of women over age 15 smoke. That's a big difference. And if indeed smoking is essentially a comorbidity with coronavirus, that is important. Meanwhile, alcohol consumption for men is 11 liters, where it's 2 liters for women. That may be a factor. We saw that SARS and MERS also had higher death rates for men than women. So it seems not unique to COVID-19. And there's also a general evolutionary idea that maybe women have stronger immune responses to viruses in general because of pregnancy essentially being living 9 months of your life with a foreign body inside of you. It may confer some kind of survival advantage. There could be a hormonal element to this. And then also actual pre-existing conditions appear to be a factor. We know that pre-existing conditions increase mortality for COVID patients. Check out some of the gender differences. Men more likely to have heart disease than women, stroke than women, COPD, a lung disease, and slightly more likely to have high blood pressure. All of these conditions are known to increase the death rate from coronavirus. So the takeaways are the death rate is remaining higher for men than women in all of the countries providing data. We initially heard this out of China. Other countries providing us this data seem to be confirming the same thing. Number two, the U.S. is not providing data of this type, and the U.S. really should start. So that's the second takeaway. We're going to continue following this and see sort of where we come up as we get more data. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. We are trying to keep the voicemails non-virus focused. Here's a Biden voter saying she liked Bernie better, but voted Biden because she does not believe Bernie can win. Take a look.
My name's Mary O'Brien. I'm living in a large facility, and I'm voting for Biden. I wanted to vote for Bernie, but I didn't think he could win. I like him better, but I want Trump defeated. Thank you.
So I am hearing this from a fair number of people. The latest polls suggest either that Biden and Bernie are doing equally well against Donald Trump in hypothetical matchups, or that Biden's doing a little better than Bernie. But I'll tell you, with everything going on with the virus, I believe that the polling is going to be thrown completely out of whack. Joe Biden, his press conferences about the virus have not been great. His interviews about the virus have not been great. Bernie's been doing live streams and talking about solutions. I have no idea whether this will reopen the window of opportunity for Bernie. But there is one person explaining their vote for Biden despite liking Bernie more. Tonight, chess tournament, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be streaming it. It'll be on leechess.org. I invite you to join me. Otherwise, I will speak to you on the bonus show in mere minutes or tomorrow back on the program.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And if you can't see us, don't be disheartened. We can't see each other.
We can't see you either.
We're doing this show by telephone from home, and I must say that I'm glad to have Tom back on. We missed him the last couple of weeks, and the only advantage that we had in the show was that my face was visible, and I'm pretty sure that from the point of view of advantage, that's not an advantage. Anyway, this is Energy Week number 365, and it is being recorded on the 2nd of April, 2020, and we will start on March 26th. And I want to say, if you want to read more on any of these, you can go to geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date. We're starting on the 26th of March, and that'll give you 15 or so items to search through to find the specific article that you want. You can also go to the website, which is linked at the recording of this particular show, which BCTV does on their website, and it's put up on YouTube and so forth. So we're starting on the 26th of March, and we have a picture of a wind turbine blade being attached from inside the rotor.
Yeah, it looks like it's a big picture window, and it's not. It's a hole.
It looks like the biggest porthole that ever happened.
And you can see on the right, you can see the parts of a crane, and that woman's standing there, and she's got to connect about 150 little bolts.
Yeah.
So she's going to be busy this afternoon.
I think she is, yes. Okay, what do you got for a title, Tom?
Well, the title of the picture says Attaching a Blade, and the title of the article says Wind Capacity Grows by Over 60% in 2019.
I'm going to correct you, Tom. It says gigawatts.
Huh? What did I say?
You said percent.
Oh, it does say gigawatts.
And the synopsis says, this, by the way, is from News, and the synopsis says global wind energy capacity increased by over 60 gigawatts in 2019, making it the second highest year for new installations, according to a report from the Global Wind Energy Council. The 15th edition of the Global Wind Report said year-on-year growth in 2019 was 19%, with 60.4 gigawatts installed. That's a lot of gigawatts.
Well, you've heard me say on this show before, gig means big.
That's right.
As a quick takeaway here, the report says that the main driver for growth was market-based mechanisms.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It is indeed. Yep. And we've also mentioned in the past, talked about capacity factors, and the wind turbines, if you're lucky, you're going to get a 50% capacity factor. If you're not so lucky, it might be as low as 35. But
this is the capability of the wind farms to generate electricity.
Right, and nuclear power has a 90% or so capacity factor in the United States. It's more like 80 or so. I'm going to say 92, 93 in the United States. 83 or 84 in the rest of the world. So putting up 60 gigawatts of wind capacity is like putting up 30 large-size nuclear power plants.
The times they are changing.
They are indeed. You got more on that one, Tom?
Well, it just says emerging markets in Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and Southeast Asia showed only moderate growth. Most of this growth is occurring in the more advanced markets.
Right.
And the UK is in the top spot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're putting in wind energy. I noticed, by the way, today that a note went into the news, and we'll have it next week, about The UK is closing its last coal-burning power plant.
We ought to have a party.
Yeah. Okay, we have a picture of the picture is titled "Depending on Coal," which is a title I gave it.
Okay.
It's a picture,
and it's kind of a murky picture of a city in China.
I think that's what it is. But that coal-burning power plant is gigantic. Look at the size of that thing.
It is that. It is that.
And this is from the Sydney Morning Herald.
And what the article says, well, the picture, depending on coal, that was what you said, right?
Yeah.
And the article says coal power remains in global decline despite Chinese surge.
The impact of coronavirus has prompted a surge in coal-fired power plant construction permits in China, with the government issuing more permits in a couple of weeks in March than it did all of last year. However, would-be developers are having difficulty getting financing. And it looks to me like it's not such a great surge in China.
I'm looking at this thing and I'm having a problem. I can't get another page. I'm working off a PDF and apparently it's only copied the first page. I'm going to have to switch to a Word document.
Do that. Or you could go online and go to the.
I got the Word document right here, so
okay.
A couple of clicks. I got exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got the Sydney Morning Herald. I got that one.
Okay.
And have you read the blurb?
Yes. Yes, I have.
The would-be developers are having difficulty finding financing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said it sounds to me like it's not such a great surge.
Well, leaders have toughened their stance against fossil fuels as prices for renewables continue to fall.
Yeah, we're going to see some more of that later in this show.
Uh-huh. Well, we got another one coming up here. We got a picture of Science the Times.
That's right. This is from Clean Technica.
Okay.
Got a title?
It says, nature is trying to tell us something. Is there anybody listening?
The coronavirus has upended our society. The head of the Federal Reserve predicts a 50% reduction in America's GDP in the second and third quarters this year, with unemployment of 30% or more. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, President Trump, is pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. Now, remember, this was something that appeared last Thursday, which is a week ago today. Things have changed a lot since then. And
yeah, they have.
Huh?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they have. And
Easter, for what it's worth, is Sunday, April 12th. That's coming quick.
It's coming quick. The 12th, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen with unemployment, but I saw this morning that 6.5 million people had filed, which is the highest. It's double the previous week, and that week was a record that was just astonishing compared to anything that had ever happened before. So we've had 10 million people apply for unemployment in a 2-week period.
Well, this is a great unknown. There's going to be all sorts of consequences of this.
Yeah. But Donald Trump is no longer pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. In fact, he said he would be doing a really good job if only 100,000 people die.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it? You want to move on, Tom?
Well, there's a quick takeaway here. Nature is sending us a message.
Yeah.
Loss of habitat caused by increasing population and warmer temperatures is forcing humans and animals into closer contact, which increases the odds that animal-borne diseases will be transmitted to people.
Yes, and there's another thing that increases those odds, and it's specific to not just China, but there's a lot of it in China, which is sale of wild animals for human food in markets in Chinese cities, and that really does bring wild animals into contact with human beings pretty intimate.
They're saying that's a very strong part of the cause of this thing.
Yeah, and they don't know what species of animal it came from. I've seen some people talk about bats, and I've seen some people talk about pangolins.
Yep.
And pangolins are interesting little creatures.
Yeah, they got scales.
They have scales, yes. Well, anyway, there you go. All set?
Well, let's move up to Friday, March 27th.
Good idea.
We got a picture here of Hornsea 1.
Yes, and this is from Renews.
And you can see this sort of goes along with the first picture we saw.
Sure does.
The woman was standing in the cell, and there's a picture right in the middle of the picture is in the cell. And it looks like they are in the process here of installing a blade.
It sure does. It sure does. So what do you got for title?
UK renewables task in record 2019.
Renewable energy generated a record 37% of the UK's electricity demand in 2019, with wind contributing more than half that amount, according to new statistics released by the UK government. Onshore and offshore wind farms each contributed 9.9% of the total amount of electricity generated.
Well, this Hornsea plant is located 50 miles off the Yorkshire coast, the east coast of England, in the North Sea.
Yeah.
And it's the largest offshore wind farm in the world.
Yes.
And they have great plans to build more there.
They're building offshore wind farms like crazy. And, you know, they didn't want onshore wind farms spoiling the beautiful kind of rustic feel of the English countryside. And having lived there, I can understand that. But on the other hand, you know, England is not going to, the UK, Scotland, none of those countries is going to be the same in the future because of climate change. They're all already changing enormously.
Absolutely. Well, let's move along here. We got a picture of a solar farm. It's a big solar farm.
And it's a what solar farm?
Very large.
I think this is a large solar farm. Yeah, I think, Tom, you're probably right. Okay, this is from Renew Economy.
Well, it says AEMO warns any further delays in renewables transition could hit gas supplies.
This is
if you're wondering what AEMO is, you're going to tell us.
I believe I will. It's Australia's energy market operator. That's the equivalent, I think, of an ISO, like we have ISO New England, which
exactly the same. It's who determine pretty much how to dispatch the power to us.
Right. And Australia's energy market operator has warned that any delays to at least 30 gigawatts and up to 47 gigawatts of new renewable energy capacity required to realize its draft integrated system plan could force it to lean more heavily on costly and polluting gas. And of course, this is interesting because if they lean more on natural gas, it means that the price of natural gas is going to go up and it's not going to be available to households. So, you know, they're pushing to get this. They want to make sure that this is not stopped for political reasons or because of the coronavirus.
Yep. Well, the key message out of this one is there is no time to lose.
Yes, I think that's true. But the thing that I found interesting about it was they need to have this capacity, this new renewable capacity that's on the books is coming along in order to save on natural gas. So I thought that was an interesting situation.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
The picture here is of tribal land. It's really quite pretty picture.
It is. This is apparently on the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation. And we have the item is from Clean Technica.
Federal judge rules permits for Dakota Access Pipeline are invalid.
Yeah, this is something.
There's more happening on this one.
This is kind of amazing. And in a sense, I have to call it a comeuppance for the company that put this in there because they started construction without the permits, despite the fact that the Indian reservation wanted this thing not to be there. But basically, the permits were eventually given. Now, this reads, even though the Dakota Access Pipeline has been completed and placed into service, A federal judge ruled this week that all environmental permits for it were granted without adequate review or input from the indigenous communities impacted by it. So that's kind of a problem. They've spent a lot of money, they've got the thing running, and it's not legal.
Well, the judge has ordered the Corps of Engineers to conduct a full environmental review of the project, which they could have done.
They should have done, yes.
And he's considering whether the invalidity of the permits means the pipeline should be shut down.
Yes.
So this could have big impacts.
Oh yeah, could have big impacts. But you know what, Tom? I wonder whether that pipeline is ever going to be paid off, even in the best conditions for it.
Well, the times are changing, and they didn't anticipate, I think, the fact that natural gas, particularly frac natural gas, is expensive to produce.
Yes.
We'll be talking about that again later.
We will, and we'll also be talking about the price of oil hitting ridiculous figures.
Yep.
And at those figures, that pipeline might as well just not be used.
Bingo.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, March 28th, and we have an item here from Clean Technica.
There's a picture of a car on a train.
Taken from right next to the car.
Volvo moves to rail transport to reduce carbon emissions. It's an interesting article.
It is a very interesting article. Volvo is just one of the many companies switching from over-the-road trucks to rail transport to move cars from its factories to storage depots across Europe, China, and the United States. The switch to rail reduced CO2 emissions by nearly 75% on one European delivery route.
And on another route, the emissions were cut by half.
Yeah. And, you know, the choice is, are you going to send these things out by rail or are you going to send them by truck? And by truck means you're not carrying very many in each load, and each load takes a lot of oil.
I'm surprised they haven't done this by themselves just for economic reasons.
Well, I'm kind of surprised, too. The rail systems in Europe have been, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but my recollection...
They're ours.
Huh? Yeah, much better. My recollection was that the rail systems in Europe were absolutely amazingly good, but you got to bear in mind that recollection goes back 58 years. They were really good when I was just amazing. They were so good, and now I would think that they'd still be moving things by rail, but you know, apparently those companies had switched to trucks. So
well, they're switching back to rail.
I guess.
That's what this article is telling us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in the U.S., Volvo's South Carolina is starting to take new cars by rail to depots in cities across North America.
Yeah.
And what happens, of course, they make the cars in Europe. They bring them over here, and a lot of them go to New Jersey. You can see a place there where there's thousands of cars stacked up. And that's close to rail. So what they're just doing now is put them on trains.
I don't understand why people have been moving stuff by truck. Really, I mean, there's reasons why you would move stuff by truck, but it seems that a lot of things that are moved by truck could be moved by rail.
Yeah. Well, I think they're finding that out.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got another picture here of some solar panels in China.
They're looking like they're in a park.
It looks like that.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
Now, this is from Smart Energy.
Renewables set to win during China's COVID-19 lockdown.
In China, lower demand for electricity during the COVID-19 downturn has affected power generation sectors unevenly. Thermal power generation dropped 9% year on year during the first 2 months of the year, but wind generation increased by 1% and solar is up 12%. And of course, what that means is they could permit all the plants they want, but they're not going to do anything if they can't sell electricity.
Bingo.
Yeah. You got anything else on that, Tom?
Not anything really of great significance. So let's move on.
Okay.
And we had a picture of China. Now we got a picture of Kansas.
Yes.
U.S. renewable energy increases in 2019. I emphasis on the word increases.
Right. And this is from North American Wind Power, which, of course, we could accuse rightfully of tooting its own horn. I think that they would admit that. But here's the synopsis. The production of U.S. energy from solar sources increased by 13.85% in 2019, while output from wind power grew by 10.06%, according to a Sunday campaign analysis of newly released data from the Energy Information Administration's latest issue of monthly energy review.
Well, the data reveals that for the first time, energy from solar sources topped 1% of the total U.S. energy production.
Yeah, we have to be clear.
From wind reached nearly 3%.
Yeah, we have to be clear about this. There is the percentage of electricity generated, and there is separately the percentage of energy. And when you're dealing with electricity, you get very much higher percentages because solar and wind is generating basically just electricity. But when you're dealing with energy, you have to include the gasoline you put in your car. You have to include the propane you use to cook your dinner, diesel oil that's used to drive trucks and so forth. Everything is included in that. The home heating.
Not just electricity.
Yeah. So the figures that I keep in my mind are figures for the figures I usually have in my mind are the ones that relate to electricity, and the growth in solar and wind power is, I don't know. I think solar and wind power are probably renewables in general, including hydropower and so forth, are contributing about 20%. And I really expect that they're probably going to top the output of coal by the end of the year.
Well, it makes sense just for economic reasons.
Yeah, that's right. And we have part of the story of it's making sense coming up in this next item, which is from Sunday, March 29th. But do you have more on that one?
No, let's move on to the next one. Picture of a unit train.
Yeah.
In Wyoming.
In Wyoming. Although you can tell this is eastern Wyoming. Everything is flat, no mountains.
That unit train reminds me of a time, it was about 20 years ago, I took a rail out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
Got on Amtrak, it just kept going, stopped in Chicago, went through the Dakotas. And an interesting thing that I noticed then was the passenger train took second fiddle to these unit trains of coal. They would put us in a siding while this unit train went by.
Really?
Which I wouldn't expect. I would have figured that the people took priority.
Well, I'm not surprised in a sense because I had an uncle. He was actually my grandmother's brother, who worked on the rail system in the United States. I'm going to say probably just before the First World War, and he worked on silk trains that would carry the silk from ports. I think it was Seattle. To New York City, and they wanted that silk to move as fast as it could possibly go, and they even sidelined express passenger trains.
Well, that's what was happening with the coal trains.
Yeah. Although, I don't know, it's not going to happen much longer, I don't think. Okay.
Well, there's a little bit here of informational stuff that I will pass on.
Yeah.
It came from the article, and it explains some things that we have been talking about.
But Tom,
huh?
We haven't read the title and the synopsis yet.
Oh, we're getting ahead of me.
Let's get a
U.S. coal exports declined in 2019.
Right, and this is from the Beckley Register Herald. In 2019, U.S. coal exports fell to 93 million short tons, down 20% from the previous year. That's a big decline. The Energy Information Administration's annual coal report provided this information. Steam coal exports were affected by the downturn in global, most affected dropping 30% in 2019 from 2018. But metallurgical coal, what they call met coal, was down 12%. And, you know,
that's just what I was going to cover.
Yeah.
Beckley, for what it's worth, happens to be in the heart of the West Virginia coal mining area.
Yeah, okay.
And this is what I was going to tell you. Steam coal, also known as thermal coal, is used for electricity generation and space heating for homes and businesses.
Right.
Metallurgical coal is used to produce coke, a primary fuel and reactant in the blast furnace process for steelmaking.
Right.
So demand for metallurgical coal is correlated with the demand for that steel.
Yes.
And most metallurgical coal comes from Appalachia.
Right. And that's important. To the people of West Virginia, that's important.
Well, yeah, it employs most of the people in that part of West Virginia by quite a big degree.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
We have a picture of a very snazzy truck.
Yeah, I like that one. Called Out of Date and Just a Little Bit Obsolete.
Well, that again was my title. This comes from Entercom Inc.
Exxon may crush bailout hopes for suffering fracking companies. This is significant.
This shows you what's going on. Different people have got different ideas about what to do. In a remarkable interview on March 26th, CEO Scott Sheffield of shale firm Pioneer Natural Resources gave great clarity to why shale companies are unlikely to get bailed out and why the American Petroleum Institute has been touting free markets and opposing the bailout. Well, yeah, it's easy to tout the free market when you can use it to destroy your competition.
Well, this is an interesting takeaway from it, or a sideline.
Yeah.
There's about 74 independent shale companies.
Yes.
There's only going to be about 10 of them left at the end of 2021. The rest of them are going to become ghosts or zombies.
Yeah, that's basically what they're predicting.
And it's saying they're deeply indebted and they're losing billions of dollars.
Yeah, well, this is something that it's really almost. I feel sympathy for people who are working in this business because it's an expensive business. Oil is not inexpensive to produce. It's a business that has been under pressure because of a whole variety of problems. The amount of money they've got to put into drilling, the fact that the wells don't keep producing very long.
Well, that's a big disappointment. They're not producing anywhere near what they predicted.
Yeah, and then on top of everything else, these people have got debts they have to pay. They've got bondholders, and all of a sudden comes along the coronavirus, which cuts demand, and then comes along this trade war between Saudi Arabia and Russia, in which they're supposedly shooting at each other, but somehow the bullets come at us.
This is kind of an interesting thing. It looks like Exxon is going to wind up buying up all these independent shale companies, and basically they've been speculating.
Yeah, and you know what? If Exxon is going to is going to buy up those companies, they're going to buy them up for almost literally for a song.
Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar? Do you think it'll be as much as a penny? There have been shale oil companies that have gone broke, and they have. Coal companies have done this. They've gone broke and offered up their assets for sale, and no bidders.
No bidders for it. Nobody even wants it. Huh?
And this is going to happen to the shale companies too. And then you've got the problem of they've created a big pond of petroleum, a thing that ducks land in and die. And who's going to clean that up?
I'm not.
Well, I'm not either. So,
well, let's move along here and take a picture of this information.
And that's what she was. You'll see that misinformation is actually part of the picture.
Well, that's just what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Misinformation kills. I'm not talking about her.
Yeah, well.
Link between climate denial and coronavirus conspiracy.
Yeah. Misinformation is being spread, scientific warnings are being ignored, and leading Republicans have said that addressing the problem is either too expensive or too difficult. No, this isn't climate change. This is the new reality of the novel coronavirus. Things have changed since this since this particular news item appeared.
Well, with the articles not knocking conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories and fake news have been on the rise.
Yes, they have.
Theories hide a larger problem: widespread skepticism about the severity of the crisis. Such spreading of misinformation can put people in danger. Well, the bottom line is we don't really know what's going on.
No, we don't. And I've seen a couple of articles about that. One of them was, I forget the man's name. He's the head health official in France, and he said the numbers are just wrong. He said the numbers. There are people who die at home, and there are people who die in other places, and they're not even being counted in the death coronavirus deaths. And he said,
but they didn't go to the hospital.
That's right. But one of the things that he said that surprised me, and then when I read on in the article, I found that this was true not only in France, but in most places, including the United States. If people die in nursing homes, they're very likely not going to be added to that list.
Uh-huh.
And, this is a serious problem. On the other hand, this particular virus, I never realized until this thing came along how delicate viruses are.
Uh-huh.
If you wash your hands, if you've got the virus on your hands and you wash them, what you're doing is the soap you're using, assuming that you're washing with soap, which you should, is going to remove a layer of fat on the outside of the virus that protects it from being oxygenated.
Oh.
Once it gets out into the air and is exposed to the air, it's only going to last for minutes before it's gone.
So washing your hands makes a lot of sense.
Washing your hands, and they used to say, wash your hands, if you want to sanitize your hands, wash your hands for a minute in hot water. With this thing, they're saying, wash your hands for at least 20 seconds in water with soap. And what that tells me is the kinds of things that you're trying to wash off normally are far more difficult to remove than the virus here. But the one thing that you have to do is you have to wash your hands thoroughly. You have to get between your fingers and under your nails and so forth.
Well, there's good germicidal soaps out there now in a little dispenser bottle.
But any soap will work.
Any soap will work.
Any soap, because what you're doing is dissolving a minuscule layer of fat, and once that's gone, that virus is kind of in hopeless shape. Hopeless for it.
Let's move along. Monday, March 30th.
Oh, I should say, by the way, that item came from Grist. Yes, Monday, March 30th. Interesting article here from Clean Tech.
That picture there, when I looked at it, I thought it was a cell phone.
Yeah,
that's a very large automobile battery. It's about 6 feet long by 3 feet wide.
Yeah.
And it fits to the floor of the car.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm just going to guess it's 6 or 8 inches thick.
Yeah, something like that.
Not small. It looks like something that could fit into a cell phone. It almost looks like a cell phone battery. But anyway, this is from Clean Technica. What do you have for title?
Well, it's interesting here because there's been problems with batteries, and this is talking about that.
Yes.
So BYD, which we talked about, Build Your Dreams, it means.
Yes.
The Chinese company unveils new fire-resistant and explosion-resistant blade batteries.
BYD announced its new blade battery. The company says it can withstand all sorts of punishments that cause ordinary lithium battery cells to burn or explode. These are things like being punctured by a nail, crushed, bent, heated to 300 degrees Celsius, or overcharged by 260%.
Well, what they're saying here is many people are nervous about electric cars.
Yeah.
Hearing they will short circuit in a car wash or heavy rain, or burst into flames in a garage at any time.
Yeah,
that's kind of
Not likely.
Crazy, but people do believe. Some people believe that.
Well, there's one of the things about Clean Technica is that they're really into electric vehicles, and particularly they're into Teslas, and they've been running articles for the last couple of years about the fact that if there is a battery fire in an electric vehicle, it's headline news.
Oh yeah,
it's all over the place. Have you ever seen a car burning on a road?
Yes.
Fully engulfed in fire?
Yes.
That's a scary sight. And I've seen that happen a number of times. And
it's something that's more fearful than one of these batteries.
Far more. And you know, the other thing is, this reminds me a little bit of a friend of mine he was a consultant, and he was a technical consultant, and somebody called him up one day and said, I'm told that you keep guns. Is that true? And he was a little bit leery about answering that straightforwardly, but he did. And the guy said, the person had already identified himself as calling from a place that needed a consultant who could write up a technical problem. He said, we've got a site that you can use, and we've got the equipment, except we don't have somebody who's got a gun, and we want you to come and shoot a battery.
Wow.
So he brought a little pistol. It was a 380, and if you don't know 380s, they're not terribly powerful. They're actually not powerful at all.
It's kind of a gun to carry in a purse or something like that.
Yeah, it's a very popular gun with women who carry guns, and there's a surprising number of them. But he showed up with a 380 and he shot the battery. He said within a minute it was on fire.
Wow.
Now, that was a fair amount of time ago, and that was a problem that Tesla has already addressed to a very large extent. So this business of batteries burning that easily is just not the issue that it would have been if technology had not been updated.
Well, that's what this article's about, really.
Yes.
And this is the future of batteries.
This battery just looks like it's maybe better than other things that are out there. But you never know until things come to market and they are able to go with them.
Let's move on here. We got another one coming up.
Yeah, this is a picture of Alberta tar sands. Doesn't that look like something you'd like to have in your backyard?
Oh, that's pretty horrible.
It's horrible.
I took a look at the article.
Yeah.
We didn't put a picture up, but there's a picture of the tar sands in 1984 and the tar sands today.
Yeah.
And they're about 5 times as big.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It really is. And if you look at this picture, you'll see about halfway up on the right side, there are areas that are blue. And I kind of suspect that those are ponds that are very badly polluted with oil.
I wouldn't argue that. I bet you're right on the money.
Just a suspicion.
Well, let's see what it says here. No one is buying Canada's oil. A preview of the near future new normal.
Yep, this is from Clean Technica. As Saudi Arabia and Russia engage in a price war, lower grades of oil are getting hard to sell. One result is that Alberta's crude oil is selling for less than it costs to ship. Western Canada Select, a domestic heavy oil benchmark, has come in at $4.58 US per barrel. And you know, Tom, when I first saw these figures, somebody had forwarded me an article, and I didn't put it in the blog because I didn't believe it. And I went out looking at, general benchmark oil prices, and I didn't see $4.58 a barrel. And then this came into Clean Technica, and I said,
wow.
Did Steve Hanley, the author, I think it was Steve Hanley was the author, did he get fooled? And so I thought, what I should do is I should look specifically for Western Canada Select. And when I did that, I found that at the time I was looking, it was $5.10. And, this is astonishing. I haven't seen $4.58 oil since before 1973. This is like, I don't know, It's amazing what this is doing to the shale companies, and we were just talking about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of it has been speculation. People looking to make a quick buck.
Yeah.
And it ain't happening.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of speculation, as you said, and there was a lot of people who raised a lot of money, and a lot of money has been lost, and there will be more money lost.
Let's move along here. We'll take a look at a whole bunch of West Virginia coal miners,
who I think are probably all out of work now.
They may very well be.
Yeah.
Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
This is from miningjournal.com. The troubled Pan-Pacific coal miner Coronado Global Resources had to idle its Central Appalachian thermal and metallurgical coal mines. It blamed the COVID-19 induced economic downturn in much of the world. All hourly employees will be laid off. Essential salaried workers will keep working. Now, those essential salaried workers are people who are working in offices to process things.
Yeah, they're not underground.
They're not underground, and they have jobs that if they just stop working, the place would go belly up. So I don't know.
This is interesting. That picture from the article is in the Buchanan mine.
Yeah.
And that's the mine I've been down in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Only about 4 feet tall.
Yeah, you told us that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They give you hammers to use as crutches.
Yes. I would come out of a thing like that with an enormous backache, I think.
Well, what did I read? Did I even read it? Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
Yeah.
We read that.
We're up to Tuesday, March 31st, and we've got an interesting picture here of offshore wind power.
Yeah, we do. That big yellow thing is basically the headquarters. That's where all of the cables go to that rig.
Yeah.
And they're all combined in one big cable takes it to the shore.
Right. And that, if you notice, on the left side of that big yellow thing, there's a thing with a flat top that's hanging off the side, and that is a place for helicopters to land.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
That rig looks smaller than a lot of rigs I've seen. It looks to me like it's probably about 4 stories from the bottom of where people might walk to the top of it. So it means, what I'm saying is...
That's basically a hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, people live there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's read what it says. Northland makes Canadian offshore move.
This is from Renews. Northland Power, a Canadian company, is to buy an early-stage offshore wind development from Nikon Wind Energy Group off British Columbia, Canada. The deal, which is expected to close in mid-2020, will see Northland take up 100% ownership of the Nikon offshore wind farm. I included this in my blog and in this week's show because they're talking about offshore wind off the west coast of North America.
Right.
There's not a big Atlantic shelf out there. There's a steep Pacific shelf. And
there's a narrow Pacific shelf, and now they're starting to explore floating turbines.
Yes. So
we're going to talk about that.
I think we're going to see more action out there.
Well, if you go to this article, you'll find there's some related stories.
Yes.
They're interesting.
Yeah.
The Northland Center will work closely with the Haida Nation, Indian Nation, to explore the project details. And they also mentioned that Northland is acquiring wind farms in other countries like South Korea.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on.
Oh, here we got a nice, interesting picture here.
We do indeed.
Can you see the solar cell in that picture?
Yeah.
Well, what it says here is the company wants to turn your windows into solar panels.
This is from CNN. What if every window could generate electricity? MIT spin-off Ubiquitous Energy has developed transparent solar cells. Its Clearview power windows are what is called solar glass that turn sunlight into energy without the blue-gray opaque panels we generally associate with solar energy. I was a little different.
Generation.
What?
It's a new generation.
It is. We've basically seen this coming. We knew a couple of years ago that people...
We talked about it.
Yeah, but there's two things about this, one of which is that really does look like just plain glass. And the second thing about it is I was a little disappointed in this article because it really doesn't give much of the technical details about how much energy is being produced and so forth.
Not how much, but they do. Well, they do mention this. The technology uses an organic dye that can be used to coat glass surfaces. And the dye allows visible sunlight to pass through, just like normal windows, but it captures the invisible infrared rays from the sunlight. It can turn practically any everyday glass surface into a solar cell.
Yeah.
And it says that the transparent panels can produce 2/3 of the energy that traditional panels do.
Yeah.
And they're not very expensive. They cost about 20% more to install than regular plain ordinary glass windows.
That was from CNN, and then we have an item from Clean Technica.
Aha! GCL plans to invest $2.5 billion in the world's largest solar panel factory.
A report published by Power Technology says China's GCL Systems integrated technology plans to invest more than $2.5 billion.
That's billion with a B, isn't it?
Billion with a B, to build the world's largest solar panel factory. It will reportedly be able to produce enough solar panels to meet half the global demand. Just think about that for a minute. Think about the amount of money that it takes to meet half the global demand. That's $2.5 billion, as opposed to the amount of money that it takes, which would probably be $10 billion, to build one nuclear reactor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The article says that this factory is going to be capable of building 60 gigawatts worth of solar panels annually.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
A gigawatt is big.
A bigawatt.
Gigawatt, that's right.
Well, we got another article coming up. It's for the birds.
Yeah, this is from Wednesday, April 1st, and the article is from BBC.
And that's a nightingale, in case you're wondering.
Yep.
And nightingales are wonderful singers.
That's what they say.
They're the closest thing we have is our own state bird, which is the hermit thrush.
Yeah.
And I was listening to recordings of both of these birds, and they sound very much alike.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now, the hermit thrushes, they can sing for an hour and not repeat the same song.
Really?
They're fabulous.
When I was a little kid, I had a canary, and that canary would sing just the most beautiful song, but it sang the same song over and over again.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
Now, these guys are very, very creative.
Yeah. So what's that for a title?
Warning clips the nightingale's wing.
One of the world's favorite songbirds may be undergoing some profound physical impacts as temperatures rise. Researchers in Spain found that over a 20-year period, nightingales had been growing to have smaller wingspans. The scientists say this is linked to climate change in the region. The region here being mostly southern England.
That's what they're saying, yep.
Yeah.
The hermit thrush is a state bird, and it even looks like a bird.
Yeah. The Spanish were involved in this because the nightingales, when they migrate from, northern Europe, but a lot of them are living in southern England, and they migrate from there to sub-Saharan Africa every year and back again. So that's why the Spanish were involved, because they were, the nightingales. Going through Spain, yeah. Okay, more on that?
Well, I just said that numbers have declined by 90% over the last half century.
Yeah, this is it's really sad. It really is. Okay.
There's a picture cleverly called "Cars on the Road."
Again, my title. They didn't have a title, and you know what I do? I save these pictures that come with the article to a file, and I have to give the file a name. So what you're seeing there is the name of the file I put in. Okay, this is from Benzinga.
Benzinga.
Benzinga. Okay, I'll let you. Your way is more interesting than mine. Benzinga.
Benzinga.
There you go.
Trump cuts fuel efficiency standards. Wow. Chastises foolish oil executives on Twitter.
Foolish is his word. This is astonishing to me. The Trump administration cut fuel standards and ushered in a plan calling for significantly lower annual increases in fuel economy, but not all automakers were happy about this. He had some words for the industry's leadership and called them, quote, foolish executives, end quote.
We've talked about this already.
We have indeed, but they when we talked about it before, they were talking about doing this. Now they've done it.
Now he's done it.
And the big thing here is California and a number of states have got a right, which was signed into law, to have different standards than the federal standards, and the California standards are more
rigid.
More rigid. And this was something that was a I don't know that it was signed into law, but it was agreed to. You know, it was a formal agreement. And
California and a few other states.
Well, it was
with different drummer.
Yeah, and
in California, it's understandable. They want to clean up the air.
That's right. And California's big enough that if they set standards, the auto companies can work on that standard. This is
Silver Linings Playbook, Coronavirus Edition.
This is a picture of an empty beach, and it was a NASA image. And if you look at that image, Tom, tell me how NASA managed to take that from outer space. Anyway, with the pandemic, we're in the middle of a global wake-up call. That's what this article says. But it doesn't mean it's not possible to look forward and see what we'll gain by waking up. Some things will be minor compared to the damage of COVID-19, but some things will be major. What are the silver linings? Okay.
They got a whole list here.
They sure do.
Oh, I guess we got enough time to read it.
Yeah.
Well, there's about 7 or 8 of them here.
Okay.
First one is the world has awakened to the fragility of oil and gas as underpinnings of the economy.
Yes.
And the second one, we accept that collective action and sacrifice are necessary to solve global problem.
Yes.
A third one, this is interesting because it's different from the other two. More people are wearing face masks.
Yes.
The second one's kind of related to that. The handshake as an indicator of leadership strength is probably dead now.
Right.
They're telling you, don't shake hands.
Don't shake hands. You know, I don't even like bumping elbows, which is what some people are doing.
Yeah.
I hold my hand out from 6 feet away and say virtual handshake and move it up and down.
Interesting. Well, anti-vaxxers, people against vaccines, have mostly shut up.
Yes.
And Trump, this is an interesting one. Trump's likelihood of a return to the Oval Office in November 2020 has diminished.
I think yes.
And finally, the last one, our global ability to deal with the next pandemic, and they're assuming it's going to happen, it will be much stronger.
Well, I think that's true, and I think we can bet that there will be a pandemic. You know, this problem of what is the next pandemic, epidemic, whatever, you know, was going to come. I've been reading about the next one that was coming for years and years and years. And I remember some time ago reading about the thing saying the article I was reading saying it was overdue. We have a major pandemic more often than once every century, and they gave a number of years. I don't know, it was 84 years or whatever. But the next pandemic was overdue, and they were talking about the fact that the United States was not prepared for it. And you know the situation now, we had huge numbers of people are not working. Huge numbers of people have filed for unemployment. Things are not progressing the way that they normally do.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a lot of conspiracy theories about this.
Yes.
They found the biggest one involves a MIT professor, I think he is, and some Chinese guys that were working with him
Yeah.
And one of the Chinese guys, this happened back in December, got caught smuggling some unknown chemical compounds.
Chemical compounds?
Well, they were chemical compounds affecting things like pandemics.
Really?
And he was taking them to Wuhan.
That's what the conspiracy theory says.
Well, there are facts. The conspiracy theory ties them all together in a sinister manner.
Yeah, well, I have a conspiracy theory. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
Donald Trump's father was getting into trouble just before he was born with the FBI, and you can look it up. That was going not the FBI, the IRS. So he wanted to leave the country. So he and his wife went to the Brazilian embassy in Washington, D.C., and at the embassy, she went into labor prematurely, and Donald Trump was actually born at the embassy on Brazilian soil.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, so he's got to come up with credentials just like he wanted Barack Obama to come up with credentials. I don't know. I mean, you can make these things up. You can just do it. And if we're going to operate our government and our economics on the basis of made up things, it's not going to work. And you'll notice he went from saying this was going to be stopped at the border, the coronavirus, to saying we need $2 trillion with a T. T as in Tommy. We need $2 trillion to fight it. He went that distance in 2 weeks. Now he says he's going to be really happy if only 100,000 people die of it in the United States.
Wow.
And it's like the misinformation that was out there is the various news organizations that blow Donald Trump's horn for him were just passing information that was whatever it was, and we're in a complete. But the point that I'm trying to make is he promised $2 trillion into the economy, and what happened to the stock market? Not much. It was kind of saying ho hum.
Contemplate that. That's kind of interesting,
isn't it? I don't know what to say about it. I'm sitting at my computer right now, and I can look at the Dow Jones Index. And it is at 20,995, which is about 9,000 below what it was at the peak about 6 weeks ago. And if I look at it for the last month, yeah, there was a little bit of a rise, not a huge rise, when they started really getting serious about that. But it went up from 18,500 to 20,900. But it's not. You'd think that with $2 trillion coming, they'd be all excited and happy, but I just don't see it.
One might think, but stuff goes on there that you and I aren't privy to.
Well, that's true. And, the stock market's idea about what's going to happen and everybody else's are two different things.
Well, people think of the stock market as a whole bunch of people buying shares. And the reality is that most of the stock market is bought by organization.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, they're investor groups, stuff like that.
Yeah, mutual funds. Retirement funds.
Absolutely.
Unions.
And well, I guess you could call mutual funds agglomerations of investors, but that's what they are.
That's what they are. Yeah. Okay, Tom, I think we're at the end of our show now.
Well, we've done a little bit more than an hour. We've done about an hour and 5 minutes, so.
Including about 5 minutes that I think Brian's going to have to remove.
He's going to have to just cut it off.
Okay, so we'll say goodbye to everybody. And the note is, at the end of this, have a perfectly untroubled week. We hope
that'd be a good idea.
Our watchers are able to be careful about the coronavirus and prevent themselves successfully from getting it. Because
my battery on the phone has survived, which is good news.
I will predict that it'll be back another day.
I think it will. Where it stands,
It recharges automatically anyhow. Okay. Well, goodbye, everybody, and come back next time. Adios, amigos.
We will call the meeting to order at 7:03. Sure. And I guess the first thing is to call for late additions to the agenda, which I have a few, and there's probably a few others. Things are happening fast, lots of stuff. A few of these things I'm going to kind of lump into number 8, which is just kind of an update on the COVID-19 situation, kind of operations, things like that. I think I'll kind of bucket yours into there too. Volunteer thing was one of them, and the internet access type discussion, if you want to comment on that, town internet access. So, the other was there are a few overweight permits that have come in. Want to discuss an appointment to the Jamaica Planning Commission, and also discuss the possibility of setting up an authorized member of our board to sign off on pay orders and things like that if we decide down the road that we're not holding meetings or things like that, so we can kind of keep rolling along. Did you have others, Paul? I know you had mentioned, but I think a few I covered.
You got the one for the from the fax from DLCT. You got that one. The draft. That's under your 8, right?
Yep.
Okay. And oh, I have one quick little letter we got today from West River Valley Thrives. So we get that later at the end.
Okay, anybody else? Nope, good. Hopefully we have a lot to talk about. Hopefully, though, we can stay in track and move along. Next item, to approve the minutes of the March 9th, our last meeting. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read it, or any comments? The only thing I did have one, I just wanted to, I think down underneath the transfer station, this is regarding you, Jessica, does say Wyndham Solid Waste Management Assistant, should say alternate.
Alternate.
Where's this again?
At the very last, second to last line on the town appointments on the first page of the minute.
Okay, should be alternate. Gotcha.
Anything else?
I move we accept the March 9th minutes with that correction.
Second.
Second by Paul. Any other additional comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Got 4 approvals. Any opposed? Thank you. And now next to approve the minutes, this is something that we missed at last week's meeting, but to approve the minutes from the town meeting. I didn't see anything on there. Anybody else?
I didn't really study them, to be honest with you.
Want to defer it to the next meeting? Or you want to take a minute now and read it?
Did anyone look at them?
I read through.
I read them.
Yeah.
I read them.
Nothing jumped out. I'll make a motion to approve.
No, but Terry, did you read the numbers? That was the only thing that in the minutes.
But I gave her the numbers to put.
You gave her the numbers. Got it. That would be my one thing I would.
She
right.
They're the same.
In which case.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing that I wasn't sure about.
Well, I'll move that we accept the town meeting 2020 Jamaica, Vermont minutes.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, perfect. And as we always do, we will move the approval of the timesheets and the pay orders and things like that to the end of the meeting. There have come in, I guess I actually had that on the agenda. I thought I was going to add it, but it's already there. The approved, there are 6 overweight permits that have come in. They all have their they've all paid and all that good stuff, and we will move them to the road commissioner. Any
just the names of them.
Okay, we can read that for the record. There is A.S. Clark and Sons of Newfane, Plimpton Excavating of Wardsboro. We have Newton Construction of Middlesex, Vermont. We have A.R. Sandry Incorporated of somewhere close by. Greenfield, thank you. And Suburban Propane of Manchester, I'm going to assume. And one other, Miller Construction of Windsor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
It's also in case there's something, what company any of us have.
Okay. Yep.
I move to pass the overweight permits to the road commissioner.
All moves, I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good to go. We'll move those along. One item I did put on here, just so people know, and everybody, I mean, I don't know how quickly this gets posted online, for the people that are not here, the school district vote, I guess they're meeting tonight or tomorrow at their meeting, where they then will vote to postpone the vote. So other than that, I don't know anything, but I'm just threw it on there just to let everybody know that the vote is going to be postponed. Stay in touch with your school board, and we'll find out when. It's an important vote. Hopefully everybody gets out there when it does come up. And now the big item on the list, kind of updates on the COVID-19 and then office operations. That was kind of the first thing that came up, and then there's obviously a lot of things that have been tagged on there. I guess we kind of don't want it too big of a bucket, but we've got a nice bucket here to throw some stuff in to talk about. The first thing, Paul and I met last week with Terry and Sarah in the office and just addressed some top-level issues, concerns with people, a lot of people coming in and out of the office. So right now the office is operating with a closed door. All functions are going on inside, answering the phone, doing the computer work and that kind of stuff. But we then also drafted some alternatives if we need to go further, and I think tonight's discussion would be to formally approve these, but also talk about what these next steps are, if we can kind of forecast that a little bit. Right now we're on step 1, I guess, and I'll just read this for the camera. Given the current spread of the COVID-19 virus throughout our region, the town of Jamaica is taking the following steps to protect the health of our personnel and the public. They will be implemented immediately and continue until cleared by the State Department of Health. The first step, which is what we've kind of implemented right now, is the office will remain open during normal business hours. However, walk-in service will be eliminated. Any business to be transacted that cannot be conducted by phone or email may be arranged with the town staff by calling the office and making an appointment. And from our feedback, that seems to be working fairly well. There's definitely been a reduction in just in general the amount of traffic anyways, but it's nice to be kind of distanced from people just coming in and out of the office, and get our regular work done. And it's nice that somebody's there to answer the phone and kind of relieve maybe some people's anxieties about what's going on, answer questions and things like that. So step 2 would be that we would fully close the town office and transfer phones, computer applications and things like that to the treasurer's and the town clerk's homes. This would be if the state moved to go into a more of a lockdown type operations. We have moved our main software to the cloud, Nemrick, which handles our just about everything, probably.
All of mine.
So all of our pay orders, all of our accounting functions, things like that. I think land records are there too. So a lot of the different operations for both the treasurer and town clerk are moved to the cloud as of now, and you guys have worked that and tested it, and it's
Today
functional.
was the first day and it works great.
So we're able to do that now, if that comes about.
The last one.
And then, actually, yeah, I didn't quite finish reading that. Should the occasion arise that something must be done from the office, the staff, they will come to the office as needed for the particular project or as they feel necessary. And that somewhat will be dictated by any mandates that come down to say what we can and cannot do.
Right.
But we obviously want to remain as functional as possible and, provide services to the town as needed. Further comments, or?
I think one of the things that we don't know the answer to is how long we're going to be in this position. And the longer we are, the harder it's going to be to have the place closed. So there may be a time, if it goes to that, to the end of the fiscal year or later on when they may need to go into the office to do some things, that's part of the plan. We build that in there. But it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I mean, despite some noise coming out of the White House, I think realistically it's going to be a while, because I think our governor, based on his most recent press conference, while he's not there yet, he was I wasn't quite sure where he was going, but it's, regardless of what the White House dictates, each of these governors are going to lay down the law as they see fit. I'm not sure there's going to be just kind of the types of activities that might make the town office, increase tension with the town office being closed would be commercial ones. I don't think there's going to be an increase in commercial activity, so I don't think we have to worry about that. If there was another, if for whatever reason we became involved as a town in activities around the virus and we needed access to the town offices, I would defer to Sarah and Terry on that, what that would be, or if there were another natural disaster, right? But other than that, with the access to all of the data through the cloud, I think it could probably subsist the way it is. I thought the document, as you've just described, is kind of, I don't know that we really need to do anything to it at this stage.
It's simple, which is nice.
Simple.
But it covers.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing that it's not mentioned specifically, but it's got to do with how long this goes on, is I believe, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you not need access to the printer in your office to cut checks for the road crew?
Well, I just talked to a road crew into going to direct deposit.
Good.
And on a normal week, they were really the only 2 checks that I wrote.
Okay.
So I can do direct deposit from home if I have to, because I just need to take it with me. And if any of you want your checks direct deposit, just give me the form. And there's one other person that works in the library that I cut a check for, but I believe the library is closed right now, so I don't think that we'll be paying her. But I do have a question about the librarian.
I think Greg said the library's closed, but she was still working in it.
The librarian is, I'm not sure.
Oh, regular librarian. They're thinking about,
the other one.
That's true, yeah.
And the other Greg, so I don't know.
No, the other Greg, yeah. There's lots of Gregs. We have plenty to choose from.
And I do have a question about her pay, but I don't know when that would come up. So.
Does Dan's pay go to the automatic, or is it even a check?
Say that again?
Dan
is direct deposit.
This is direct deposit? So.
Yeah, the 2 highway guys were the only ones that were the holdouts, and I basically told them they needed to
make sure.
And they did it today. I just did everything today, so.
Yeah, it alleviates some uncertainty.
That's for sure, because the banks, most of their lobbies are closed now. And this, I said, you'll get it 12 hours after you would normally get your check, so.
Without having to go to the bank.
Right. We'll clear the form. And if I had to take the printer home for some reason, my printer that's near my desk is pretty compact,
portable.
So I can just take it with me.
Would you have any need for the, well, if you guys, let's go to paragraph 2. If the 2 went home and started working strictly out of the office, if for some reason we had to close the office down. There's one phone line. How do you envision dividing up that in the fax line? How would you divide that up? Have you thought about that?
Well, the fax would answer itself, obviously, when it's a fax in there. And the only time that line rings is when our first line is busy. So if we're on the first line, it'll roll to the fax line. So if nobody is there to answer the first line, I believe if it's transferred to one of us, that second line would ring anyway. They would probably get a busy signal, and then they would just call back if we were on the phone. But truthfully, in the last few days, the phone has not been overly busy.
And I think if we did move to transfer one of the lines, we could always ask Consolidated what kind of functionality is out there as far as forwarding things and things like that.
I mean, we've forwarded lines in the past, like, I don't know what the situation was, but it was fairly recent. It might have been when the town garage phone was out. I had it transferred to the town office so that I could, you know, if somebody called the town garage, it would just ring in there.
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff to move the phone.
Yeah.
We just have to come up with who's forwarding it and when does it ring and all that kind of stuff, I guess. Do we want to go through that right now to determine or deputize somebody to run the operation once we get there?
Are we going to have another meeting in 2 weeks here?
I think right now we're somewhat going through some items to not have to.
Okay, I didn't know if that's...
But it's a good question. I mean, it may get worse. I think we're all comfortable in here if everything's given the same, but there's one thing that came about that we'll add in for discussion. Maybe now's a good time to bring it up. Is the, signing off on the pay orders. We do have to do that as part of the open meeting law. We can't just say, come on into the office and everybody sign off on your own thing. But we, according to the statute here, and this is some information from VLCT, is that we're able to designate somebody to sign off on the pay orders. And so my thinking is that we'd want to do that, again, for a plan B. If we don't meet in 2 weeks, we'll have somebody authorized to sign off on the pay orders so that we're not forced to meet.
Before this, in the select board handbook, it says that the select board agrees, I mean, I don't know if this would ever come into play, or if it's even about what we're talking about. But the chair and the vice chair, if the select board says it's okay, like they decided on something, one or the other can sign.
Right.
I don't know if it applies to that.
No, I think it's exactly that.
But the chair and the
you just
vice
have to
chair.
say who it is. It doesn't. I don't even think it has to be the chair or the vice chair.
Well,
that
there are
makes
things
sense.
in the reg, if this wasn't going on.
Yeah. Oh, that even without this.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to authorize it. Oh, okay.
I don't know if
maybe
that pertains to checks, but it said if the select board approves of whatever it is, that the chair or the vice chair can sign. Didn't say what, whatever needed to be.
Right. So when it's like the board of directors, if a board of directors authorizes a loan, right, any authorized officer is allowed to sign. It's essentially the same construct. But I think in this case, what would be cleaner for us would be to say, Greg, if you're comfortable with it, we are acknowledging that as a board that we're investing in you the authority to sign.
And I'm very comfortable with it. I think that we should. I guess we do have to vote on it, so we can't say vote on it contingent to having another meeting, but we do have to say it. And if we have another meeting, we can always unvote it, so to speak. And I think that makes sense because, in my thinking too, it's not going to immediately get better, and if we can have an option to not have a meeting, there may be other issues that we need to have the meeting, but if we can eliminate a couple, that's great.
Absolutely.
I think you should maybe we should follow that rule that it's maybe two signers. If you can't make it or you get sick or that the vice
An
chair
alternate.
could do it.
Vice chair is
Sure,
an alternate.
absolutely, yeah. And Tom has actually expressed that since he's in town, he could be the person too. So not that I can't get here, but Tom has offered to be one of those people.
Right. Are you comfortable? Well, Andy is as well, and I'm in town, but Andy is vice chair. Do you want to?
Yes, because it's in the manual already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's in the handout that I gave you, there's actually a motion, tentative motion written in the second paragraph there. This is not to be a motion, just reading it says, a motion to give such authorization might be phrased as, I move that we appoint, for example, the chair and the vice chair of the legislative body members to approve and sign orders for payroll. For example.
To say that.
What's that?
I was just about to say that without this, but yeah. I'm happy to
no,
make
I'm
that
just saying
motion.
this.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
For till 1st of July or something.
Oh, this is from the FAQs. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not this creative. And then any orders approved under this authority must state definitely the purpose for which they are drawn. The full legislative body must later be provided with a record of all the orders. So we just have to keep record of everything that we sign. Terry was talking earlier about sending the warrants to us all, and that if there was, if none of us had any questions or disapproval, then we could just send a note to you saying, yup.
Yeah, or just to voice concerns if something we looked at.
And if there's a problem,
questions
exactly.
or whatever. Yeah.
Or if there was an invoice that you had a question about, and I could send that to you. And the other thing is that I have a Google account for my treasurer. I have a Gmail account, so I could set up the drive to put the invoices on, and then you could look at them all.
And if you would invite us all to it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Is that, it's legal, right?
Yeah, because all of this has to be transparent. So
Right.
putting it on Google is consistent with.
And there may, it sounds like, I mean, the legislature is in continuous discussion of making these types of laws still fit the law, but be a little bit more
less stringent
in a situation like this. So this may become, not this, but in general, things may become easier.
Hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I think
Tomorrow, I think is.
Last week it was last Wednesday,
Right.
and this week it's tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've heard that there's grumbling,
Yeah.
so
Kicking the
I would
ball
be
down.
great if it happens tomorrow, but it may not.
Yeah.
So are we all, do you want to make the formal, in the interest of moving along? or
Sure,
are we gonna-
I don't have any problem with that. Let's, do we like the idea for sending the warrants? That's independent of the motion, that's just the mechanics of how to affect it. So the motion would be to have the chair and the vice chair.
And it would be both or either?
It's the chair and the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is not available.
Okay.
Do you want to just one, or I don't know if it needs to be two? What do you think?
What he just said.
I think it should have to be or, not and.
Okay, this doesn't put or in here, but
Nope.
we can put that in ourselves. All right, let's try this phrase. I move that we appoint the chair or the vice chair of the Jamaica Select Board to approve and sign orders for payroll or operating expenses for
Put it out there.
April, May, June.
We can always
I would say until the,
3 months.
until the board reverses it.
What's that?
Why don't we do it until the board reverses it?
Well, they did say for a period of time.
Um,
Suggested to say a period of time.
Yeah.
And we can always still reverse it.
Here's
Put it a
the
date
thing,
out
change
there.
it. There may
We can
be a
always-
and
provision.
I would do 12 months until we reverse it.
I still don't understand what you just said.
I understand that it says for a period of time here, and I think
Yeah.
under ordinary circumstances, you would do that. But in this circumstance, my recommendation would be, don't. Either do a very long period, unless we decide an earlier time. Just gives us maximum flexibility.
And my thought on that was when I read this the first time was there may be some buried in the bowels of the legislature that says in order for us to do this, there must be a discrete period of time. Perhaps.
I've done some research.
So say it's a year.
It's not going to be an
Say
invalid.
it's a year and then 6
Right.
months if we
If we
come
say
back.
12 months, it's not going to be an invalid resolution of the board.
I feel more comfortable just saying it's July 1st and we can re-vote it again.
See how things are going.
Yeah.
July 1.
1st of July.
It may require us to convene though to reverse,
If we don't meet between now and the 1st of July.
Exactly, that's why I don't recommend it. But
We can't say indefinitely.
no, but a longer period than 2
No,
months.
I'm asking, indefinitely
You
isn't
actually,
specific enough.
not really, because then you're in essence, you're changing the the function of the board and the roles of some of the members of the board.
Okay.
So I think this is, to address, but I don't think July 1, I would just go out farther. I'd go 6 months, and then.
We can always turn it off.
Yes, and it's reasonable to say 6 months, just, it's, if you meet a reasonable man standard based on the science and what's understood about what we're facing. So for the board to have said, for this length of time, and knowing at any time if it resolves and things are great this summer, we can always, shut it off.
Okay,
So you're saying 6 months, go to the 1st of September then?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Do I hear a second to that revised? Do you have this wording, Terry? It's the standard wording that's.
I'll give you a copy of this, Terry.
That's in the
I think I
VLCT.
have a copy at the office.
Just before we do the resolution, so Terry, payroll and operating expenses is a big enough bucket in terms of the orders that are there any other, only because I'm new to this, so I don't know what other types of orders.
I was wondering what you call the other orders, but operating expenses is good.
Is
Does that
good
cover
enough?
it?
Okay.
That covers it?
You have a colorful claim of that.
I mean, there was some emergency, but it would still be operating expense, so.
When you look at what we end up signing all the time, it's basically how the expense of running the town, operating
Right.
expense. That's why I put them both in there.
Right, okay.
So,
Do you want
is
to
the
read that?
motion
Motion.
lengthy to read back? I'll second it, but I don't,
Read it
Well, I
again.
have the wording here.
Okay.
So I'll put it in here. And then you can next time fix it.
So we can read it again though?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so I seconded it, so.
But you like
Reread the motion.
Read what we've got.
I want to see what
Just
Terry wrote.
Read what Terry's going to write.
Or Terry, do you want to read it for us?
Or I can.
Between the two of them, I'm gonna put this together, because I think I wrote something totally different than what, was on the sheet, so.
It's right there in the middle of that second bullet.
So you moved that we appoint
The chair.
Chair and vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
or the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is unavailable. I'm reading my stuff too. So,
Yeah.
to approve and sign the orders for payroll and the running expenses.
Through September.
But this is, okay, so
Through
through.
September 1.
All right, I had expired.
For the period of
but
6 months or, okay.
Through September 1, 2020. And I don't think the rest of it is part of the.
No, I think that's good.
So-
Yep.
Now, do we want to say do we want to say in the minutes, because it does seem to be saying here, you want to be making clear why you're undertaking this, and this is, in response to steps the town is taking to address the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's enough. I don't think we have to say any more than that, but we
Right.
do have to say why we're doing it.
Right. Well, it might clearly say to modify our town select board procedures in light of the COVID, because we're not actually attacking COVID with this, we're attacking our procedures.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the
I'm
same
fine
page.
with that.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we're stating what the reason is, yeah.
So what are you gonna say after this?
That this is.
This motion
this-
is in
in support
response.
of the modification of select board procedures in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And see what it says in here about the legislative body must be later be provided with a record of all orders. Terry, if you just send us the warrants, that's basically a record of all orders.
Yes.
So by doing that, then we cover that provision of the law as well.
Now, when those get sent, Who sees them? Just us?
Right.
Okay, but is that public?
I'm going to send them to everybody.
Right, but if someone wanted to see these, can they walk in the office and look at them? Okay.
Not going
But I
forward,
just,
though, the
it has
offices
nothing
will-
to do with the motion, really,
But
But
we could then
right.
share them.
So someone would have to make a
someone-
request
Right.
to see them, and then Terry could give access.
Right.
Okay.
But that's not really different than today, when you go,
No, correct.
someone wanted to see them, they
No,
go
I
to the
kind
office.
of
Yeah.
was saying that for the camera.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yep. So we're comfortable with that? Are you still?
I'm comfortable with that motion as it's being recorded by our secretary. Not quite sure how it's worded, but I'm all right with it.
Any further discussion? Sounds like, Terry, you've got it, right?
Yeah.
You read it back.
I
Yeah.
hope so, or you're going to have to change it the next time. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I think that was one of the bigger items in that bucket. There was a few other things that I mean, more or less can just, I mean, we'll get into some stuff that Chris is gonna, he's got some detail on. But we've, I mean, these just make logical sense. I mean, at the transfer station, the operational hours are, you know, continuing as normal. Dan's taken steps for his personal health. We have closed the swap shop though, partly due to a tight space, and also we don't need goods coming in or out of there that may be contaminated. There was the discussion of extending the dog license deadline to May 1st, which I think is pretty, I mean, I think that I've heard that's a logical extension. And I think as a board, we may need to vote on that just because that's part of it is a statute, it is a town statute.
I can tell you that just personally, I have a pet who needs his rabies shot, and I can't get one. So.
And all the clinics are not.
They're not.
I missed the clinic. I was going to bring him to the vet like I usually do.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah.
They're only doing emergency.
Exactly.
So that too, we may end up
So-
extending a little bit. I mean, obviously we
Of course,
want
I don't
pets
either.
to have all their shots and all that good stuff. I mean,
Right.
there's obvious reasons why we do want to have all the licenses, the dog's license, but given the practical sense. do
Is
we
that
need to-
long enough, May, or?
I know, that's what I was just thinking. I don't know if my vet's gonna be open by May 1.
Is it a real, like, public health issue that dogs might get rabies in Jamaica? I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just
Yeah, but that's
thrown
more of
in
an
on
issue
top
that they
of
can't get
it.
their shot versus they can't get their license.
Right.
So we
Right,
don't
but you
have a-
can't get a license if you don't have your,
Right, but we don't have control over the shots.
Right.
So
Right.
it doesn't matter what date we set for the deadline.
Well, what we have control over is we could waive
That, exactly,
Penalty.
waive the penalty.
Waive the
That's the issue.
Penalty, and you have a select board member with an unlicensed dog.
we'll waive that too.
Traces.
So do
It's
we,
too late.
I don't know, do we need to vote on that as a specific item?
I think we need to vote on the waiving of the
Yeah.
penalty because it involves funds, expenditures.
I'll make a motion to waive the penalties associated with the dog licensing deadline of April 1st. And I'll throw it out there as June 1st,
Sure.
until June 1st.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? One other one that was brought up to me as a possible fee situation was to waive the pay-as-you-throw fees. I don't know, I mean, I can see the reason from somebody who's able to afford that, but I don't know that we have the authority to do that because it is a state. I mean, it's this state law, so to speak, that instituting the pay-as-you-throw.
Someone asked for that to be waived? Is that?
That was brought up to
Oh,
me,
okay.
to say, here's something else that we may have people in town that are, you know, unable to get a bag, unable to afford the bags, that they're out of work, those types of things. So acknowledging that that may be an issue, I said I'd bring it up. But I don't know for sure that we have the ability to waive that since it is mandatory.
Right, that's not a town of Jamaica edict, right? That's a
Pay as you throw is an ordinance in Jamaica.
Pay as you throw is ours.
Okay, but isn't a state mandated though that we,
I'm trying to remember it now.
because of the mandatory recycling, that.
How we do it is up to us.
Yeah.
We chose to do the bags and the pay
Okay.
and throw.
Right,
That was something.
Okay, so we do have the ability if we.
The question then is how do you secure or control what's going into the bins?
It opens up a whole lot of.
Oh, it does. If we say no more, if you don't need a yellow bag anymore, have fine outside.
Can I just say that,
Yes, all
Karen-
Vermont towns were required to pass an ordinance that requires waste haulers to bundle the cost of recycling and trash collection at 1 fee for residential customers.
But how you do that? We did it with the pay as you throw.
That was
But
just
it
one
doesn't-
component.
But if we undo it, then we have to institute something else.
Something else, right, exactly.
Yeah.
so Karen sells the bags at D&K's and Rossingville Marketplace also.
Right.
So obviously they pay us for the bags, so I don't think they're gonna be giving away bags. But could we put something in where, I don't know, if somebody was really desperate for that they could either call us at the town office and we can, I mean, we were giving the school free bags up until they merged, now they pay for them, but I just think the stores are not gonna be able to do that, but we at the office could certainly say.
We can make it an exception. Yeah.
And we just keep track.
Situation.
But we need to set up some sort of an objective criteria so that you guys aren't saddled with picking one person over another without some written objective criteria.
Yeah, or you just say, if anybody asks, you can have, 5 bags or 3 bags, but that's your limit for a little while, I suppose, and then we wouldn't have to ask anybody any questions, or even 1 bag. I mean, then if they really had to come back. I don't want to be the
Yeah, you don't want to be the, you don't want to be the person that
goes
the arbitrator, right? Yeah.
Certainly, if we had the authority, if somebody said, I really can't afford the bags right now, and we can say, well, here's 3.
Do there still is an organization in town called Jamaica Cares, correct? That Joel's associated with? Does he still do that? I don't know either.
Not familiar with that.
It was kind of a loose net thing, I think, maybe structured, or he started to get off the ground prior to maybe to help initiate the channeling of stuff through the Muslim Fund, but I can't recall. But maybe there's an outside organization that could vet this a little bit, and they could come to us and say, hey, we've got 6 people that can't afford this, but I don't know who that is. I think we get into a little bit of a difficult situation trying to have the office manage that.
I would suggest we let this go for a couple of weeks. Table it and see how things work.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it just puts them in a terrible position.
I don't think it can be done there. No. I mean, it has to be somebody else.
Well, those are the only places that they can get bags, are the stores.
Right, but it has to be somebody through us or some approval process say, yeah, go see Terry and she'll give you a bag. Whatever.
I agree with leave it alone for now, and if someone has a problem getting rid of their garbage, that they call the office and one of the select board, or we could deal with it.
Yeah.
On a situation by situation or ad hoc basis.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of these things, and that could be caught up in some of the volunteer level of things too. So, okay, I threw it out there. Somebody had asked. For now, we're suspending all events here at the town hall. There was discussion of public internet access. Chris can chime in. I know there was a broadband study that went out through Wyndham Regional from the state.
Yeah, we have not filled that out yet. Did you send it? You didn't send it in yet, did you?
I didn't send it in, but I think it also went out to a number of people in town, because I know Karen forwarded it to me, and I think maybe you had too.
This is the request from Wyndham County, or Wyndham Regional County, from the state that went through the county, WRC, to get an identified, everywhere in the state of Vermont, pockets of free Wi-Fi.
Yep. So that's why that's why we're bringing it up. I don't think it was answered yet, but we're now addressing it.
What I'm saying is, on the internet tonight,
yes,
we are listed. Yes. And we have listed the school, and we have a little black spot near the library, and then the town is listed as no Wi-Fi. So that was something that we were going to discuss.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. They sent, Sue West has sent an email to the broadband rep saying, follow up with the town clerks on the survey request that the WRC did. And I talked with Sarah, and she asked me to fill out the survey, so I did. And the library and the school's open. The library's posted their password on the door, so anybody can use the library. And I entered the town hall as there was a category about, are you thinking about making the password available? So I put the town hall under the thinking about it category.
Right, it is blacked out right now. I've got stuff to add to that too if you want.
Let's go getting back to this. According to the map that I read that tonight, the part about possibilities next to the library and one for the town, next to the town icon said no. But let's get back to the library for a second. I was talking to Jen. Her concern was that anybody who stops to use that Wi-Fi location clogs up the road because there's no parking right there. It's just the road. And she said that you get far enough away to get out of the traffic pattern, and then you can't get the Wi-Fi. So her request, understand that, my understanding was this is supposed to be vetted through the select board tonight. And that, I didn't know that you had done it. I was surprised to see us on there.
But it's our jurisdiction. I mean, we
have
authority over our, I mean, this, I think Chris was just providing public information at that point. I mean, now we need to discuss whether we open up one of our town networks to the public. And I've done a little bit of research on that too, just to know, I mean, I'm talking to Tom basically, because we talked about restricting the one at the town office because we're concerned about security on there. But this does have its own network here.
Right.
So we could talk about opening up the password for this building. Go ahead.
That was, today's request from Chris Campany was, if you've got more information, submit it. Right. So
yeah.
So if you
and I can use that, hey, somebody can pull in my front yard and use mine. I mean, that's how general this survey was.
Well, Jen's request to us,
and that makes sense,
was that we not advertise the one for the library outside of our immediate little family because of the safety issues on that very narrow stretch of road.
Yep, and that makes sense, and especially if we can provide alternatives, like here at the school, I mean, somebody can drive 100 yards away.
So the question then for us today is whether we want to put the password for the town hall across the entire state of Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, if you look at that map, there's so many access points. I mean, there's quite a few, and I imagine more will be popping up. And this is a bigger issue. I mean, this has to do primarily with schools being out. I mean, I think those are going to be the people that are going to use it the most, and we want to support our kids and parents and whatever.
Well, the school works out good. First of all, they got a pretty good Wi-Fi, but they also have plenty of parking.
Yeah.
Well, what would be the drawback to adding a town hall Wi-Fi to the
drawback for the town hall?
For this building.
Not the town office.
Town hall. I thought you were saying town hall, you were a little reluctant.
Well, this building, right. I personally don't see any.
I don't see.
I don't think there's network restrictions because it's on its own hub versus the town office.
Exactly.
It's independent.
It's not used much, so.
No.
It depends on how good the firewall is on your computers, whether people could hack in through the open Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and so that's one of our concerns at the office, but it wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that concern here.
So if we offered the school and the town hall,
I think so.
That would be.
That email I was reading, I was reading into
an intermediate possibility of giving the password to individual students who ask for it. If you know who their parents are and trust them.
That would not secure. You talking about the town hall or town hall?
No, it's even for here. If somebody would call in downstairs and say, hey, I need access.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the town hall.
No,
it's the town office that has me concerned.
I wouldn't give it at all for the town office, whether they ask or not, because we're providing this. That's my opinion.
Well, I get this.
And
this
we have
the school at the other end of town. It's not a lot of parking right here, so the school's a better one. But also, the school has a much more robust system down there. If some of you recall, we paid a lot of money to the school to get a very robust Wi-Fi for educational opportunities. So they probably have a much better connection.
What were you saying? You were going to say something?
They have a parking lot too.
Just about the email, if I got the same one, that, I was reading into it, is it like also for like safety, like if someone needed to access the internet, or is it just the scholastic or information, or that they're mapping out all the Wi-Fi hotspots, you know, just for the camera? That's what in Wyndham County?
Right.
It's statewide.
It's statewide.
Well,
but through
WRC's asking us how many we want to, but I don't know, I may have read it into it a different way, that it wasn't just for that, it was for like if someone needed some help, like
I agree.
because of the virus. I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
No, for any, so absolutely. So these two passwords would be available to anybody who is having difficulty getting access to either government issued information, central government, right, or this municipality, or any other research with respect to the virus or any other safety issue. I think that the emphasis was just this in this time, right, where people don't have access to their schools or to their places of work, or even cafes where they might have previously had access to the internet. This is to substitute for that as best as possible. So I would agree for the camera.
I just wondered if you guys and girls thought that's
agree
part of the email.
Agree wholeheartedly.
The gist of it, or part of the gist.
Well, I'll make the motion that we share the password for the network here. I don't know the name of the network. I think it's just called Town Hall, or maybe Jamaica Town Hall. And I'll make that motion.
And the school. And the school.
And the school. Well, the school is kind of independent. I believe the school password, that's up to them to provide their password.
Did you say they put it on? Oh,
The school is already.
The school is already provided that.
And
So-
the education agency.
The password goes right there on the map.
Right.
It shows it right on the map.
Right.
Perfect.
So the school is already kind of taken care of, and I will make the motion that we offer the password for this network.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? And password is Jamaica with a capital J and an exclamation point for the password for, I believe it's called Town Hall, or maybe it's called Jamaica Town Hall, but it'll pop up. Yeah, perfect.
Who's going to tell Chris Campany?
Do you mind, or I could?
I'll do it if you want.
Yeah. So Chris will forward that to.
And check.
Chris.
Just make sure I'm right on this, but check on the map, because it looked like they had the little two black squares for the ones that are potentially available. And that's what they have the library listed as, so I was surprised to see that. But maybe, but check it,
This thing?
the map, yeah. Is that the current map?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I think they probably would have said any town, facility, school, or library is a potential. And that's what it's listed there as a potential.
There we are. And if you click on that, the box comes up and then you can scroll through the locations.
Okay, this is not the same map I looked at today. The one I had today had 3 spots for Jamaica. This was one of them, but it also showed the school and us. So maybe it's dated, maybe it's up.
Or
later date.
Well, it wasn't today. This is the 23rd.
Well, it's probably updated.
The 23rd. I don't know. I zoomed in on it. That might have made a difference. We'll talk later. Yeah.
So the other thing that's under here, one more, at least one more. There's some discussion around town, and Chris, jump into it regarding any coordination of volunteers, and kind of blessing that, so to speak, I guess. Obviously there's a lot of grassroots efforts for volunteer coordination all over the place, a lot of outside organizations that are doing this in Brattleboro and everywhere else. My thought is that, we can kind of act as a dissemination of information point. But beyond, I don't know if we want to go beyond that. I mean, Jessica and I talked a little bit about, any liability with the town. I mean, we could authorize somebody to go do something and it's still covered under our town employees / volunteers policy. But I don't know. I mean, that conversation that I think the planning commission was discussed coordinating some volunteer efforts, or asked if they could be assistants in that regard.
Volunteer for what? Can I say something?
Well, in our neighborhood, the Amiot Longos have formed a little network to take care of everybody on Wyndham Hill, to check on them, make sure they're all right, or go for things if they're not. And I thought the planning commission thought there might be a need for volunteers at some intermediate level between the emergency responders and these neighborhood volunteer groups. And particularly if people start getting sick and quarantined and the small neighborhood groups, start falling apart, a town-wide group of volunteers might be really important. And so
bringing food to shut-ins and all those type of things.
So the idea is we're wondering if you want to task us to set something up or give us some guidance, or.
So can I ask a question in this regard? So I think volunteer efforts are a support to kind of what actions are being taken on a more official basis. So I know we had some back and forth about the LEMP, and I know that there's been some coordination in your role around activities. Could we hear kind of from you in terms of those things, and then the volunteer piece would fit into that? So for example, volunteers would understand what resources are available through the fire department, through emergency management, through EMS, and then what, you know what I'm saying? Is that, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Maybe we could hear the.
There's just one other entity, the How Are You Doing Today program or something the Sheriff's Department has implemented. I forgot to bring it. You get on this list if you're maybe elderly, maybe you're in a bad way, maybe you get sick, and they'll check on you every couple days or make some sort of contact either by phone or in person. I don't have that whole thing, but that came down to the town somehow. I read it.
I don't recall it either.
Yeah.
We could look into that.
But that's
look into it for sure.
It's through the sheriff's department. They've been doing it for years.
Right.
And they will call you every day to make sure that you are okay.
But I had.
And you just have to get on the list.
On the computer, it gives me, on the email I got, you call them, get on the list. Terry just said. So that's happening. That will take care of, that's for Jamaica.
It's for.
I don't know, well,
In Wyndham County.
right.
Oh, it's Wyndham County?
Let me give you a little bit, on this volunteer thing, a little bit of the history in Jamaica. When we had Irene hit, we started getting a lot of volunteers. This is a great town. Everybody came out of the woodwork to help us. Incredible. But it got a little out of hand because it was hard to manage. And so Ed, Dr. UK, took over sort of the volunteer coordinator for a couple of reasons, because it was crazy in the command post and he had a little bit of space to do it. After that initial surge was over, we then run into difficulty about assigning people to do stuff that would cause liabilities for the town. Specifically, people were volunteering to clean houses and clean basements. The problem with that is because of the potential toxicity of what they were cleaning, we incurred a liability by sending people down to do that.
Someone sued the town? The town was sued?
Well, what we ended up doing was working with neighborhood associations, our neighborhood connections, and we then referred the volunteers to them. They then vetted and trained and assigned the volunteers around the whole region. But that's what we did, rather than take the risk of incurring liability of sending. There was a group of some kids from another part of the state.
The World College kids that were supposed to clean
exactly
the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail, which was closed down. They were, a lot of them, looking for something to do. That was just one group of volunteers.
Yeah.
There was a deluge of different
people came out of the woods. They went into the woods.
The Rubicon guys came in.
Yeah.
And it was just, we were real wary of not someone getting hurt.
Injury potential.
Like working for Jamaica.
And so that's kind of the history of our use of volunteers. And when you and I were email we shared back and forth, my concern is along those lines. As I said, sadly, my now retired chair hat thinks about the potential liability of all this stuff. I don't know what Neighborhood Connections is doing right now. They've always had a pretty good history. I think this has been 8 or 9 years since a personnel turnover. But if a neighborhood doesn't, it doesn't have the town's authority to it, or imprimatur. I'm going to get carried away. If the town agency, such as the Planning Commission, were to coordinate this, then I believe the liability flows back to the town.
I'm new to this law, but the law seems pretty clear that if we're talking about a response to an infectious disease that would affect everybody in the state, if not the country, that is not a discretionary act. It is an act which is for the benefit of all people in Vermont. So for example, any work that was done to repair a waterway that flows through Jamaica but affects other individuals within the state, or to repair a road, that liability, the town would not lose its sovereign immunity. Similarly, what I understand in talking with other lawyers, any action that we're taking to protect the population of the state, and which would include, by the way, checking on individuals who are making sure that they are not leaving their home or don't need to leave their home, potentially spread the illness, supporting them on quarantine. This town would not lose its sovereign immunity, especially, and it would not be foiled by the fact that we have VLCT group insurance. Group insurance is there's case law on that it doesn't eliminate the fact that you have it. So I think if we could go back to, and I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'd love to hear, I thought we were gonna hear kind of what actions are being taken on our EMT and the fire department, what have you. I know there have been activities. Let's see what that's yielding, and then we could go from there.
Well, if you're asking what the fire department does, it responds to emergency calls for fire or medical assistance. Whether it's somebody's house or somebody's car or car wrecks, if we get a call for a medical emergency, we respond to that. Right now, we are responding cautiously because obviously certain kinds of medical responses are overwhelming the system. And what we will do
is that happening in Jamaica now? It is overwhelming the system in Jamaica?
The system around the country. Okay. So a hospital, EMT, most of our real serious medical, all of our medical calls get a response from rescuing. And so our current process with the limited staff we have is to respond as best we can to make sure that we're preserving life. And if somebody's seriously injured, we're going to put the appropriate suit and personal protection equipment on. But usually that's going to be Rescue Inc. that's going to come in that. But that's a response to a call. We don't go unless we're dispatched by Keene Mutual Aid. So independent of a dispatch assignment, we don't respond.
Right, so you get and it's the fire department kind of is looking at things like protective equipment and that's being stockpiled, or
PPE.
Is there access?
Where each individual was given his own set of PPE that he has with him or her to use as necessary for the response. So far, we've been lucky. We've only had a couple of responses that have been questionable, but most of what the fire department does not involve somebody calling in with a cough and a fever, for example.
Right.
You know, we have other kinds of things we still have to be careful about. But as far as what we respond to 911, think of it as 911 calls.
Right, and so 911 calls could include, in the future, someone who's sick at home.
Exactly.
Right,
What they're doing with 911 right now, if you call 911, that call goes to PSAP, which is a public service state police. Kind of with the other. Anyway, they will then the 911 will shift the call to the PSAP. PSAP will then try to get some sense from the caller, what he's looking for. And recently, in the last few weeks, for example, a lot more specificity is being requested about fever, travel out of state, travel out of the country, coughs, dry cough versus, there's a lot of things that they're asked. Then that information is passed to, in our case, Key Mutual Aid, which is out of the Southwestern Mutual Aid, out of Southwestern New Hampshire Mutual Aid, which is the dispatch agency for all of us around the area. They then would call us, tone us out is the phrase, and give us the information they have, and we would respond accordingly. So anything we do by procedure has to have basically a tone out from Key Mutual Aid.
Okay, and just in terms of anything that you want to share in terms of actions specifically, other than each person who responds to an emergency call having PPE, anything else, or that's kind of
well, we've all gone
stand?
through special training that we keep up to make sure that we have a good understanding of how valuable the PPE is, but also our EMT people, of which I am not one. I'm a fireman, not an EMT. Okay. But the EMS team has done special training relating specifically to COVID virus. Yeah. So the training's there. We provided the equipment. We do not have enough, but we have enough for emergency meeting right now for a short while, and then massive backup from rescuing. They do a very good job of backing up and showing up with the right PPE.
And that the backup is from
Rescuing.
Rescuing.
Yes. Are you familiar with rescuing? Let's chat later. We don't need to go on.
Yeah. No.
Go ahead, Andy.
Back to what Chris was asking. Has the select board received any instruction to do anything more than we usually do concerning the safety of the town? Or would we expect, has anyone got anything from to the town health officer, which is right now the select board, or the Jamaica Board of Health?
I have not. I think Crystal probably was trying to
No, but I'm just saying, I think that when if it ever comes down to the governor or the Vermont Department of Health giving us instruction on what to do as this thing evolves, as they, I suspect, test more, and everybody's been watching and reading too much probably, but then I just don't want the select board or the planning commission to get out and doing things that we don't do.
Yeah.
Not to dismiss what Chris is asking, but I don't know how, as a select board, we would go about coordinating volunteers through the planning commission.
Well, I think maybe I'm misreading it, or I think there's three tiers here, kind of. One is what Chris was talking about, those really true neighborhood volunteers, and that's going to happen, and that we want to encourage that. The other is at the other end of what Paul's talking about, emergencies. I mean, serious 911s, whether it's COVID-19s or anything else, and to continue to do that. And I see maybe, and then I'll let Chris jump back in again, but I see we can not get involved on the day-to-day, you go do this, you go do that, but we can act as kind of an informational point, and maybe it's through one of us or through sharing with the office, that if someone calls up, I've got a situation, you think, well, here's Neighborhood Connections phone numbers, here's UNICEF's phone number, I don't know what else. There's hundreds of organizations that are already doing this, and like you said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel we don't need to do them. We need to push it onto somebody else, and if anybody in town wants to volunteer for these organizations that are out there already, then we encourage.
But I think it ought to be clear that the volunteering for the organization, that's independent of
and we can just steer
the planning committee.
That's how I see we can help, how the town can help, as opposed to getting to that level. But go ahead.
A couple of things. The school has set up a program to feed the children by having lunches that be picked up in a tent out in front of the school every day. I talked with the school, and they said if that starts breaking down, they would more than welcome help from the town to get the lunches to the children. The second thing is, if there were to be a volunteer corps set up in the town at this intermediate level, it would require some gophers to do the delivery of things and somebody to coordinate it. Now, the point about neighborhood connections is great, and maybe the best thing to do is raise volunteers for neighborhood connections to coordinate. So maybe what we ought to do is check with neighborhood connections and see if that's a workable plan.
From the question she's asking about the fire and emergency, I really like the fact that this town rallies around the situations and they get out and they do these little ad hoc committees. That saved our butt during Irene, absolutely. But this particular situation, if somebody's going to check on someone and they aren't prepared for the potential of running into the virus, we're causing a lot more grief than we're helping with. So those kinds of events and those kinds of volunteer, I don't even know how to say it, the little pockets of volunteers around the whole country, all around the country, people are doing things with this. Anything that involves potential contact with another person can really provide us with a real nightmare to fix, because they don't know. And we're trained to not go, frankly, into something that we aren't that sure of. So in that sense, as much as I like the idea, instead of having one victim, we've got this victim and maybe 2 or 3 more at home when she goes home to fix dinner before she gets tested. So there's, really quickly, then I'll shut up. Years and years ago when I was stationed in Washington, D.C., we had an airplane that left National Airport. They got as far as a bridge and crashed, and people were scattered all over the lake. And the story that I remember, for whatever reason, was an off-duty EMT, I can help, dives into the lake to go rescue, into the river to go rescue people. We now have 2 victims who have hypothermia and possibly drowning, instead of the one that we started with. So I think of that, and I've always taught that in my experience, because it was all over the national news, as it turned out. The idea is, one of the things we're very cautious about is not becoming victims to the extent that that takes me out of any ability to help the next victims. So part of what's going on with the training in the first responders around the entire country is, we used to say, first do no harm. First do no harm to yourself. Because if you get quarantined for 14 days, whether you get sick or not, that's 2 weeks. Our very small little apartment doesn't have you. So yes, we're trained to help. We're also trained to not get in more trouble than we're already in, to not cause any more trouble. So that's what I'm reading this. This is a really good idea, except, and that's the part where the old stuff kicks in. Sorry.
As a select board member, I don't know what you guys are getting, but I'm getting plenty of direction and information about what the state is doing and what other people, they think other entities should be doing. More than I can read sometimes from, the different entities, the Department of Health, the governor's office, there's the Corona website for the state of Vermont, and then all the stuff that's trickling down to us.
Right. There's
a lot to absorb, but it all says, keep your distance, stay home if you can. We all know this, but I think that if it comes down to where they want us to do more as a select board or a planning commission, we'll get that direction from up north, from the Department of Health.
This afternoon put out a call for non-profits and individuals to think outside the box and come up with innovative ideas. Also, the health department has put out guidance for home-based service delivery, which, well, it's not that extensive, but it addresses your point of don't become a vector for the virus. So, the only thing I can say is, if a whole lot more effective if the town of Jamaica put out a call for volunteers rather than Brian, Patrick, and Chris did. So that's why I brought it to your attention. Now, one more point. All this will be moot if the worst that happens is what's happened. Where we are now, where we're 6 feet apart from each other. if it gets as bad and lasts as long as some of the experts are saying it's going to, you know, we've really got to do something.
Well, I think if there's a lot of, like Andy said, there's a lot of information out there. I think we can help channel people's discovery of this information. If somebody, you know, provided internet access, or if someone calls the office, you know, I'll gladly take a phone call and I'm sure every one of us would if Sarah had a question that somebody called in. So if someone's looking for help, certainly let us know. I mean, and if the worst case scenario, it's not worst, but the best case scenario is we can point them at other entities in the area.
I believe.
And Paul just, I mean, there's 211. I mean, there's
just dial
211. You know, if someone's in need, and I would certainly encourage these small little neighborhood help groups, or whatever you want to call them.
I believe that's what we're charged to do.
Right. I would say right now there's not those types of documents and those types of links are not on our website. So the LEMP is not on our website. It's not on the Wyndham Regional site,
I mean,
which
in
gives
general,
a lot of information.
The state website, I mean, like Andy said, there's so much stuff going on. You can go to the LCT and there's 100.
We should.
Right, but we could distill it down into links and particular information that's unique to Jamaica that would be helpful to people. And I do think there's, unfortunately, there may be a time when we do need hands as a town. Hopefully not, God willing. We're a relatively small hamlet, and at least from the research that I've done so far, Paul, there's not a huge influx of second homeowners that are using their home. But as I get more information from caretakers, I'll give that to you. But it sounds like from what you've described, really what the fire department and emergency management does is respond to emergency calls. And that's it, which leaves a whole host of potential support that individuals in this town, particularly vulnerable members of our community, might need some support. So we don't all have to agree on everything. That's what a select board is for. I would say I'm a little bit closer to where the planning commission is thinking that we should be prepared to potentially have specific targeted goals of helping our, specific needs that arise and develop, and that we as a select board could support the planning commission in terms of calling for specific support or asking specific agencies, nonprofits to help, what have you. But that's just where I stand on that, and I don't see potential liability after my research as being a reason not to be open to those steps.
Maybe think of it simply as, like right now there are kids, they get the lunches and they need the food delivered to them. Let's expand that to kids, adults, elderly that get sick and now require quarantine. I would rather see food and medication delivered to their doorstep than them getting desperate and going out and creating a lot of vectors by going into a store or going somewhere. Just having that maybe in place, or at least organized or talked about, where an action can be taken to make sure they stay isolated.
We could resolve that the planning commission is going to be looking into this and coming back to the select board with proposals for specific volunteer efforts that we could then consider.
I think that's great. It's not in the scope of our duties as select board. We're to govern the town, to do the town business right now. I believe until we get other instructions from the state, like, could you do this, could you do that? Beside passing on information like we've already talked about 3 times, like the sheriff's department thing, the other websites, and I got no problem with that, but as far as stepping outside of our regular duties, I don't know if we should be doing that. I mean, we can talk about it, but I don't think we could execute anything like that.
Right. I don't see us all putting on a special hat and organizing efforts, but to understand what is being considered, I would want to know what's being considered, how it's being proposed to be effectuated. But again, we don't all have to agree
Yeah.
If for whatever reason you guys choose to do that, before you do anything at all, I think that one of us, you or I or somebody, should get in touch with the town attorney, because it was under his guidance way back when, and I'd like to maintain the continuity to make sure we're all doing it the way that he worked out the first time. One of the reasons why we, as a fire department, have masks, gowns, and goggles, although we don't have enough, but one of the reasons we have what we have is because I don't remember which one it was, somebody who was down, one of the groups that was down cleaning basements, we had to abort that mission immediately because of the potential liability. And I just kept all the stuff because FEMA didn't want it back. So I've had it in my closet now for 8 years. And we're one of the few departments who actually had stuff to immediately to give our guys. So there's these little pieces of history that accumulate that make me concerned. But if for whatever reason it goes forward, let's get together and make an appeal to the town attorney to review his earlier guidance with the current situation.
Yeah, and I'd like to, I mean, we can easily ask the plan commission to come up with that looks like. Maybe, I mean, I apologize because I'm probably not seeing it fully either. I mean, obviously it's connecting people that have a need and somebody could fill that need. And it could be simple, it could be a huge complicated thing. I don't think we want to go there, but if it's just as, you know, one example, like you just said, I mean, the school needs one more person to drive. I mean, it's not the select board telling them to go drive, it's them volunteering to drive. So we're just making these connections. So.
Agree.
And it boils down to raising volunteers. We sure don't want to get to town in a situation where they're liable for anything, but there's got to be a way to dance around that.
Yeah.
Or get people sick. And,
right.
That's outside of mine. I have no expertise in what's going on with any of this, with this virus, except for what they're instructing us to do. I'm an armchair scientist. That's what I was called the other day when I gave an opinion about something. So, I don't want to get sick. I don't want Jessica to get sick or anyone else. This is going to get worse before it gets better, and just parroting what I've been hearing. I mean, we're kind of somewhat helpless as far as, going, knocking on someone's door with a gas mask on or whatever. It's not funny. I'm laughing because I'm fearful about it, but, I believe that the governor and the health department will give us further instructions. They may tell us all to stay home.
Well, the instruction, you're exactly right, because I'm getting stuff daily from all three different agencies.
I get what you get.
Yeah,
because I took that course.
They still love you. That's why they want you back. But the thing, wash your hands, cough into your elbow, like that. Don't go out if you don't have to go out. Keep 6 feet from any physical contact. And stay home. I said that already. Stay home. They say it over and over again.
Especially if you're sick.
Right. I mean,
if you're sick,
we should say, I would never want to encourage a volunteer to breach law. Like that would not, if at some point we get more specific requirements issued by the governor, we're all going to have to comply with those unless there's an exception for someone who's in emergency management.
Yeah.
So that's.
Okay. Well, I think I was going to say we can encourage the select board. We'll encourage anybody to come up with solutions to, to these needs, finding solutions.
Besides the attorney, we'll check with the health department and see what they say about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
they might health department, Vermont Emergency Management, give me a couple others. There's a number of websites, and if you go through them like I end up doing, they're all saying pretty much the same thing. Wash your hands every 20 minutes, apparently, or no, for 20 seconds, but try everything. Wash your hands a lot. Cough into your sleeve. Don't go out if you're sick, stay home. Don't go to work if you don't have to, and stay home again. But there's not a lot anybody can do about this because there's no vaccine and there's no anecdote. But there's plenty of websites available for real information. That pretty much boils down to that. But all the other specific details are available on the Vermont Department of Health website, Vermont Emergency Management website, town health officer's website, trying to look at my email list. It's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, super discussion. Any other comments? I mean, I'll gladly jump in. I mean, I think any one of us would. I mean, if you guys got ideas, we'll come back and forth. And if we need to go to the attorney, I mean, it should come through me. I mean, I can appoint somebody else, but I mean, right now it's not anybody just calling up the town attorney. So, but any of those issues, I'll make a point to call Neighborhood Connections just because I'm curious now too, and we can keep this discussion going. I mean, we want to help out. I mean, not trying to sound cold in any ways. I mean, any one of us are going to jump in here in a heartbeat, but we just need to be cautious, more for the health reasons than anything else.
And I go back to Irene. This town jumped all over the place to help everybody else out. Incredible amount of volunteerism. Sadly, right now, some of that volunteerism would have been this guy jumping into the river to help the other guy who's got hypothermia. We don't want to make anybody else. And I'll tell you, as been doing this for a long time, it's hard to not help. When you see someone in distress, even if you're trained to not go there yet, it's hard to not help. So when we're asking people who haven't been trained to not go into it, the chances of that infection being spread is even higher. Call us.
Okay.
Just one little quick thing.
Okay.
When you're at the end.
Okay. Well, I've got.
I thought you were doing that.
Well, I've got one other thing regarding the new additions to. I passed around some information. John Suhikian, who's an interested person in joining the Planning Commission. He actually attended the Planning Commission last week. He was hoping to attend the meeting here tonight just to introduce himself. He's had a second home here in town for a number of years. He's a full-time resident now with his wife, and they're involved heavily at Stratton. They've been pass holders for a while. They also run the Vermont Challenge, and super engaged person. And I think the Planning Commission will appoint or recommend that he join, and I'd like to propose that we appoint him to the Planning Commission.
I'll second that motion.
You guys have any? I mean, I know both of you are supportive. So, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Oh, any opposed? All in favor. So, John Suhikian, welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Now we have one more position to fill on that board. That was all I had for added things. I think, unless I missed something, there's something.
This is one letter I got today. This is the letter we got from the Meg Gonzalez, the director of West River Thrives. It's West River Valley Thrives. It's just information, and I'm reading it quick. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Veggie Van Go, the logo here for you camera guys, the Veggie Van Go food program will be providing fresh produce at the Leland and Gray parking lot this Thursday from 12 to 1 p.m. It says, please help spread the word and let's remember to practice social distancing during pickup. Word has been spread.
How did that come down to you?
Email. Just send to me.
As a past chair?
No, just phrase approved.
Okay.
I think you're going to find
Sarah got that today too.
Huh? What's that?
Sarah got it.
Sarah got it too, yeah. It may just be, everybody on W.
After a while, you're on so many.
I'm on so many different lists that
I'm just curious.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all I had. That just came today, I think. Yeah.
Any other public comments? Thank you to the Planning Commission members. Thank you. Nice snowy night. Anybody else?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 8:27.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have a reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second.
The one question I got is I read the minutes. I was the only one who got sworn in, and two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in, I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
that happened before the meeting
yeah,
started.
I realize that, but.
I put Irv swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting. So I think the two others were sworn in. So that was.
Yeah, everybody got sworn in.
Yeah.
But yeah, that actually happens before we convene the meeting.
I realize that, but they still have to be shown somewhere that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out, so.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
No, that's it. I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative. Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66.
What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Sorry.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was gonna say, I don't have that, anything here.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it, probably a sign that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is 666,000.
Or you're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Well, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on it that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah, all right.
That would have come in
That's
with
all right,
the,
go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so. I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week V-Trans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to V-Trans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers
the
and we
current
have
updated network inventory, yes,
Okay.
and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you. You're gonna have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
Megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back?
Not yet.
With the newest
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Back to the grant applications. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, when Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what happened to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That keyword is what we're.
Yeah, that's
42 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was
right. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna say before, I don't know that it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was the town.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves close enough and come to that conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see him not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
I can bring a prince
That bridge is fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm gonna say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take a couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're gonna be, but that's gonna be on you because it's less than 20 foot long is that next little one down below. That'll be on the town.
Yeah.
Anything less it's a 20 foot along the bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road.
Yeah.
Now, there's a 20-foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20-foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
That's a 20-foot bridge, because you're gonna be longer than that in order to hold it deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something, and that could be a little work done, a few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there, if they want to set a pole right on the end of that bridge and run. I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky. We're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed due to mud. Been in the paper for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73, and in the checking account is $30,000 even. Okay. So next up was this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week. The Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website. It's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on VLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just going to put this in this makeshift folder for Carla's stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business. So we have many appointments to make. I'm going to just read through the whole list, and then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys want to talk about, just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 coordinators, Helen Holt. Fence viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper, will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of so we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was. And they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is, I guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services. And requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
new requirements.
New requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Great. I will pass that along to them. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So
Second.
Well, I just want to, I mean, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back from them.
I have not heard back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
I would
so
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCTV. Okay. We have a request from Community Hope and Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of allowing the Community Hope and Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend, with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up we have application for a second-class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
That's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because a liquor license, they lost it once.
Oh, well, they need to get it back, because nobody can sell liquor here now with our
Well, yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No. Well, liquor's the state store anyway.
But I still had to have a license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
Second class, sorry.
Alright. Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in the minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials. So that we can submit that later on. And they're reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting. If it comes to that.
In the past, well, like when Kent was on the board, he'd be in Florida in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard. And they hear the meeting.
Yeah. So I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup, but if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
So let's call the meeting to order. It's 7:02. Just a technical thing for those of you, we don't have the bandwidth for that, Keegan, for the video. So anyway, just a technical thing. Everybody who's dialed in, you can unmute yourself and speak. If you're on the computer, you can actually, there's a way to raise your hand and I can see you. If you're on a phone, you're just going to have to talk, and I'll get to you as soon as I can. That about covers the technicalities. If you're having trouble hearing, let us know. I apologize, but I don't think we have the bandwidth to do this. The early video with the access with this many people on here, we were freezing and hitching and whatever. The meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro TV, so any of the visual presentations we have tonight will be available to anybody, but we're just not going to be able to see each other on this, but we can all hear each other. So anyway, we have two new board members. One is virtual, Keegan, and the other is here, Dana West. We can introduce ourselves for the camera and for the public. I'm Joe Winrick, I'm the chair, and then we can just start down on bottom end there.
Leanne Gilson, Brookline.
Dana West, Jamaica Rep.
Lori Garland, Director of Finance.
Al Clausen, Townsend. Bill Antone, Superintendent.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member from Townsend.
Do you board members on the virtually want to say anything?
I'm Keegan. I'm from Jamaica.
I'm Lindsay Bertram from Newfane.
All right, and I know we have Trish. We also have some principals.
Trish got at large.
Yep. Okay. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda? I have one that's not on there. Lori brought me a lease from West River Valley Thrives that we need to add to the agenda down under new business, I suppose, F. Just needs to be hopefully approved and signed. Anything else, folks? All right. Okay. Quick look at the board norms. These are probably especially important tonight to maintain our focus, communicate respectfully, be present, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda, staying on task. Adding the virtual participation to this is going to make that, all that more important that we pay attention to that. Okay, members of the public, if you're here to talk about something that's on the agenda, we'd ask you to join us at that point. If you're here to talk about something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Yes, sir. Please state your name and town for the camera.
My name is David LaPasta. I live in Fountain. I would like to ask on behalf of a number of parents that the current proposed health curriculum be looked at and possibly addressed to accommodate proper education for us parents on the changing subjects that will be discussed prior to teaching our children. As parents play an important role in our children's education, and this is something we need to get right.
Okay. Could you help us with that? Because
sure. Could you just tell me a little bit more? I'm a little bit aware, but
specifically to the amaze.org curriculum.
Okay. And what is your request?
My request is that we look into it a little further. Maybe we educate parents as to what we're going to be teaching our children.
Okay.
Prior to just teaching our children.
Okay.
At the least.
What was that curriculum? I'm sorry.
Amaze.org.
Amaze.org. And what school does your child attend? Okay.
Okay.
One more. Can I ask one more question?
Sure, please.
Would it be okay for the principal of that school to directly contact you to follow up on what you? Okay. Thank you. I will make sure that happens.
Task for staff.
Sure.
There you go. Thank you.
You have a question?
I'm good.
No, Ken.
Nope.
Okay. All right. The principal will be in contact with you. You're welcome. Anything else? All right. Moving right along. Correspondence. I believe there was a memo in the board packet that went to everybody, and it should be posted as well, from Rick Heggie with regard to posting information on the school Facebook pages with respect to summer programs and things, and just kind of pointing out that we should probably talk about, as an entire district, what we have as a policy on sharing that kind of information and making that available. Right now, it could be, while I'm sure there was no intent, it could be seen as favoritism that a couple of programs got mentioned, and there are other programs that exist, I'm sure, that didn't get a mention and could. So just, in a future meeting, I think we probably want to look at, sort of as a board, a policy about how we deal with this kind of public information posting. Since Rick is here, is there anything you want to add to my explanation of your correspondence, Rick?
Yeah, to me, it's just a matter of being fair. And then I saw the two things from Newfane that were several days apart, even. So, I'll be honest, there's too much happening coming out of DC, which keeps promoting this and promoting that as opposed to this and this and this. And I'm all for information for the parents. I think it should be looked at as a whole so that, in this case, every program would have equal opportunity to have their stuff presented at the same time. That way nobody can sit there and scream, well, you forgot me, or you discriminated. Because, like I said in the note, there are at least 4, maybe 5 preschool programs that our students attend. And so, at the very least, every one of those programs should have an opportunity to put something together for distribution to all the parents. Okay, so it's a matter of fairness, more than anything, and being equal to a non-public entity.
Yep. Thank you. So we can add that to a future agenda, talking about what the policy would be on that.
I've got that down.
Okay, great. Does anybody else have any correspondence that they received? It's the only thing I saw. No? Okay. The next piece is the fiscal year 21 budget information. I know Lori put together a presentation. You can project that.
Oh, right.
So take it away.
Okay, well, it might be easier for the board members if you wanted to go over there to be able to view it. Those of you online, the board did receive the presentation on Friday. I will have it uploaded after tonight. We didn't want to, our IT department was pretty overwhelmed with everything that's going on, so I did not get to them to ask them to upload it to the board site, but it will be up there as soon as possible. Okay. So we're going to talk tonight about the budget development process and how the unified tax rate is established, and then how it flows through to your town and to you individually. But before we do, let's just step back and take a look at what does West River represent. Okay. So the best place to start is with the mission statement. So I'm going to read that mission statement to you. In West River Modified Union Education District, all students will have an outstanding educational experience in a safe and welcoming environment so that they may achieve and surpass their learning goals. In West River Modified Education District is responsible to the needs of its community and provides the necessary systems, staffing, and resources needed to ensure that all of our students will become informed, empowered, and engaged global citizens. So, where are those students? They are in 3 elementary schools, pre-K through 5, and 1 middle high school, grades 6 through 12. Serving, next slide, serving 546 students in all, right? All of them are West River students. where are those students? For some new board members and for the public that will look at this online. They are in our southern school, Newbrook, with approximately 98 students. Newbrook typically runs straight grades, and when I say straight grades, I mean one teacher per grade. And they run K through 5. Okay, Jamaica, our northernmost school, has 35 students this year, and they run in combined grades. They also run a pre-K program, pre-K through 5. Leland and Gray Middle High School is running grades 6 through 12 this year, and they have approximately 296 students. Some of those students are tuitioned in from sending towns, so this would be Dover, Marlborough, Wardsboro, Athens, Grafton. And then in the center of town, Townsend Elementary School has roughly 117 students this year, and they also typically run straight grades. They offer a pre-K program through 5. So these are the board values, which are also up here on the wall, and they are also on the board's website because you cannot read them on the screen right here. And I asked Joe to speak a little bit about the board values and how they were developed.
Okay, so when this board was first formed, long before we became operational, we came together and spent a day in a retreat where we talked about the different pieces that would make up the new district and the things that were unique about each building and educational community that we were now going to be responsible for that made it special. And we made a long list of the things that we valued based on each different school. And there were a lot of similarities, but there were some differences. And then we started talking about what we wanted for our children, and we started putting down some of that too. And we came up with our first list of the West River Education District values. And then as we moved forward in the next year, when we were making budget decisions and decisions about how things would work programmatically and everything, we would try and refer back to those values and say, okay, how does this support that value? And how are we making sure that this value is being represented? And then before we became operational, we had another retreat where we spent another part of a day, and we took those values that we had operated under for a year, and we started saying, okay, what works, what doesn't work, how does this change, what have we learned, what's the sort of progression here? And this is the second iteration of those values where we tried to take. And it took us quite a while to do this. The board did the work as a group, and then there was a small group of people, and we probably devoted 3 or 4 meetings where we had continuing discussion about what they would look like, where we condensed it down to core values and then some specific values based on where you are on sort of the education continuum. And these values are still, I think as a board, we're looking at those things, we're referring back to them constantly as we make decisions and trying to make sure that we remember that that's what we've agreed is important for our children, as well as, I fully anticipate that at some point next summer, we'll sit down and spend part of the day again going through and saying, okay, now what? What's changed? What have we learned? I'm sure that we'll come out of the experience that we're having right now, having learned a great deal, about values and what's really important and what we can make work. And I think, so it's a constantly evolving document, but it just gives the board and the administration and everybody really a way to go back and say, okay, look, here's where our focus really ought to be. Here's what we've thought about. Here's what we like. Here's what we think. They're not carved in stone, but it is a point of reference for us. So we try to use those as we make decisions constantly.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
So, of course, those play into the budget development. So using the values And using these guiding principles, we have a budget process. So I'm going to start, actually, for the good of the group, I'm going to start back. Where does the budget process actually start, right? So it actually starts around October 1st at the SU office, and it is what we call our special ed service plan. So the special ed service plan is due to the AOE by mandate on October 15th. So that's where the whole process starts. In that process, we're planning for, the Director of Special Education is planning for services that will be for the next fiscal year. So about a year and a half in advance is what she's planning. So then, along those lines comes the SU superintendent's budget. So the superintendent's budget is the central office as well as the business office. You gotta love video. That's great.
Like, who is that?
So all of these budgets, the superintendent's budget and the special education budget, and then the agency budget, which is reviewed, not voted on, all feed into the individual district's budgets. So that's where it starts. Around November, December is when the SU board as a whole votes on the superintendent's budget and the special ed budget. They also review the agency fund budget at that point.
Lori?
Yes.
Could you repeat that one more time, just so the public knows when WCSU part of the budget is put in place so they can show up for meetings?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So between the months of November and December, typically that is when the SU budget and also special education budget is presented to the SU board. It sometimes will take a couple of meetings of questions and that type of thing, but that is the typical time frame.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So this season for West River, so we're going to talk about West River now going forward. We formed a budget committee, the board formed a budget committee, and the purpose of the budget committee was to take a deeper dive into the budget to better understand where the numbers come from and what the numbers represent. Okay, so following these guidelines, a first draft was presented to the board, the full board on 12/9. Okay. So this was the life cycle of the budgets this year. As you can see, the first bar is fiscal year 20. So we're always comparing year over year or against fiscal year 20 in this case. The first draft that came in was a 7.72% increase in expenses. And then the second draft actually came down by 1%, almost 1.5%, but was still over the current year we're in by 6%. Okay, and then in the third and final draft, it came down another 3.43%, and ended up to be year over year 2.88%. Okay, so that was the life cycle. So let's talk about. I wanted to talk through each of these drafts so that everybody could understand what the deliberations were as we walked through this. So what were the major budgetary impacts of the first draft? First of all, there's the professional and non-professional salary increases for all of West River. Okay, so some of this is part of the negotiations that happen typically every year. Healthcare premium increases and changes to plans. This year alone, healthcare premium increases were 12.9%. The special ed and the ECSE budget increases. Now remember, this is where I said these come in from the central office or from the special ed budget. And ECSE stands for Early Childhood Special Education. They are separate budgets because there are separate funding sources at this point. And then this year, typically I go around to the principals and I find out their needs for the next year, their needs and their wants. And this year we had the principals actually filled out submitted a budget proposal that tied to the district's values and also how the requests fit into our continuous improvement plan that the SU has. And so these were the first that came out. It was an increase of 5.48 FTEs for $439,000, which included a 0.75 additional math in the high school, an additional nurse at 1.08, an additional technology provider, additional custodial staff in Townsend due to the increase in students there, a 0.20 PE, which brought us more into compliance with the education quality standards, a 0.20 guidance, a 1.0 para support, and a 0.50 duty para. So that was the request that came in. There were also some miscellaneous budget increases, which were some money went into grounds upkeep, supplies, and then there were some outside tuition costs that we had to put in the budget for $32,000. So that's what was presented to begin with. The full board came back and asked the administration and the budget committee to reduce the budget by 2%. So remember I said that the first draft was about 7.72% year over year. So they asked to cut 2%. So we went back to the drawing board. Not a lot we can do with putting in for increases, so those stayed the same. Slight variation on the healthcare. We recognized some changes in the upcoming healthcare law. Special ed and ECSE budget does not change at this point. And then we took a look at the leaders' requests and reduced those. So what did we reduce? We reduced nurse, technology, and guidance. And then on the miscellaneous side, there was some money in for capital improvements. One of the items was a Leland and Gray bathroom project upgrade, and that was taken out. So $50,000 was reduced there. All right. So now we're on to the third and final. So this is, again, our top three really don't change very much at this point. And now we're down to cutting down to a 0.80. So what happened between budget 2 draft and budget 3 was the revenues started to come in from the state and also the equalized pupils. Okay, so when I was able to present draft 2, it had revenue assumptions which were decreased. We had a decrease of $152,000 of revenue and also equalized pupils. So between the decrease in revenues and the increase in expenditures, the tax rate was basically not tolerable. So the full board asked the administration to come back with a budget that was $500,000 less and did not affect programming. Okay, so these were the items that were cut. It wasn't that nurse was cut, it was that the additional nursing staff was cut. So it was back to its original level. Same thing for custodial. There was also a professional staff position that was cut that did not affect programming because it was it's a reorganization of students at that point. So some of the bigger cuts down here, which are a little bit hard to read this far out, but we had the bathroom project that we had already cut. All the supply lines across the entire budget were cut 25%. And then the remainder is the removal of the balance of the capital improvement money of $145,000. So this represents cleaning only for next year. No projects, just cleaning. So this was the budget that was approved at that meeting on was January 27th, and yeah, we can talk about where the different functions, what does it represent? So this was the $12 million budget that you see in your annual report, and what are the different percentages of services? So direct instruction is 55% of this budget. Okay, so then add on co-curricular and work-based learning for another 4%. Student support services, which is your nurses and guidance counselors, is another 8%. My numbers are really small. Board and SU assessment is 6%. Administration and front office, this is the principal's office in the budget, is 9%. Technology is 4%. Building operations represents 7% of this budget. Transportation 3%. Food service 1%, and debt service was 3%. So that was the breakdown on the major functions. Okay, so now we get to how do we get to a cost per student, which is what drives your tax rate. Okay, so the total expenses came in at $12 million, you can see there, and there are some offsetting revenues that we have to subtract out. Offsetting revenues are tuition, grants, small schools grants, transportation aid, anything like that that is not ed spending. Okay, so you subtract that off. So a simple calculation gets it down to $10 million. This is what needs to be raised to run West River. We divide that by the equalized pupils that is driving the cost there, and we get a cost per student of $20,000, almost 21. Okay, so now we're going to take the cost per student and we're going to get it down to the unified tax rate. So we start out with, nope, back one. Oh, sorry. Here. Thank you. So we start out with that $20,970, and we have to look at it in terms of the threshold. So the threshold is a basically a containment measure that the state has put into place, right? So it's $18,756. If you're over that, then you're paying a penalty, which this is over it. So the penalty is $2,214. There are some exclusions to the penalty. Capital improvements is actually one of them. So the payment for the bond for the biomass project is actually helps to offset the penalty in this case. It's all broken down on a per pupil basis. So the penalty or the double taxation that is in play here is $1,400, $1,487.
Per student.
Per student, right. Thank you. So that's added to the $20,000 above, and that gives you your cost per student with the penalty. Okay, so that's where we're,
Ma'am?
Mr. Anton.
Madam, could you just explain that in terms of, so the budget is built for expenditures of $20,970, but because of the system, the taxpayer is charged for the $22,457.
Right, okay. That is correct. All right. Okay, so we take that $22,000 now that includes the penalty, and we're looking at dividing it by the yield that is set by the state on December 1st. As you came in, there aren't a lot of people in the audience tonight, but there is an information sheet of frequently asked questions about all of these terms that I'm going through here, and I would ask that you would take the time to read through those to understand what they mean. So we divide it by that and we get the unified tax rate, which is $2.06. That actually, and I want to just focus on that for a second because that's your true tax rate. Okay, so you have incentives because you chose to voluntarily merge, which is wonderful, but that really is your true tax rate. Okay. So there were two different mergers that are in play for West River here in this budget. One is the 6 cents, so it was 8, 6, 4, and 2 cent incentive rates that come off your tax rate, comes off the unified tax rate. And we're in year 2, so it's 6 cents. Those are gradually going down. That's why I point out the $2.06 above.
Oh, sorry.
One more, sorry. So I just want to keep everybody have in mind, $2 tax rate, right? Easy to remember. Okay. Now you can go forward. Okay, there's a whole lot of words on here, and I hate it when slides have a lot of words on them. This is actually, it's another incentive, the 5% incentive, and it is another incentive based on voluntary merger that basically says, in a nutshell, I got to get to the right page because I had to write this out because I want to give you the simple version. In a nutshell, it means that a tax rate is not allowed to increase or decrease more than 5% as compared to the previous year's equalized tax rate, not unified tax rate. It's a different rate. Okay, it comes from the state. Once that rate surpasses, the town gets the unified that we just talked about, the $2 rate, forevermore. Okay, so once you go beyond that, and I have a chart on the next slide that maybe lays it out a little bit better. This is fiscal year 21, and it looks back at 20's equalized tax rate. Okay, that may not have been the tax rate on your bill. Okay, that was it's a little different calculation that the state is using to compare. Okay, so for this year, Brookline, Newfane, and Townsend are all in the green, which they're not really in the green because I forgot the green. But they're in the green. They still have that 5% protection, okay? Jamaica last year, based on the previous equalized tax rate, surpassed. So they lost this protection. So it says that, you know, you can't go above, so the town ETR is basically the max. Brookline's at the max there. It's comparing it. Jamaica's getting the $2 tax rate as their starting point. This is all before CLA. Newfane is at 1.88 before CLA, and Townsend is at 1.9554 before the CLA. All right.
What happens after that 5 years?
So the 5% incentive is scheduled to keep on, I don't know, on task with the 8, 6, 4, and 2, although I have heard that it may be pulled back before then. We just have to take it year by year at this point.
And like, for example, Newfane's taxes last year were actually up 12%, and their tax bill only showed 5%, correct?
Right.
So when does that other 7 come back to haunt you in the end?
Does it come back to haunt you in the end? Well, who pays for the incentives? Everybody across the state is paying for the incentives. So eventually, yes, it will come back. Because think of it this way. The incentive, remember when we were at the $2.06, I think it was, that was your real tax rate? So these two incentives are artificially lowering your taxes. And that will go away, and you will see an increase. Or not, depending on the next few years, right? What happens? There's a lot of things in play right now.
Okay.
Okay, so who does this tax rate affect? It affects everybody, right? Homeowners, renters, retirees, parents, guardians, grandparents, and it affects from the following towns, including Wyndham. So Everybody understands that. This tax rate affects them as well because they vote on part of the budget. So their tax rate has the secondary rate in it. Okay, and how? There's two different ways that you pay on your homestead or you're going to pay on income sensitivity. So let's go down through and look at each town and what has happened over time. So Brookline, Leanne here, she's our representative from Brookline. What has your tax rate done over the last 7 years? Okay, it's gone up, obviously. It's gone up about 28%. And I just want to also point out, what has the CLA done, right? Because the CLA has a big effect on your tax rate, right? We all get to a unified tax rate. West River gets to a unified tax rate, and then it has to go through the CLA, and that can make a big difference in a year's time. So look at what happened to Brookline. Their CLA jumped almost 6%, 5%. So, all right, let's go to Jamaica. All right, Jamaica's gone up 58 cents or 40% in 7 years. But look what their CLA has done, okay? The CLA in fiscal year 15 is starting out at 110%, right? That means that 10% or almost 11% of the properties were selling below property value. So while it's good for real estate, where their CLA is right now, it's not so great for their tax rate. Okay. Newfane. Newfane has kind of jumped around a little bit, but started out at 102 and is down to 96. Great. Things are going well selling in Newfane. Again, affecting their tax rate. When the CLA goes down, tax rates go up. Okay, Townsend. Townsend saw 20% over the last 7 years. I thought this was interesting. When I looked back at Jamaica, for instance, they started out at lower in fiscal year 15 at $1.43, right? Townsend starting out in fiscal year 15 $1.63, 20 cents higher already, right? So, and you can see what their CLA did, particularly from, what is that, 18 to 19? Or 9, yeah, 18 to 19? Yeah. So that was a big hit. Okay, so let's get back to just looking at...
Oh, question from the audience.
Yes.
Townsend has not been reappraised since 2014. You had it marked as 2019, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
that's when the CLA changed.
Well, that's when the CLA dropped to under 100, but we didn't do a reappraisal.
Okay.
Yeah, Brookline didn't have a reappraisal either.
It wasn't a reappraisal?
It was probably one property given 5
on the...
We were one property skewed the whole thing, you know.
Okay, so not a reappraisal, but yeah, that can happen in a town. It does say on the tax website, I'll have to go back and look, sometimes it says reappraisal, I thought it said that, but I'll look and see. So let's go back and just look at the year over year. So the fiscal year 20 tax rate to the fiscal year 21, and these are all estimates, okay? This is, we know that until June 1st or after June 1st, this can still fluctuate, different things that happen. Mainly up in Montpelier at this point. Okay, so we see Brookline, slight decrease, very slight. But you see their CLA went up 5.48%. Jamaica, almost 7% increase. Newfane, 6.38% increase, and Townsend, a 5.24% increase in tax rates. But you can see the other 3 towns, their CLAs went down. Okay. So now, if you own property in the state of Vermont, there are 2 ways you are going to pay your property taxes. You are going to pay on, you can pay on income sensitivity or on your homestead. So if your household earns, and when I say household, I don't mean a person, right? If your entire household earns less than $136,500, you qualify for state payments or a property tax adjustment on your property tax bill. If your household earns over that, then you don't qualify and you pay on your homestead. Okay, so I have a couple of examples, but these are really broad overviews of examples, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this, okay? Each individual's tax situation is unique, and there's not a table or a chart somewhere that's going to say this is what your tax credit's going to be, okay? There is now on the Vermont Department of Taxes a tax calculator. It actually works pretty well. I've done it for myself. I've done it for some of the towns here. However, I'll caution, if you do use it, it does not take into account incentives. Okay, so those are nowhere to be found on that. So if I'm from Dummerston and we did not merge voluntarily, so I can figure out my taxes pretty close. But it would be a little bit harder for one of the West River towns people to go and do that. So first, we're going to talk about income sensitivity. So the Smith household earns $75,000 and they live in a house. Their homestead is worth $200,000. Okay. So in fiscal year 20, they would have received a property tax credit on their property tax bill of $1,466. And that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.03%. Now that income sensitivity percentage can be found on the 3-year comparison, which is in your annual report, okay? So for fiscal year 21, seeing that they did not get any big bonuses or anything like that, they are still at $75,000 and their house is worth $200,000. They would only receive a property tax credit of $1,398. Okay, so, and that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.35%. Okay, because the tax rate went up, the cost per student went up, that also went up. So the results are actually an increase in their tax payment of $240. So every single person is affected. Okay, not just people that pay 100%. Not that they can afford it either. Okay, so I want to make that clear because I've had that criticism that people that don't have income sensitivity, it's still a burden on them as well. So this is the Jones household, and they all combined earn $150,000, and they reside in Jamaica, and their homestead is worth $200,000. In 20, they would have paid $3,760, and in 21, they would have paid $4,022, resulting in an increase in property taxes of $262 or 7%. We saw that 7% earlier there. So what are the next steps? Next steps are to vote. Okay, there's an important reminder about Article 17. Okay, and I would ask that you would turn in your annual report to page 16, okay? There are 2 articles on the ballot. One is for primary and one is for secondary. If you vote yes to primary and no to secondary, or yes to secondary and no to primary, and the budget fails, the board is going to come back and look at the whole budget because it's a pre-K through 12 budget, okay? It's not a primary and a secondary budget. The whole reason for Article 17, you can read, I have that article mentioned on page 16 in your annual report. So if you're going to support the budget, vote yes on both. If you're going to not support the budget, then vote no on both. Okay. Future planning. I'm going to let Bill take over here and talk about what is West River, what is the administration doing to look into the future and to just some different things that we have planned on the horizon. So, thank you, Bill.
I'm gonna peer into the future. Are you gonna click for me?
Yeah, I'm going over.
First of all, thank you, Lori.
Good job.
Yes, thank you, Lori. This is like filming Jeopardy. You know, there's no real studio audience. You do 10 in a day, and then they just bring people in, and then they.
What is CLA for 200?
Exactly. This is the exciting stuff. This is the stuff that people, I believe, got on the board, wanted to get on the board, to think about how to shape the future of 5 communities. This community started discussing coming together 12 years ago and proposed a vote 3.5 years ago and voted in the communities to create one district. And we've been working the last couple of years to just kind of come together. But now we're at an inflection point where, if you could click the next thing, where we're at a point where our planning for the future is going to coincide with a opportunity for leveling of our students. And so this is really it. This is our shot as a community to do the right thing, to do some deep planning, some deep thinking, get feedback from our community, hear what people want to invest in for the next 50 years. Because if we get this wrong, then we're going to keep revisiting what Lori showed us at the very beginning, where we're going through 3 iterations of a budget and we're reducing down $800,000, and we're not doing anything about the improvement of the plant. We are not doing anything beyond what we're currently doing. We are just maintaining the status quo. And our students don't deserve the status quo. Our communities don't deserve the status quo. But we're going to have to do some hard work. We're going to have to make some hard decisions. And we're going to have the community invested in the path that this board is going to lead. That's one of the exciting things I think we have in front of us. It's very, very challenging. But you all have made some high-quality decisions, I would say, over the last few years. You've hired some really good principals. You've hired a really good business manager. You have the people in place that can make this happen, but it's going to take some work. So, what's the next slide? Pretty good one. Yeah. Before that, this is why we're doing the work. We're doing the work for our kids now, our kids in the future, and then a reason for our kids to come back. We raise their families here in our community. We have some things that we're going to talk about later on our board, in our board packet, about some future planning. My goal as the superintendent is to support this board in getting to a place in the fall where you all are presenting to your communities a path forward. It might be 5 paths forward, and you want to hear back from the communities which path they want you to take. It's going to be about student opportunity. It's going to be about cost. It's going to be about investment. And I'm pretty excited about it. I know it's going to be challenging, but this is why you all were elected, and I'm happy to support you and bring our team together to make this happen. So, do you have any questions for Lori or I? Awesome.
I'm watching all the unmutes here.
There should be other ways that we should think about getting revenue.
Fantastic. That will be one of the things, if you approve one of our path of planning, that we get to discuss. I love that, Ken. Creative thinking. So, Lori wanted to present this tonight because we wanted to memorialize this presentation. We're going to be sharing this across all of our platforms so that people who couldn't be here tonight, people that weren't watching tonight, get an understanding of what they're voting on, why they're voting for this budget, the path, the tough decisions this board went through to get there. But our work isn't done. This was just to get us kind of to the beginning. And now we got to do the work. So I'm excited to do it with you. And Lori, outstanding. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Bill.
Policy.
All right. So, next on the agenda, unless we have questions, anyone? Is everyone online still awake?
You muted them.
They can unmute themselves.
I hadn't heard the kids.
You're scared to
I'm
unmute
awake
yourself.
and I am so inspired by what I've been listening to. I just kept clicking the wrong button. So now I know which one to click. I'm good and I'm going to mute myself again.
All right. Okay, so we're getting the bugs worked out of this technology. Okay, the next thing on the agenda, unless we have a question here, which I didn't see, is policy. There are some things that some policies that need to be discussed. Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to do this?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, age of admission. We had warned that policy, we need to adopt it.
Right. So we just need
I need a motion.
That was the one we warned at the last meeting. I don't think it's in the packet, but it's actually.
Yes.
Is it? Okay. Sorry, I didn't print everything.
Is it admission or attendance?
Age of admittance.
Admission. Age of admission.
Attendance.
It's attendance on the policy itself. It's wrong on the.
It's wrong on what Bill put.
Yeah.
It's
It's wrong on the agenda.
On the agenda.
Sorry.
What do I got?
No, I did
Age
it
of
wrong.
attendance.
You're doing it right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved, Ken.
So we have a motion to adopt policy C35, age of attendance. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Further discussion?
Nope.
All right, see
And never
none.
again. We're not gonna ever discuss it again.
All in favor of adopting policy C35, age of attendance, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Next one, Ken?
Is, we're going to warn C5, the weapons policy. There,
Just point out that part.
yeah, there was a few changes in it, and it was under the sanctions where it says, any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a firearm to school shall be brought by the superintendent to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Should I read the whole thing all the way down?
I think those two things are
I
the
think
key.
that's-
Everything else was exactly the same from all the previous
Right.
districts.
And the second one is, any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a non-firearm to school shall have the incident reviewed by the principal in consultation with the superintendent may recommend the student to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Those are the add-ins.
Those are the changes from the existing
Changes from the
policy.
original policy that we had warned, yes.
Go ahead.
Can I ask
Wait, 1 second. We got
Can I ask
one
a
second,
clarifying
Keith. 1
question
second.
about this policy?
1 second. Al's asking a question because he's here, and then you're next. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you.
So when we say non-firearm, I assume we mean non-firearm weapon.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear enough in here? Firearm would be.
Could be a
A,
pen.
we-
It's not a
a weapon can be any standard instrument,
Okay.
depending on the intent it is used in.
Right. So just
Under
wondering-
definitions, the second bullet on
Oh,
page
okay.
1, it says weapons means a firearm.
Right.
So is it-
When the policy committee discussed it, they thought that it matched the language that we were given, but the ability to create a distinction between a
firearm
weapon
and
and
a
a firearm, exactly, and a non-firearm, so that the principal would have some discretion. Because under our old policy, it was an immediate expulsion hearing, and there was no discretion allowed.
Correct.
In the case of like jackknives or.
Correct.
anything like that.
But I think Al's asking if we should just put that word in, right?
Yeah, not.
Right after
Right after
non-firearm.
non-firearm
Oh, just
weapon.
add the word weapon.
Yeah.
Weapon.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
that's right.
Okay, Keegan,
Thank you.
your question?
So this was actually more of just a clarification. At the school I currently teach in, there are school projects that kids have had special permissions to bring in weapons for demonstration purposes, specifically looking at muskets or bayonets as well as swords. So I'm just curious if this policy leaves room for the student creativity, provided that they have school permission to bring in obviously unloaded weaponry, but at least have as part of a classroom demonstration.
I would say that under the policy as currently under consideration, that no, there would not be the ability to bring in a sword for a high school presentation.
How does this, my follow-up question also includes thinking about our rural students. In my school, we have a hunting and sport and fishing club, and they also go through their hunter safety courses, which on occasion does allow them to meet at the school with their weapons before they head off to the firing range. Is that an interest of point to consider for the kids of this school district? Would that ever be something that the children would want to have access to? Or would this policy preclude that option?
It doesn't. It doesn't. At this point, it doesn't.
If they bring it on campus, though.
But if it's on campus, it still can't be on campus.
It wouldn't preclude having a club. It would preclude having the club bring the items on campus.
Okay. I was just looking for some clarification. Thank you very much.
I have a question about that too.
Okay, go ahead, Lindsay, right?
So after hearing that, I feel like that's something that we should maybe look into a little bit further, that at least leaving the door open for a school-sanctioned discussion to happen. And if the school is on board with it, I personally would trust our building principals to make educated decisions on such matters. And if there was a educational reason or in a club instance, something like that, I feel like that's appropriate, and that we should leave room for that.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a
Yeah,
question?
please.
So, Lindsay, just a clarification there. You are interested in the policy committee reviewing the possibility of adding some exceptions, some narrow exceptions to be crafted into the language of the policy?
Yes.
And then Keegan, clarification, you're interested in allowing if the policy committee could talk about some exceptions in educational presentations, could there be some exceptions in the policy for something like that?
That is correct.
Okay.
May I say something on the record? Right now, I think we should warn this policy as is, because we do not have a policy in place to cover this in case anything happens, other than our warn policy. So we need to get this policy on board. If these other situations do occur in the future, then it would be brought up to the board, brought to the building principals and the superintendent, and then we will have a chance to readdress them.
Al? Could I ask for a clarification?
Sure.
So, Mr. McFadden, what I hear you say is that you are recommending that the board warn the policy as currently written, but to take the suggestions from Keegan and Lindsay into further discussions of the policy committee while this policy moves forward to become the acting policy, and those discussions occur in a parallel path?
Correct.
Okay.
Your question now.
So my question is, as part of that consideration that we'll be looking at, what are the insurance implications for the school?
And that's why we'll have to look at it during policy creation, which is going to be.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Anything else on this policy?
What
Okay.
state does she teach in?
Vermont.
Here.
Vermont.
Vermont?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
So.
Yes. Oh, just to
It must be
clarify,
Vermont.
I do have experience with both of these instances that I brought up. And I can tell you that having a student who's part of the fencing club through Norwich, having him come to my school and giving a demonstration was one of the most transformative things that my students had ever seen. They had never seen fencing as a sport before. And it really kind of broadened their awareness of other clubs and extracurriculars that they could get into. As to the bringing in of a musket, this was part of a lesson related to the Revolutionary War and the French and Indian War that I had taught. And a couple of kids came in with their parents to talk about the revolution of weapon development. And that was also another way where some of my students were able to connect on a different playing field. In a very safe, very insured way. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from, having had the experience and seeing the positive outcomes that the kids were able to have.
Okay. So,
Are you interested in being on the policy committee? Or at least getting us a copy of your school's policy?
Okay, Keegan's in. Keegan said yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so do you want to make a motion then to warn this policy, Ken?
I do.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion on the motion to warn the, what's the policy? Code C5, weapons and firearms?
I just actually have one other question.
Okay.
To Bill, what, as far as timeline goes, is there any reason with these discussions happening side by side that is there any this policy needs to be in place for a certain amount of time or anything like that, or would we be able to move right immediately into the other policy if we were to?
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Decision.
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no timeline. Once the board warns and adopts, you could have the revisions ready by the time that you are looking for adoption, and then you could recommend to the board. You don't even want to adopt this one as you warned it. So yeah, you don't have to keep it in place for any amount of time.
Thank you.
Okay, so all in favor of warning policy C5, weapons and firearms, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. It's warned.
One more policy.
Okay.
Would like to warn F31, school closings. I think it's appropriate we have this in place before midnight tonight.
Wow.
Although we're overridden by the governor anyway, but.
So under statute, the superintendent does have the ability to take action as described in this policy, but I thought during this time period that we are living through of COVID-19, it would be a good opportunity for the board to have a policy that reflects that statute and has it out for the public to know that we have that.
Okay. So you want to make a motion to warn that policy as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion, questions on that policy?
We let them call school days, might as well let them call this one.
All right. All in favor of warning policy F31 on school closing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. That motion passes as well. That's it for policy? Okay.
Yes.
We have, moving on to the reports, the students did not submit anything in writing, and did a student call in?
No.
Okay. So we don't have a student report. We do have both principals' reports and the cabinet report. We have one principal here and the rest of the principals online. Does anyone have any questions for the principals on anything in their reports? Or questions for Bill? We might as well lump it all together.
If they want to share any highlights, would be.
I have some questions.
Okay.
So in looking at the Leland and Gray principal report, underneath the safe and healthy schools section, I noticed that a lot of your improvements are going to be happening during April vacation. And I'm just curious if these improvements, like the walk-in cooler and the radon testing, are going to be impacted by the current school closure or dismissal practices that we're under.
Yes, Bob.
I can answer that the only one that I think cannot be done, again, depending on contractor's availability, is the indoor air quality testing, because the building has to be occupied to do that.
Did you get that?
I did, thank you.
Okay.
Whether or not the other ones actually get done remain to be seen based on what's happening in the outside
Right,
world.
right.
But that one can't be done unless the building is full.
Thank you. Anybody else with a question? Anything in any of these reports you feel that like we just absolutely can't overlook, folks? Well, the principals are all quiet.
They have no highlights to share.
I would imagine that the information in these reports is so outdated from what they've been dealing with in the last few days. And they're all so tired from like trying to put this all together that they're just like, no, just end the meeting. We need to go to bed. Thank you all for your hard work. These reports are great reading, and I believe you guys have been flat out for the last week or more, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. Bill.
So I'll just get to the heart of the matter of COVID-19. I'm trying to keep the board as informed as possible with copying you on all the communication we are doing throughout our district. We have sent a letter every single day for the past 5, so we're not trying to inundate parents and community members, but we're trying to make sure that we keep people updated to this ever changing situation. Basically, what we are doing in the WCSU is we listened to the governor and the declaration of emergency on Friday, and then we heard from the governor about making sure that students were in dismissal mode by Wednesday. Today, we operated school. We emphasized that parents had the opportunity to make whatever choices they wanted for student attendance. The largest student attendance was at Leland and Gray at 51%. The lowest student attendance was at Dover at 20%. On average, we are about 38% of students attending school. Based with that information and the preparation that our teachers are preparing for continuity of learning, we made the decision as a leadership team this morning to not have students attend school tomorrow, which is allowed under the governor's declaration. Students will not be in school. They will be in dismissal mode, which means that we will still have continuity of learning. We will still have meals that will be happening. We will still have connections with our social worker and our counselors for social and emotional health. But we will not have students in the building up until April 6th at the minimum. That is a rapidly changing situation that I will continue to update the board. We are building a COVID-19 WCSU centralized website that should go live at the end of the week. It will be posted on the WCSU site. It'll be the central repository for communications out about how buildings are operating, resources for families, resources for teachers in one central location. That will be posted on the WCSU site, and it will be shared through all the normal communications of schools, through newsletters, email, Facebook posts, Front Porch Forum. If I could, I'd love to have just a couple moments to ask Principal Tebow just to kind of flesh out kind of what the preparations are happening and what kinds of things are going to be occurring for our students as we do a continuity of learning beginning on Wednesday, if that's okay.
I think you're quiet enough and far enough away that people online are having a tough time hearing you. Sorry.
I'm accused of being quiet, but
yeah, I know.
I mean,
just want to add a little fuel to the fire.
You and me both.
All right. Well, I guess I don't know, I can come stand over here. Does that help? You think?
Come on over.
Probably.
So, where to begin? One of the things I said to our staff today is that obviously this is such an unusual circumstance. It's not something that any of us, either administrators or teachers, are prepared for. So it's going to feel a lot like doing your first year of teaching all over again. But in essence, what we're going to be doing here is that we have sent, we're sending home information probably either late tonight or tomorrow morning, that we're going to be moving to an almost entirely online learning environment. We surveyed our students last week and discovered that we literally have under 10 families that don't have internet access. So for those families, we'll be dealing with hard copies of things that they'll be able to pick up at the school starting on Friday. In the meantime, teachers are working on establishing a Google Classroom for each class environment and providing work through students that way. We've surveyed our staff around their knowledge of Google Classroom, and tomorrow morning we're starting at 8 a.m. with trainings by some of our more proficient users and experts for the staff that aren't experts, and we right off the bat, and then we'll move into some time for them to actually begin doing that work. A lot of them have already been thinking about it and doing this. We've been talking about this for a week and a half now anyway, so their teachers are really kind of on board with what to do. Yeah, it's going to be pretty different. The other thing that I can say, I guess, which is broader than just the teaching world, but we're also committed to providing lunches and a breakfast at lunchtime for each family that wants to, that needs it. And so we're going to have pickup locations at Newbrook, at Jamaica Village School, and here at Leland and Gray. They'll hand, the families will pull up in their car, identify the kids, we'll give them a lunch and a breakfast for the next morning from 11 to 1. Starting tomorrow in those 3 locations. Chris Parker's done an excellent job of laying out what that will look like. So the food will be there, the training is happening for the teachers, and the online environment will come. Do you want me to get into the working arrangements, or do you want to talk about that? Or
yeah, sure.
We met with leaders of the association this morning to talk about how we can develop the ability for staff to work remotely, and some compliance checking on our end to make sure that we can ensure that all that is happening and the kids are getting that stuff delivered to them. But we feel pretty comfortable with what we've come up with as a solution that will allow teachers to work remotely if they so choose. There may come a time at which the building might be closed to teachers, and we tell them in the meantime they can utilize the facilities if they wish, for internet, for copying, for whatever. But at some point that may change, and we'll know. When we do, we'll let them know. But at this point, we're going to allow them to do that, log their time, and prepare the lessons for the kids to do online.
Thank you, Bob.
So that's where we're at.
Nice. Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Al.
So, I love how your term that you used earlier about memorializing the budget. I think we should do the same thing after all of this happens. 2 months down the road, whenever it is.
Yeah.
What went well, what did not go well, what do we need to put in as part of our playbook. God forbid anything like this ever happens again, but there'll be emergencies where we may have the loss of building or whatever. I think this is, unfortunately, a good opportunity to see what can be done and what can't be done.
And the ability to build teacher skills for using this as an approach too is huge as far as what that can do after for expanded learning opportunities. It's really pretty cool to think about that.
Yep. Leanne, go ahead.
Is there any type of list of resources for parents of, say, essential workers who don't have the option of having a parent, students of essential workers that don't have the option of a parent at home? Will that be a resource that's provided? Is such a thing even exist in this rural area in our current climate?
So are you talking about resources for
childcare?
For childcare. So during the declaration of emergency, the governor said that he would like the school systems to play a role in that. They have yet to give guidance on what that looks like. But we are prepared. We are, we dove right into the planning of remote working. We dove right into the planning of food preparation. So once we get a little bit of guidance on that, we are game to figure it out.
Okay, I know a couple families in the area, single parent households where both parents are, where the parents are, they both work at home.
One thing I will say is, since this has all began the last 2 weeks, 10 days, the amount of people contacting our principals about wanting to volunteer, wanting to help, wanting to assist, has come from every single community. We're using the principals as kind of the point people because they are the ones that know their community really well. As an example, I got contacted by a group of people in Jamaica who are creating a rotational child care operation where different people are responsible on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I've had people from Wyndham and Brookline reach out to me. I've pushed them back to the principal about helping with food delivery if that becomes necessary, or assisting in that nature. So those kinds of things are happening. It's not centralized right now, but I would say that if you know of anybody that needs assistance, contact the principal in the building that either the child goes to or that the community they live in. I'm finding nothing but abundance of support from neighbors looking to help. So actually I have more people looking to help than people asking for it. So please encourage them to reach out.
Gotcha. Ken?
Also, Bill, this is a question for you. You guys met earlier this morning between 9 and 11?
Yes.
And 11 o'clock, the governor came on and was talking about, besides teachers, the paras, the custodians, all the rest of the staff.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Support staff.
Support staff, that's the word, that's the one I was looking for. Your support staff.
Yes.
It says that the governor assured our informed superintendents that they're gonna be put to work too.
So before the
So,
governor
I-
made that declaration, we were already planning to make sure that we were going to invest in the people that have invested in our communities. And so
And our children.
we have our plans in place to everybody who wants to work. We have a role for them. We are not requiring people that would like to take sick days. Everybody has different personal situations.
Right.
But anybody who wants to support our continuity of learning and safety and security, social, emotional for our students, we have a role for them, and we're excited to deploy those resources.
Thank you for your fast thinking, and thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Bill? I continue to be amazed at the amount of work that you guys have done, you and your team and your principals, everyone, to put this together and to continue to serve our kids and our communities in this. You're to be commended. Thank you.
You did a great
Thank
job.
you.
We have a great team.
On short notice.
Yeah, and we're ahead of some other districts.
Well,
too.
and
That's
it
noteworthy.
changes every day.
Yeah.
I mean, Friday we were gonna stay open and Sunday we closed, and it's in place seamless.
Fluid
So
is the
it's,
Fluid is the term. That's good.
it is,
Constant change.
it is truly a test of your abilities, and right now I'd say you're passing with flying colors. So anyway, moving on. Class configuration.
So at our last meeting, the board heard of some changing demographics that are occurring in Townsend. Just as a little history, we had in Townsend this year, we had 2 teachers for 3, 4, and 5, and the 2 teachers and the principal decided that it was best to serve the Townsend students by combining the 4-5 class, which was 24 kids. And next year, we were predicted to have similar 24 kids, so we made that plan in the budget to have it staffed in that way. Since that time, we had another individual come into our current 3rd grade class, which will be next year's 4th grade class, and 2 more that are in our current 4th grade class will be returning this summer to our 5th grade class. So we now have an anticipated 27 students in the 4th and 5th, with 19 students in 3rd. And so my task was to come back to the board and give you guys some thoughts about what to do, because they'll all have budgetary implications. So there are 3 options that we have identified. One is that we do not hire anybody, that we keep 2 teachers for the classrooms in Townsend, and you have 19 third graders and 5 fourth graders in one class, and you have 5 fourth graders and 17 fifth graders in another class. So you'd have 2 classes. One class would have 24. Of those 24, 5 would be fourth graders, and the other class would be 22, and in that class, 5 would be fourth graders. So you have almost a 4-to-1 ratio of a combined classroom, which is not ideal for instruction and is not ideal for the students, but it is an option for the board to consider. The second option is to have a straight third grade and have 27 students in one class and hire a paraeducator to support that large class. That would range anywhere from 40, well, with the new healthcare law, it could be anywhere from $45,000 to $55,000 to have a non-licensed support person for that licensed teacher. The third option is to hire a regular ed teacher and have 3 straight grades, a third grade class of 19, a fourth grade class of 10, and a fifth grade class of 17, which could range anywhere from $65,000 to $85,000. Again, all of those expenses are post-budget, so they would start your deficit for next year. But you do have changing demographics from your community that you asked me to come back and give you some options. So those are the 3 options I am presenting to you and looking for feedback from you about what you'd like me to do to proceed.
Can I ask a question?
Al's first, then you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can you give the numbers again on
Sure.
the third option for 3, 4, 5 number of students?
There'd be 19 students in grade 3,
Yep.
10 students in grade 4, 17 students in grade 5.
Okay. And I don't want to jump too far into the weeds, but the weighting study is starting to move in the right direction, even if it's phased in. Maybe there's the potential that this could be covered.
So the weighting study did leave Senate Ed, which is fantastic. The current timeline of the weighting study is a study to be presented to the legislature on July 1st of 2021 and a rollout of 3 years. But because it got out of the Senate, it does now go to the House Education Committee where it can be altered. If it is altered, then there's a committee of conference. So you're right, Al, it is entirely possible that the report could be due on September 1st or October 1st or November 1st, because then if the report came out before we rolled out a budget of February 2021, then yes, it could have a fiscal impact. But again, those are all unknowns that we don't know right now.
Keegan.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you're going to be looking, so for option 1, it's the reorganization. Option 2, you're looking to hire a para to support the third grade teacher. And the third option is to hire a full-time classroom teacher. I'm curious, are these going to be positions that are strictly for this 1 year? Or are you looking to hire the person for long-term FTE status?
It would be a 1-year contract in either situation.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Yep.
I just had a question. I didn't catch. What was the estimated cost on option 2 and 3?
Option 2 is a para-educator.
Yep.
That is between $45,000 and $55,000. And option 3 is a classroom teacher, and that's $65,000 to $85,000.
Thanks.
Dana, you have a question?
Got a room in Jamaica?
That is correct.
Yeah, I have a question.
Hang on. Okay. You had another question? Okay, who was online?
Tina.
Okay,
So, did you say we were talking about?
could you identify yourself, full name and town of residence for the record, please?
Tina Bills, Brookline.
Thank you.
When you're talking about merging the classes, you were saying 3rd, 4th, or 4th, 5th?
Yeah, option 2 would be to create a 3rd, 4th, and a 4th, 5th at the same time.
Okay.
My only comment was if you were gonna merge classes, I think you should reconsider doing maybe the younger grades together versus the fifth grade, because the fifth grade has a whole lot to get ready for to be at Leland and Gray, which is a huge transition for them with a lot of things to get ready for. So I think it would be better to have the fifth grade to have their own class so they can really focus on what they need to know before they go to Leland and Gray.
So in developing their recommendations for the board, we did consult with the current principal and classroom teachers, as well as our director of curriculum, and came up with the idea of the more independent the older the students are, the better opportunity it would be to have combined grades of that size. But that what you are suggesting was considered, but it is not our recommendation at this time.
Okay. I mean, I just know that the kids that went this year were not prepared for Leland and Gray the way, as well as they could have been, because of course they didn't know what was going to happen for one. But they definitely were not prepared the best that they could have been. So I just like to see the next class be a little more prepared than our class was.
Okay. Al, you got a question?
Yeah, so I hear you saying this would be a one-year contract, but I don't know if we see any leveling off, or I mean, you pointed to a projection of this, we kind of dipped to the bottom and now we're possibly going up in population, so.
The second grade class, so if you look at 2 years down the road, just one, as in responding to Keegan's question, hiring for just 1 year gives us some flexibility. And the current second grade class only has 12 students. So if everything stayed equal, in 2 years, it would be 12, 19, 10. And the ability to split that into a 3-4 class and a 4-5 class, they would be under 20. It would be a little bit more manageable in that structure. So one is it's always good to hire for 1 year just because it gives us flexibility. And two, the numbers show that if things stayed consistent, it might fit into that configuration.
Based on conversation, oh, go ahead, Ken.
Okay, good.
No, go ahead, it's fine.
I was just gonna say, I know at Newbrook before in the past, if we had an extra large class like that, we would go with the para to help out the teacher, and it seemed to work out very well.
That's why it's one of the suggestions is that it is a possibility for a positive outcome.
And mixing up classes too much does kind of make it harder for the teacher and the students.
I will tell you that the strong advocacy of the principal is understandably the most expensive option, but the having the straight grades, kind of going back to Ms. Bill's question about having the preparation and intensity and focus on a specific grade. But we also understand the environment that we're in, and so we wanted to bring you guys some options.
May I ask another question?
Yes.
I have some fairly large classroom sizes with the current kiddos that I teach, but I've got like a 30-70 split when it comes to students within any given classroom that fall under IEP or 504 services. Without getting into specifics, based on the students and the needs that they have, would it be better for the kids based on the number of your kiddos that have those special education expectations and supports? Would hiring a full-time teacher be better for that group, or could a general ed para, in all honesty, be able to do what it is you're hoping for them to do with supporting of a general classroom teacher?
So, of course, not getting into specifics, in our discussions and analysis with the principal, all of those factors that you mentioned were taken into consideration in his recommendation for an additional teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Yes.
This is Scotty Tomaschnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal. I do have one specific comment on this, and I totally trust Craig and our leadership to make this decision. A few years ago, though, I made a decision about hiring a teacher, and I feel like now, in retrospect, I made it a little too early. And so the only suggestion that I would have on the subject would be that the hiring is the thing you can't undo. So if you are going to err on the side of caution, it would be to not hire and wait for a few months to just make sure that the families in question still have similar placement ideas for their kids.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, the goal tonight was just to bring these options to the board. The board is under no obligation to make a decision tonight. I think that they have to look at all their different options for making this task, and part of it could be to give it some time.
Yeah, I think, Bill, you know what I'm speaking about. I just think that if you can wait just a little bit more, things might change, and it might be helpful to wait.
I don't think there's too great of a risk of waiting a little bit. I just don't want the board to be surprised if we have this conversation in April and a decision is necessary.
Thanks, Bill.
Just a real quick sort of off question. Are we in the midst of the choice?
We are.
That's why I was wondering what you've gotten so far.
We've gotten 4 requests. None of them involve this grade level. And that ends on March 31st, so that would be another opportunity to kind of close the door on that and bring it forth to the board.
Well, I have something.
So, hang on. Dana was ahead of you.
I was just wondering on the school choice if that's gonna make, you've answered my question with that.
All right.
So.
Ken?
Let's see, you threw me off my game here. Where was
we can come back to you.
You know,
and I know I'll remember it.
Hiring timeline.
No timeline.
So what I'm hearing though is that these are the options that we have, but we don't need to give you any guidance at this point, and that it's actually probably prudent to wait until choice has played out to see which makes sense, and at that point we can revisit the recommendation of the principal and the administration and make a decision.
Yes.
Ooh, I remembered.
Oh boy!
Since this board is so happy to have committees, why don't you put a committee together to study these 3 options with some of the teachers and the principal on this committee to see what would be the best outcome.
Are you volunteering to chair that committee?
Absolutely not. I'm on 2 committees already, thank you.
I think there's your answer. Bill?
While I do think that committee work can sometimes be very helpful, I think in this situation I would ask that a committee not be created and possibly wait till our April meeting to kind of see where things stand and the board can discuss the options put before them.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Any
Let's see what
further
happens
discussion
to
on this? So, yes.
I just wanted to say, it sounds like we've probably excluded one, right? I don't think we need to go down that path.
The first one?
Oh, option 1?
Option 1, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, no, because after school choice, option 1 might be the option. It's just the number of students might change.
I agree that we will have a fuller picture after school choice is complete.
Okay. Then we'll take option 1.
True enough. Okay. So no action on that one. Moving along unless there's further discussion. We need, since Jennifer Dorta Duque was not reelected from Jamaica, it would be nice to have another person on the negotiations committee. Jen and I were doing it. We've had our 3rd meeting with the WCEA. We've exchanged some proposals. We're moving along. It's probably not a huge time commitment, but there will be some additional meetings. I can bring you up to speed on where we are and what's going on and sort of what not in public. But is anyone interested in serving on this committee?
I can't.
I know.
I'm just saying.
Al can't either.
Nope.
No.
So do I get it?
Oh, it's Trish.
Yes, Trish.
Hi, I would help out if you needed another set of hands.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's limited to just. I don't think it's limited to just one. I mean, you don't necessarily get it by virtue of getting the position. If you're interested, oh, that's not how it's worked. That's not how it's worked as long as I've been on this board. If you're interested, you're certainly welcome, and we could have the three of us as well. If you just thought you were kind of stuck with it, I'm happy to have Trish, join me, and we'll finish it out.
Have Trish do
It's or you can both be on. It's really, I just don't want you to feel like you're being forced. All right, so Trish has volunteered. So I think we just need a motion to appoint Trish to the negotiations committee.
So moved.
Second.
Do you only need help from one person, or are you looking for additional?
It was just the two of us, and it's fine.
Okay.
Like I had said to Dana, I mean, if you're interested, you're welcome to join us.
We're going to make her really busy on the policy committees.
You've already volunteered for the policy committee. You're going to have plenty of stuff on your plate.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on that, or shall we just vote? All in favor of appointing Trish to the negotiations committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Welcome, Trish. Thank you.
March 26th, 6:30.
Yeah, March 26th, 6:30 is our next meeting. Okay, the next thing is the lease that Lori gave me. It is it's really effective July 1st, 2019.
Yes.
Okay, so West River Valley Thrives has been using space in the Leland and Gray building since July 1st, 2019. All last year. But they had a lease, and apparently when the lease expired, we just never redid the lease. So we need to redo the lease. This is the same terms as before, right?
Correct.
It's $675 a month. That includes the space on level C, electricity, phone, internet, janitorial services, heat, and AC. There's AC. As well as access to the bathrooms. It's been working for over a year, but in order for West River Valley Thrives to, is it grant driven? They need to show a copy of this lease to somebody.
They do. They need
So-
to show a copy of the lease. They're going out for a 5-year grant to continue services, so
I
they need
move.
this as soon as possible.
I move the chair sign the lease.
Second.
Okay. Does anybody want to see the lease, or is there further discussion? By the way, Craig, I see you have your hand up. I'll get you right as soon as we finish the lease. And if we have to go backwards, that's okay. So, any discussion, questions on the lease for Lori, me? Want to see the lease? All right. It's been moved and seconded to approve the lease and authorize the chair to sign it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. I'm sorry, Craig, you have your hand up. I've even unmuted you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I unmuted you.
All right, thank you.
You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, it was just going back to the configuration situation, and I was trying to find a way to raise my hand for a while, and so I apologize for that. I appreciate the thought that has been given to how we can possibly give the best education to our kids. I think Tina Bills made a really nice point of getting students prepped and ready for the middle school. And going through this configuration this year, we sort of lived out the experiment, and I think we made a lot of really nice adjustments. And looking forward, as Bill mentioned, we do have some increase in population for some of the classes moving ahead. And a one-year position would certainly be the best benefit for the education of those kids, especially in 4th and 5th grade. And to Scotty's point of waiting to sort of seeing where school choice plays out, I agree with that. The caveat being that if we wait too long, again, this is sort of the season for educators to be finding new jobs and new positions. If we wait too long, we may miss out on a really good candidate. And so I would just advise the board to consider that earlier may be better. And if the difference is something like $25,000, the quality of education that those 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders will be getting for the year as a trial will be worth it. So that's just kind of my point.
Craig, so clarification. The board meets again April 13th. Are you thinking that it's your opinion that that is too long of a wait? Or are you asking the board to consider making a decision tonight, basically in the context of if nothing dramatically changes at the end of school choice, what would the board's decision be? Which way are you leaning to ask the board?
Good question. Yeah, I think waiting the month to see where school choice falls and see where those numbers fall is okay, because April 13th is still pretty good. But I would hope that we would come into maybe even leaving this meeting and say, if numbers stay the same, let's go into April 13th and hire that one-year position for the 3, 4, or 5 classroom, whichever way we want to shift. But have a better educated guess or an educated decision going into that meeting. There was no answer there, but
Well, maybe I can thread the needle here. What if I ask the board for a preliminary decision based on the results of school choice not changing dramatically what currently exists, permission to post an anticipated opening, the first week of April, so that we could collect, but then confirm on April 13th of the board's confirmation of that earlier decision. That would allow you to collect for about a week and a half prior, but wouldn't put the board in any bind in case they wanted to decide on the 13th that that's not the direction they wanted to go.
Yeah, I would appreciate that very much. That gives us a lot of leverage, the ability to get the resumes in, find a qualified candidate. If it doesn't work out and the board decides to go a different way, we can just cancel it because it's anticipated. But if they approve, we can go right into the hiring process. I believe that's the best way. Thanks, Bill.
All right, so what I hear you saying, Principal Roach, is you're asking the board to consider making a recommendation tonight to me to move forward on the option to post a one-year professional position. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Joe, Chair.
Okay.
I am asking the board to consider that.
All right. I have another hand. Chris. Now you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I found the raise your hand. I just wanted clarification on school choice because in the last 2 meetings, it was stated and televised that school choice was not open for those 2 grades.
You mean the class size?
Yes.
Well, we're accepting applications, but I haven't made any decisions yet because I don't know what the configuration of the class is. If there are 3 teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5, then obviously there's going to be room in those classes if there's only 10 in a class.
Right, and I just wonder if people were confused by the way it was presented, that they may have thought that they couldn't apply for that if they wanted to.
I've received not applications, but inquiries about those specific grades, so I'm pretty sure people, if they were interested, at least asked for clarification.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so moving backwards just a little bit, we've had the request from both the principal and the superintendent now to at least give a preliminary recommendation, you know, all things being equal, option 1, option 2, or option 3, so that when choice does close, things can move ahead, you know, with the process, with the hiring process. So, thoughts on that? Al?
I'll make that motion on option 3.
Can I ask? I'm so sorry.
One sec.
No, he was asking for a full-time position. He didn't say which position.
Okay, so your motion is to hire the full-time teacher.
Which I think, Craig, was that what you were advocating for? I'm trying to understand that.
Yes, I was advocating for a full-time teacher.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion. Is there a second?
No second? I'll make a motion to go with the second option, which is to post for a para. There's no second. We move on.
Well, there was another person ahead of you that wanted to speak, but I wouldn't let her because there was a motion on the floor. Now there's no second, so it died. I was gonna let
They
Keegan
should have been
speak.
here.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, has it been considered, or would it even be an option to look at the current teaching staff you have within the entire SU and reassigning a teacher from a different building to kind of take on this particular role within the school, or would that not be an option?
No, that was considered. There just aren't any extra teachers in which we could move and not have the same situation where we would need to have a consideration of hiring a teacher.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm happy to be the second to the motion that died a few minutes ago. Or does it have to become a motion?
I will
I think
temporarily
why don't you
withdraw my
motion?
motion.
Why don't you remake the motion, Keegan?
I'll remake the motion that we consider as a board a one-year teaching position for grades 3, 4, and 5.
All right. Is there a second?
And I will gladly second
All
that.
right. Now there's a second. Thank you. Okay. Discussion on that, folks?
If we find, I have. Do you have any hands up on your screen there?
No, no.
All right, my hand's up and I'm live here. May I
Yes.
have the floor with you? Okay, so what I think is that in the past we have had we have a lot of good paras in our employees now, and special education paras. That there's more of them out there in the world. We've even let a few go. That it would be possible for us to post a different position other than hiring a teacher and get the same quality in that classroom for $20,000 cheaper. Or excuse me, could be $40,000 cheaper.
Can I offer a thought about that?
Sure.
So, while I understand the need and our desire collectively to be fiscally responsible, I think if you have 27 kids in a classroom, 2 adults is not nearly sufficient to meet the needs of almost 30 kids, especially if some of those needs are going to be fairly significant based on the student population within the classroom. So I would just be cautious of relying upon para support to support a classroom teacher. But that's just me.
Thanks.
Any? If no one's got their hand up on your screen.
No, I was actually looking at live
That's
on
okay.
this side of the table.
Go ahead. You
I-
keep
I
looking
don't-
that way. If you
I don't
see a
have
hand,
any.
let me know.
Any? You got any? What do you got, Ken?
I'm just recalling the days before declining enrollment when our classrooms all had that many students in them with one teacher and one teacher alone. Just pointing that out.
I understand and I hear you. It's been my experience that the needs of our students today is a lot different than they used to be.
Am I that old?
Not necessarily.
Yes, I am.
Alrighty.
It's okay.
Craig, I see your hand. This is great. I'm unmuting you. I'm unmuting you, Craig, but it doesn't want to take.
Unmuting.
How about now?
There you go.
Yeah, no, I agree with the sentiment that was just said, is that there is one certified professional that can teach a classroom, and of 27, that's going to be really difficult. The tutors and aides that I have run into in my educational career have been fantastic, and they care about kids, but they're not specifically qualified to teach the instruction of Tier 1, especially at the education that we're really trying to achieve here as part of our goals. And if we are looking to achieve, or if we're looking to grow the education and the achievement of our kids, having another qualified teacher provide that Tier 1 instruction is going to be the best benefit. And some of the best tutors could do it. They just probably can't, and we shouldn't rely on that to provide them with the education when we can get a certified teacher.
Thanks. Al.
So I would just say that in having worked with Craig for several years, I would say he's very fiscally prudent. He doesn't ever ask for anything unless he needs it. I'm glad that he has advocated for this, and if he have, I fully believe that it's necessary and vital for the appropriate education of at Townsend Elementary.
Okay. Lindsay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that being especially that we had a lot of comments in the school choice survey regarding the huge jump in class sizes and how that was going. I can't actually see it going well at all to have 27 kids in a classroom, whether you add a para or not, just based on how the community has already responded to class sizes at Townsend. So I guess that being said, I'm on board with the classroom teacher.
Thank you. Craig, go ahead. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
There you go.
No, I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that point up because the last meeting we did review that, and that really was a strong opinion of people. And if we can help alleviate and give people what they wanted for school choice and improve education, I think that's the way to go. So I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that back up.
Want a clarification?
Sure, Ken.
Is there enough room in the Townsend building for another full classroom?
Yes, we actually have a whole other classroom waiting to be used.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it safe? Fire safety safe, approved?
Yes.
No. All right. Any further discussion? Or are we ready to vote? All right. all in favor of posting the, what was the tentative?
1 year
1 year
upper elementary position.
anticipated. That was the word.
Thank you.
Position. Thank you. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Gotta count them, buddy.
We're gonna have to count them. On the online, you want to just type you can type your message.
Well,
nay.
so I read the digital open meeting law. They have to
Uh-huh.
identify themselves and say it one at a time.
All right, Trish.
Trish Scott, aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Howie. Howie appears to. Oh no, there he is. Howie. He's on the computer.
Can he wave? Can he?
You can chat.
Actually, he has to do it. He has to do it orally.
Howie.
It has to be heard by.
You have to orally vote yay or nay on the classroom teacher. I've unmuted your mic. Talk to us. Okay. Well, we have the other two. We'll wait and see if Howie goes in. Then we
You
have
Keegan online.
Keegan. I'm sorry, I forgot you.
That's okay. Aye.
Okay. The rest of the ayes.
Tina Bills, aye.
You're not on the board, Tina, but nice try.
Aye.
Howie, you have to actually say it according to meeting law. We have to hear you. I see you typed it. Oh, your mic doesn't work. He says his mic doesn't work, but he's typed I twice.
Have them call it in.
Here, you want to give him my cell phone number?
Yeah, call the cell.
Call
here.
802.
If you can. Otherwise, I think we might be okay. So there's the nays are 2, 4. Leanne?
I was in a,
Okay. So we have 4 nays and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes. Without Howie's vote.
And the chair doesn't have to vote. Well,
That is
you
with the
can
chair
vote to
voting.
break or make a tie.
That is with the chair voting.
You voted.
I have voted to break the tie 4-4.
Okay.
Well, Howie's an aye, but we can't count him until we hear him. 802, he wants the number. Hang on, Howie.
Now the world knows my cell phone number.
Thank you. I'm texting it to him privately. We're not broadcasting it.
Well, it's not.
There should be 11, right?
I'm not against the position.
Can we edit that out?
Yes.
Nope.
Ah.
Thinking that.
Oh, yeah, there's 4 on it.
Austin, buddy. Edit me out.
There's 10.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
gotta
plus
have-
Emily.
If
Emily's
it
already-
becomes
you
another
gotta have
problem,
6.
we'll figure something. I'll train you.
Gotta have 6. We gotta wait for Howie to go.
His
There's
cell
a
phone
cookie.
number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well,
Who do we gotta wait for?
Well, we gotta wait for Howie.
Because he's trying to vote, and that's the 10th. You know what I mean? So you need 6 if you have 10.
If we don't
voting
hear
members.
from Howie in 2 minutes, we need to move on, then I suggest we table this.
Hi, Howie. Howie? Okay, why can't I hear him now?
Speak it.
It's
I
Wyndham.
got it on.
Oh, okay, your vote's over.
Howie?
Is your volume muted way down?
Howie? Wow, I can't hear you on the phone either, Howie.
Well, actually,
It's gotta be 5-4 then. You can't count it.
it's 5-4. Yeah. So it's still.
I mean-
Calling him.
Okay, let's try this. I'd really like to hear from
I would too. But without him, it's
Howie?
5-4.
Yeah. Because he knows the answer in
Must be
advance.
something wrong.
Yes, sir. Oh. Hi. One more try here, and then we just go forward with 5-4.
They put scanners in here for cell phones, like to jam them.
Mine mine's worked here before.
Yeah, mine worked.
Yeah, mine's worked here before.
Daughters at BBA, they got jammed all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had jammers. So, wow.
Serious?
Yes. Well, they could afford them.
Yeah, and between donations from one person.
Howie?
If you do get
Does
them.
he know how to operate one?
They don't have communication in Wyndham, so, you know.
Wow. Can he yell from the hilltop?
Howie?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not sure what's wrong with his phone.
Okay, we have a meeting to like
All right.
move on,
We've-
so it's
we've-
gonna have to be 5-4.
We've lost Howie. The vote ends up being 5-4 without Howie's vote counting, so the ayes have it. The motion carries, and you have your teacher.
No.
No.
We have the
Well,
ability
you have
to
the ability
post
to post
an
the- yes.
anticipated opening.
Yes.
And I'm going to put it on the 13th of June.
I was hurrying, so I took some words out of the
understand.
sentence.
Okay, go.
Okay, so
And you did let Craig know that he's gotta somehow remove the rest of that money from.
under old business, we had put the parent request for tuition off a month to allow the parent to attend, and they didn't come. We can either give them one more month, or we can take action tonight. What's the pleasure of the board?
No. If they're not gonna show up for 2 meetings in a row.
right?
You know.
There's a lot.
Deny the request to
Right.
pay tuition.
I make a motion, we deny the request to pay tuition.
Is there a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded to deny the parent request to pay tuition to attend, I believe it was Vermont Academy. Any discussion on this before we vote? I'm looking for hands online. Go ahead.
Joe, I have something to say.
Okay,
when you
hang
get
on
to
one
me.
sec, Trish. I got one here and then I got you.
Okay.
Just the possibility that the parent received Bill's notice to no school community gatherings, that they didn't show up here, or is that? I'm new, so just kind of throwing it out there.
I would have hoped that they would have connected with Joe or I.
Yeah, I haven't heard
They
anything
didn't show up at
from
the
them.
last meeting.
And they didn't show up.
They
at
didn't show up at the
meeting.
last meeting. They've sent a letter. We needed some clarification and we talked to them about that and we haven't heard since then. So
Plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, I would be sensitive. Thanks, David.
thank you. Trish?
That's what was going to be my question. Had there been communication between the administration and the family, or if there hadn't been, with the extraordinary circumstances going on right now, I would say let's give them until next month because there is still time. But if there has been communication and it's kind of gone nowhere, then I would support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments? Questions? Ready to vote? All right, all in favor of the motion to deny the tuition request, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The ayes have it, the motion carries.
Howie's still mute.
Yeah, Howie's still muted. Okay, the long-term planning work calendar. At the last meeting, we were given these two different drafts of possible long-term work calendars where, going forward after we get a budget adopted for next year, we start talking about what, as a district, we can do going forward. The future planning that Bill was talking about at the end of the budget presentation. One of them contemplates having a budget committee do some additional work, and the other has the board doing all the work without the aid of the budget committee, right?
That is correct.
The one where the board does all the work without the aid of the budget committee means more board meetings. These meetings would be in addition to the regular board meetings. We'd go back to most of the time 2 a month. So we should we should, tonight or certainly at no later than the April 13th reorganization meeting, adopt one of these as the plan going forward for the work that we have in front of us for the next 6 months or so. Thoughts tonight?
I think it would be a very good idea to have a budget committee separate from the regular board meetings.
Okay. Keegan. Yep. Rick. Sorry. I looked at him move and I looked at Mike.
Well, that's exactly what I said last time. Is what Keegan said. So I'm still on that page.
Okay. Anyone else?
Should have a budget committee.
Okay.
Just another committee though. But.
Yep. Well, we try to keep those to a minimum.
Well, we had one this year, and apparently it didn't work out too well when it worked out, the committee did great work, but apparently the public wasn't too happy with what the committee wanted, and then tasked the administration to go back without the committee.
Okay.
And come up with a budget.
So we've heard support for the budget committee, and again, this can all be decided at the reorganization meeting, but it sounds like, based on the feedback we're getting now, we could have one different member is at the reorganization committee, or we could just be the same as we are now. But the plan, I guess we can give Bill the heads up that he should sort of look to plan with the input of a budget committee, and then that committee can be finalized at the reorganization meeting. You can be volunteered or, if you're interested in serving on that and all those extra meetings, think about it now and then you'll get tapped at that meeting. Does that make sense to you?
Yep.
Does that work for everyone? Board? Yep. Did I capture it? All right. Great. The next item is blizzard bags.
Yes.
And there's a link that is supposed to go to some research but when the board packet was put together, the PDF document flattened the link and it doesn't work. So, Bill, could you tell us what that link was?
Well, I will say that this is almost a 2-year-old conversation that I think some creative thinking from some board members about looking to neighboring states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts in particular, that received permission from their Department of Education to create blizzard bags, which is essentially what we're going to kind of live through here the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it is prudent to bring the thought back up. In Vermont, the current pathway before COVID-19 was a pretty extensive waiver that had to go through the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education. And I am curious to see what happens on the other side of COVID-19. And so I would respectfully ask that we go ahead and keep it on old business, but kind of with what Al was thinking about, kind of an after-action review. I think the state is going to do that. And so I am happy to continue investigating the possibility for West River to participate in that. I would just suggest if we could wait until after this current situation hopefully subsides, and I might have some more support and thought around it at the people that would have to say yes.
Just want to say that makes a lot of sense. So.
Okay.
Agreed. Ken?
Well, this is not how I wanted to set a precedence for this to happen. Now, the state has a precedence that the governor is turning around and saying, you have to provide blizzard bags, basically.
COVID bags.
Okay? Yeah,
So we got a
whatever,
model,
whatever
right?
you want to call them, virus bags, whatever you want to call them now. But, so, well, I came up with a whole bunch of different names for them in this situation, but believe me, I'm going to tell you, the best thing to go with, stick with blizzard bag. Okay? It'll cover any situation. catastrophe bag, whatever you want. You know.
All right, so we can keep that.
But
we
now
can
that the
keep that
governor,
on.
now that the governor has set a precedent,
But I'll keep it on.
there
under
should
old
be no
business.
reason why we can't keep this learning model that we're using now
Yeah.
for the winter, so that we don't have to have the problems that we've had in the past with extending the school year. And the board should stay on top of this.
Yeah, what I'll do, as, if it's okay with the board, I'll just leave it under old business.
Yeah.
So that we can't get rid of it.
Can we leave it on working on business instead of old business? Old business just seems to get shoved
New and
inside.
refreshing
Yeah.
business?
Yeah, new and refreshing business, something.
I just want it on the agenda.
Oh,
In perpetuity.
all right, as long as we can keep it on the agenda and
Okay.
keep it fresh in everyone's mind.
All right.
Because it got
Motion
lost
on
for
that?
2 years.
There we go.
And it
No.
got lost for 2 years and it.
What, for perpetuity?
Well, you just need the
If
the
you-
indulgence
if you-
of the
if you
chair
went through that
who sets
2
the
years ago, thinking
agenda.
ahead, you would have saved
Chair
this week.
indulges.
Yeah. New chair, maybe no indulgence, I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we'll keep blizzard bags around, and we will probably learn a great deal in the current situation. I think you've got a number of tasks.
Yeah.
Yes, so, Mike, you're gonna mention one in a
Yeah.
sec. I have a request, from, Mr. LaPasta. I will reach out to, Scott Tabachnik, the principal at Newbrook, asking him to contact, Mr. LaPasta to discuss, amaze.org and communication with parents, about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I will. Keegan is going to be on the policy committee. Trish is on the negotiations committee. Class configuration, we have, it will be on the agenda for discussion on April 13th, and permission has been for an anticipated position. Blizzard bag stays on old business. And Mike.
All right, so I saw on a post tonight that from Sarah Wiswell that the Jamaica Town Hall is open for phone business, but closed to the public. So people who wanted to early vote can't, or they might be able to, but I'm not sure how that would work. So I wanted to task Bill to talk to JP Isabel, get guidance there, and if it's not clear, talk to the attorney and let us know. I also heard that Brattleboro did the same thing, so it might happen.
Brattleboro's closing town offices, yeah.
Yeah.
We probably do need to seek some guidance. Brattleboro's also recommending postponing elections.
That might have to happen
That
too.
might have, that might have to happen,
Yeah.
although that would make budget planning difficult if we did, I think.
Well, I mean, how do we even get a fair budget vote on that?
Yeah.
The budget's already been planned. All you gotta do is just make sure you
We
get
gotta,
a date, you
we gotta
get
get it
people in
passed,
public.
yeah. Okay. So those are the tasks for the administration, and the committee tasks are really just the membership. And then your committee chair will be in touch with you about, policy committee meetings, or, Trish, March 27th. It's the next negotiation. Is there anything else that needs to get added to that list? I don't think so, but I'll check. Okay.
Can someone tell me when the next policy committee is?
We're looking for a chair of the policy committee. Ken is doing it in memoriam, he's chair emeritus. So he is really looking for passing that baby off. So if you're excited, you could become the chair and call the first meeting.
Did I hear a volunteer down there?
I got a volunteer.
Yeah, Mike says he'll chair it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We haven't had a meeting to have that conversation.
Okay,
It
then
was an open meeting.
I'll
at
have
this
the
meeting.
old chair call a meeting, and then the policy committee can decide.
There we go.
Thank you.
So Ken will be in touch.
I'll call a meeting as soon as we can meet in public.
All righty. So that's it for committee tasks.
Joe?
Yes.
Sorry, you just said that the next negotiations committee was on the 27th, but Bill said 26th.
26th. Did I misspeak? It is the 26th.
26th at 6:30.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Sorry.
We're all going to gather on the common.
Okay, so there are minutes in your packet of the January 27th, February 10th, and February 24th meeting. I just need a motion to approve those.
I noticed that the February 10th meeting has Christina Robinson listed as a board member. I believe that should be Drew Hazelton at that time. Because Jen Dorda Duque was also listed for Jamaica.
February 10th?
Yep, that's a Peter one. Yep, we'll make that correction.
Move to approve the agendas with the corrections.
Any other corrections in these meetings? Okay, it's been moved to approve them. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, discussion, corrections. I see some name misspellings, but nothing huge. I thought, I missed the one that you had, Mike, but, you know, what happened seems correct to me. All right, so all in favor of approving the minutes as corrected, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The minutes pass. Okay, pay orders.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm here.
The pay orders got reviewed?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so
So you
who
ready?
wants to make the motion?
So moved.
You got
Approve them.
I make a motion.
Usually,
How
hang
about
on.
somebody make it who knows the numbers and the amounts?
Do you have them?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so pay order or AP voucher number 46 in the amount of $208,506.05. The second pay order voucher is number 47 in the amount of $17,968.49.
Okay, there's one more that was from the last meeting, that was the pay orders that were paid so that we didn't make late fees. And it just didn't get approved at the last one. So if you could add pay order 42 for $129,980.62.
I will add pay order number 42 in the amount of $129,980.62.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve pay orders. Any questions about them? Discussion?
Everything seemed in order, didn't see anything that popped out and looked different, so.
Thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We do not need executive session for anything.
We don't, but I will inform the board after I talk with the Secretary of State if anything needs to happen with the annual meeting and the elections on the 25th via email, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's fine. Okay.
You wanna do the next meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Announce them?
Yeah. We don't need the executive session. The next meeting is the annual meeting, March 24th at 7 p.m. At Leland and Gray. And there will be a budget vote and the member-at-large election on March 25th. And then the next school board meeting after that will be April 13th, where we reorganize the board when we've got all the people elected. All of those are subject to change based on current situation. Stay tuned. Any other business?
Move to adjourn.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Thanks for hanging in, folks.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
All right. State law.
We're going to start this morning with an update from Dr. Levine.
Good morning. I'm going to make 5 bullet points today. First, I want to show you some data. Most recent data as of March 31st. Areas in blue are new cases, and the gray are cumulative cases. So we had 28 new cases and are up to a total of 321 cases total. You can remember those numbers. The rest of the curve is more just to look at the way the curve is playing out. It's also important for us to know how many of the tests we're doing are positive compared to the total number of tests that are positive. That gives us a nice indicator of where we're going and how prevalent COVID is in the population to some degree. So if you could ignore the last 3 days, because we hold back some of the data, making sure we know all of the true negative tests that have been sent to the lab, and just look at these bars, the gray and magenta colors deal with the negative test results at the outside lab we use, as well as in our Vermont Public Health lab. The blue are the positive results. But the important part of the graph is this yellow-green line that you can see trending upward. So when we use results dated by the date the specimen was collected, not necessarily the result came out, and we look at how many were positive, you can see a distinct trend going in an upward direction of the percent of all the tests that are done that are positive. And they're now in the 10 to 12% range. Way back early in the epidemic, they were down less than 5%. Second point, I have, again, some not encouraging news regarding deaths in Vermont. The total as of yesterday was 15. And the newest deaths, 2 involve elderly people in group living situations, one in a nursing home, one in a senior living community. The other 2 were individuals in the hospital. Third item I'd like to mention is people often ask when there's an outbreak in a facility, what exactly happens? And I've told you that there's a lot that goes on with regard to infection control and trying to make sure that we separate people who are cases versus those who have potentially not been exposed, work on the healthcare workers at the facility if it's a nursing home, work on the residents of the facility if it's a senior living community, and do the appropriate isolation and contact tracing work. We do have an outbreak response team that also goes to these, and I just wanted to show you the fact that our outbreak response teams have now really reported to 8 total facilities. So that's a number that's growing. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone as COVID becomes more prevalent. We're behind many states in terms of the number of facilities, thank goodness, that have had a case. But this is something that we're going to be seeing as an increasing trend. Fourth thing is just again to let the public know and to remind my physician, nurse practitioner, and physician assistant colleagues of the fact that we do want to test in a much more expansive way. The public wants that testing, we believe, and we certainly want to provide that testing so that we can do a great job of making sure that those who have the condition know they have it and can properly isolate themselves, and that those they've been in contact with can have a chance to understand what their level of risk may be. And so we can provide some surveillance of the whole population. So we are still making sure that everyone who wants to be tested is symptomatic, but it can be mildly symptomatic, and is connecting with their healthcare providers to obtain an order for the test, dependent on the clinical judgment of that provider. Then the last thing is just some recent update from the Centers for Disease Control regarding exposure risk. I don't think it should be a surprise for people who've been listening to these for a while, these conferences, to know that one can transmit COVID-19 in the asymptomatic state and perhaps never become symptomatic, or in what I would call the pre-symptomatic state, where you don't know you have it yet until you got sick a couple days later. There's now, growing evidence and really confirming what everyone suspected, that there's about a 48-hour period before symptoms might appear that someone could be capable of transmitting the disease. So I don't say that to create great fear in the population, because again, I don't think that's a new fact, but it does let people know that if there is a case that they're familiar with, that rather than date their time of contact, last contact with that person to the day they got sick, work back 48 hours. And in fact, our contact tracing epidemiology teams will be using that in their guidance as well. But the more important message is that social distancing is really now more important than ever. Because if you're only social distancing yourself from people that don't look so good to you or that may be coughing, that's not what the purpose of it is. It really is in recognition of the fact that there's people out there who aren't trying to harm you, but they have no idea they're sick yet and are going to become sick, and they may be capable of transmitting the disease. And I'm not telling everyone to go out and buy masks, but we're expecting that the CDC is much more intensively looking at the whole issue of masks to see on a population basis if that would or would not be an important intervention. I will caution everybody right now, it is not considered an intervention for the public to be using, so don't go out and buy masks. But with this new information, they're going to be studying that much more, I think, rapidly, and we'll have more word. I'd like to have the governor come back now to make his comments on the theme of this press conference.
Thank you, Dr. Levine. I want to begin by thanking Vermonters for the way they're dealing with this massive disruption that COVID-19 has brought to our lives, changes that are necessary, but most of us have never experienced in our lifetimes. Every day, I'm encouraged by what I see and how Vermonters are changing their behavior to help us slow this spread, support our families, our friends, our neighbors. From the outpouring of support for frontline healthcare workers and businesses like grocery stores making special hours for seniors to safely do their shopping, to teachers organizing a drive-by just to maintain a connection with their students. Governor Dean Davis once said, Vermonters have always had a strong sense of duty to their neighbors, passed on from generation to generation. And we're seeing that here today. Even the simple act of staying home is making a huge difference in the battle that we're waging to slow the spread and defeat this virus. And while I know you're already doing and giving so much, it's difficult to ask for more, but unfortunately, that's what we need. Last night, I issued a call to Vermonters to support our COVID-19 response. This includes asking those with medical experience to volunteer for our Medical Reserve Corps. As many of you know, Vermont faces a workforce shortage across all sectors, but especially in healthcare, even in the best of times. With all the hours these workers are putting in, and unfortunately, we know some will become ill. We need to build this Reserve Corps. If you have this experience, I'm asking you to please visit vermont.gov/volunteer. And others who are just looking for ways to help can also visit this page to sign up to support their neighbors in need. I want each and every Vermonter to know that I know how hard this is. It's hard for all of us. very few of us can remember a time or an event that has affected each of us with such real consequences. And I know that the uncertainty of this situation has created a lot of fear. Many are concerned not only about the health of their family, but their financial future as well. And that's okay. After all, let's be honest. Our sense of normal and the comfort and stability that comes with it has been put on hold. So we need to fight this deadly outbreak across the state and the nation in most parts of the world. And the way we're doing this, by really taking this within our hands. I want to reiterate that each step we take is guided by the best available science and data that we have available to keep us safe. But I know that doesn't lessen the impact these decisions have on each and every one of you and your families. Vermonters are independent, self-reliant, and tough. And we take care of each other through tough times, putting the needs of others ahead of our own. That's what being Vermont Strong is all about. That's the spirit I see every day. And that's why I'm certain we're going to get through this. And we'll do it together. But today I want to take some time to talk about what's available for people who are dealing with a very real issue of economic uncertainty. Those who have already lost their jobs and are worried about their next paycheck. Those businesses who have closed or reduced their workload and are worried about their employees and their customers, but also know they need to pay their bills. These are very real costs of this crisis and touch all of us, but without exception, touch some more than others. Here in Vermont, we've taken many steps to provide relief, and will continue to work with the legislature to reduce the economic burden of COVID-19. This week, Congress and the President came together to pass a $2 trillion emergency aid package that will add to what we're doing. In a moment, I'll ask Secretary Curley, Commissioner Harrington, and others to go over some of the support that's on the way. Things like expanded unemployment insurance and help for those who might not otherwise qualify for a traditional UI. Loans and grants for small businesses with incentives to hire back employees after this crisis has passed, and cash for those who need it most to buy food and pay their bills. But let me be clear. We continue to think about what else can we do. Nothing is off the table if it helps Vermonters and our businesses weather this storm as best we can and move forward towards economic recovery. I want to thank our congressional delegation, Senator Sanders, Congressman Welch, for their support on this important bill, but especially Senator Leahy for his steadfast support of Vermont as Vice Chair of Senate Appropriations. It's our hope the tools being made available will help ease the burden as we confront COVID-19, and that this economic aid will make it a little easier for small businesses and individual Vermonters to make the tough decisions needed to flatten the curve, build our healthcare system capacity, slow the spread, and save lives. We're going to get through this, and we're going to do it together. Not because of any one person or any one strategy, but because we're all united and we're Vermont Strong. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Secretary Curley.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. I'd like to start by echoing some of the Governor's comments. I too am encouraged every day by what I see. This is a day-to-day, hour-by-hour situation, and we recognize how hard these last few weeks have been for our business community. The hard decisions they have had to make and the uncertainty all Vermonters face as we try to navigate this unprecedented time in our history. The Agency of Commerce is focused each day on trying to address the many questions coming in from our business community, while also developing and implementing business support tools for both the near term and further down the road. We know it is our duty to try to assist those in need by providing resources and creating initiatives that will allow businesses and individuals to emerge from this crisis on solid footing. I also want to acknowledge that our hardest days may lie ahead, and we will continue to work on your behalf, because when I say that we are in this together, I truly mean it. We know a lot of businesses and Vermonters are wondering, what's next? What's available for me now? So the Agency of Commerce has put together a support resource page on our website, accd.vermont.gov. That resource center will be updated in real time as the coming days, weeks, and months unfold with the latest available resources and exactly how to access them. Vermonters will see some financial relief in the coming month. The President signed a federal stimulus package that includes direct one-time payments to most Vermonters. The direct one-time payments will provide $1,200 to individuals with annual incomes up to $75,000 or $150,000 if you are married filing jointly, plus another $500 for each qualifying child. The money will be automatically deposited into your bank account per your most recently filed tax information, or it will be directly mailed to you in the form of a check to your home. The money will arrive in the next 30 days. We are encouraging all small business owners to consider applying for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. By applying for this loan, a business harmed by COVID-19 is also eligible for a grant that provides an emergency advance of up to $10,000 within 3 days of applying. To access the advance, you must first apply for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan and then request the advance. The advance does not need to be repaid and may be used to keep employees on payroll, pay for sick leave, meet increased production costs due to supply chain disruptions, or pay business obligations, including debts, rents, and mortgage payments. This resource is available to businesses now, and you can access it by reaching out directly to the SBA and filling out an online application on their website, www.sba.gov, or by reaching out to your Regional Development Corporation or the Small Business Development Center. We are also encouraging employers to take advantage of the Paycheck Protection Program. This incentive program can help small businesses keep their workers on payroll by providing loans to cover expenses associated with payroll. Eligible recipients may qualify for a loan up to $10 million. Loan payments will be deferred for 6 months, and if businesses are able to maintain their workforce, the SBA will forgive the first 8 weeks of payroll. This is a significant incentive, and these loans will be accessible via your lending institution. We encourage you to reach out to the lending institution that you trust and have a relationship with to start this conversation today. We realize many Vermonters and business owners will face tough realities in their ability to make mortgage payments on their homes and businesses. Whether you own a single-family home, a commercial space, or a multifamily unit, we are encouraging Vermonters to get in touch with their mortgage lenders now if you will be facing economic uncertainty in the future. accd.vermont.gov has additional information about federal forbearance laws for individuals with a federally backed mortgage loan who have experienced a financial hardship due to the COVID-19. The governor has also asked the agency to put together an economic mitigation and recovery task force. We are actively building this task force with experts from the hardest hit sectors, along with expertise from lenders, financial advisors, and others to help us navigate mitigation efforts, as well as develop additional tools for employers. This task force will be charged with creating economic tools and policy to work towards a swift, comprehensive economic recovery. Are these programs that we are talking about today enough? We know that we will need to do more, but it is a start and a foundation to build on as the realities of this crisis set in. The full team at our agency is working as I speak to develop creative ways to help Vermonters. I want to thank all Vermont businesses for understanding and putting the health of well-being Vermonters first. It is not an easy time, and while we may be physically distanced, we are still neighbors, friends, and family, and as the governor said, a community that is working together to remain Vermont strong. I would now like to turn it over to Commissioner Harrington to speak about the unemployment program and benefits for individuals who have experienced loss during this time.
So I want to start by taking a moment to acknowledge all those individuals out there that have lost their employment due to the COVID-19 situation, and those that are really struggling to get through to the department. We recognize that there is a massive number of individuals out there that are doing everything they can, whether it be online or by phone, to contact the department. We recognize that we are working extremely hard to make sure that we are in contact with those people. I wanted to make sure we took a moment just to recognize that. I'll share a little bit more about what people can do in just a minute. I also want to point out that I didn't prepare written remarks today because I want to keep this as plain as possible. As many of us know, UI law is not the most easy to understand. It's pretty complex. So in order to make it understandable for those people out there watching, I just want to speak to the general overview of what they can expect. It's important to know, and I would ask that everybody who's out there be as patient as possible as we are working through this situation. As you can imagine, and as we hear across the country, this is unprecedented times with large numbers of people reaching out to every state's unemployment insurance office, and every state is overloaded in some way, shape, or form. So the most patience you can give and just, again, continue to be resilient and try to get through to our department, that is the best course right now. We are using an all-hands-on-deck approach. We have reassigned people from other units. We have opened up additional phone lines. But I know that even to this day, people will call our claims center and are unable to get through. Our task have a monumental situation before them, and they are doing everything they can as a staff to process these claims and get money out the door to people. I want to give some perspective. In the past 2 weeks, we've processed more claims than we do in a typical year. We are definitely over 30,000, if not 40,000 initial claims that have been received by the department in the past 2.5 weeks. We'll have more concrete numbers coming out tomorrow for everybody. We are taking our 30-year-old mainframe system and pushing it to the max. It was not designed to take on as many claims in such a short period of time. So the system is working, and we have people who are tending to the system around the clock. But just know that we are doing everything we can with the limitations of the technology that we have. And that's not unique to us. That is, most states across the country have old systems that were set up many, many years ago and are struggling to keep those systems running under such immense pressure. In some cases, I would also say that we are ahead of the game in terms of being able to get forms online and people connected with an individual on the other end of a phone line. Many states have shut down their phone lines completely or have turned to us to ask us how we put this form online and how we're managing it. But again, I know that's a little solace for those people who are struggling to get through to us. As a department, we've tripled our staff on the phone lines. We have waived work search requirements. We've also shortened that payment process, which was typically 2 weeks or more, to 6 to 10 days, really depending on whether someone is receiving a check or electronic fund transfer. We're also making it so that claims are not denied because someone's not able and available to work because they're quarantined or self-isolating at home. We are treating those people as if they are able and available and therefore eligible for benefits. We've also added as many electronic forms as we can online so that people can do as much self-service as they can. I also want to talk about as a state what we've done, which is expand benefits to those people who are either impacted directly or indirectly due to COVID-19 or have to stay home because a family member is sick. We've also extended benefits and relief to employers. So those that are having to lay individuals off or people who are having to work from home will find relief in their benefit, in their taxes come the next calculation. This also includes people who are in a high-risk population and are needing to stay home at the direction of a healthcare provider. From the federal perspective, and I know the congressman is here to speak more about that, but let me just talk about what that means in plain terms. We are getting a lot of questions about a $600 additional relief for individuals. If you've already filed a claim with the department, there's nothing more you need to do. That $600 will be automatically added to your claim when you file for this week. And so let me just share from this perspective that the first step in the process is opening an initial claim. And once that initial claim is open, you will file at the end of each week for the week prior. And so that $600 is applicable to this week. So when people file next week for this week, it will be applied to that filing. The other piece that is talked a lot about are those individuals that may be coming short on their benefit period. So our benefits max out at 26 weeks. The federal government has extended that by an additional 13 weeks. So if you are concerned about maxing out your benefit period, there is relief there for you as well. Both of those are relatively easy for the department to implement, and people can see that relief in the coming days. The one that will be harder and be a team effort across state government will be the pandemic unemployment assistance. And this is what provides relief to self-employed individuals as well as independent contractors. We're essentially standing up a totally separate unemployment insurance system for these folks. And I imagine that it will be some partnership between us as well as the tax department to determine eligibility for these folks and what their weekly benefit amount is. We did something similar to this during Hurricane Irene, but that was on a much smaller scale. We don't have that option before us today because of the massive number of claims that we will receive once those people start filing. So the important thing to note for those individuals is that it will be a few weeks before that system is stood up, but there is an opportunity on our website to submit your name and contact information so that the department can contact you with that information when it becomes available. I want to also mention that there's another piece of this bill that is not directly impactful for individuals, but more from the state, and that is additional relief for the first week of benefits to help protect our trust fund dollars, and that came out of the federal bill as well. At this point, I just want to take a moment to give a special thanks. There are people who have really helped us along the way. One, those people in our department who are working extended hours, they are absolutely committed to making sure these claims are processed in a timely manner. I also want to take a moment to thank Green Mountain Power, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont. They early on were able to stand up a supplemental claim center for us and are taking calls on a daily basis. But also a special thank you to those who are impacted by COVID-19. I want to say thank you for your patience during this time. And I want to reassure you that just because there may be a delay in processing somewhere along the way or you're unable to get through, that will not impact your eligibility, and it will not impact your benefits. You will still be eligible for those. Wherever possible, we will backdate those and make those retroactive under the law. And so please know that if you are not able to get through immediately, you are not at risk of losing benefits or not being eligible for benefits. Those will get paid out. And finally, just a couple takeaways. One, again, as I said, I promise that those who are eligible for benefits will receive their benefits. Two, if you are eligible for benefits and are wondering about that $600, there's nothing you have to do other than file your weekly claim as usual. And three, we are updating our website at labor.vermont.gov with information on an hourly basis. And we are also looking at other ways to push that information out and extending our public outreach as we speak. So with that, I will turn it over to the congressman. But again, just want to thank everybody for their patience and support during this trying time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Governor, thank you for your continued steady hand as we go through something that hasn't happened in this country in a century. The last pandemic we have to face was in 1918, the Spanish flu, and it's been 100 years. And the state of Vermont is being mobilized to do what's required to make us safe, and that's social distancing. But the consequence of that is that we turn the lights off on the economy. So the question is, how do citizens who'd like to be working but are abiding by the public health order pay their bills? And today is April 1, and this is the first of the month that we've had since this emergency has been declared. Rent is due, utilities are due, and that's on top of the day-to-day expenses of food and groceries. It's time to change your tires, hopefully, to the summer tires. How do you pay those bills? This is the role of the federal government to help individuals and to help the state comply with the social distancing that's required, in an acknowledgement that this means people don't have that paycheck they have so long depended on. So there's a partnership here where the federal role, and Senator Leahy, as Governor, you mentioned, is playing a major role for us as the vice chair of the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee. It's the role of the federal government now to be the backstop. It's the only governmental entity that has the fiscal capacity to meet the fiscal challenge that has been imposed by the coronavirus. And that's the $2 trillion package that was voted on and passed nearly unanimously. And I'm so pleased that it was bipartisan. A 96-0 vote, Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer in the Senate, and virtually every Democrat and Republican in the House. Now, I want to just talk and reemphasize how this helps individuals and small businesses. And Secretary Curley and Commissioner Harrington, thank you for your comments on that. But number one, a $1,200 check. Every single Vermonter whose income is $75,000 or less is entitled to a $1,200 check. And you don't have any, most Vermonters won't have to do anything in order for that to be received. If you filed taxes last year, there'll be an automatic payment from the Treasury to your account. And that, according to Secretary Mnuchin, the Secretary of Treasury, should be in your account within 3 weeks. There's some details. If you're a Social Security recipient, but you don't file taxes because you don't have to, the Treasury is attempting to set up a smooth process by which you can get that deposited as well. So for each individual, $1,200. If you're a family of 4 with 2 qualified dependents, you could get up to $3,400. That's going to help in the short run. Number 2, thousands of employees have been laid off, and they're going to have to depend on unemployment. And the bill provides, as Secretary Harrington said, $600 of supplemental unemployment to any qualified person on top of what they're entitled to in the state of Vermont. That employment, those unemployment benefits can last for up to 4 months. And hopefully we'll have made a lot of progress on addressing the health crisis by then. So an individual can get $1,200, number one. Number 2, an unemployed individual can get state and the federal supplement for unemployment. That's going to be essential as people try to pay their bills. Next is small business. You know, in Vermont, we so depend on small business. It's everything from the country store to individuals who are self-employed. They plow driveways. They have a hair salon. All the things that Vermonters do to keep body and soul together and provide services in their community. Those folks are all entitled to apply through the SBA for that $10,000 grant that Secretary Curley was talking about. That any small business, and that's defined as fewer than 500 employees. But in Vermont, a lot of times it's 3 or 4 or 5. It's a country store. It's a small restaurant with, let's say, 6 or 8 employees. It's a self-employed person who is plowing driveways. All of you are out of work, or your work is dramatically reduced. you're entitled to apply for this emergency assistance that is going to be turned around, hopefully, in about 3 days, and that's up to $10,000. That's going to give a boost that really is vitally needed. And then we also have a program for small businesses who are so close to their employees. I mean, it's like family. There's so many of our small businesses. It's where you get your paycheck, but it's also where you live your life, a lot of your life. And our small employers, by and large, it's family, and they treat them that way, and they want to keep them on payroll, but they don't have any business and no revenue. So the payment protection plan allows a business to seek up to 250% of their monthly payroll, and if they use that to keep their employees paid, they don't have to pay that back. Now, that's a good thing because you keep that connection between the employer and the employee. Our goal in these economic plans is, first of all, one, to recognize that folks who aren't getting a paycheck, it's because they're complying with the public health order that requires us to social distance to beat back this coronavirus. Number two, we want to do everything we can so that that relationship that people have, employer and employee, and individuals who have their own businesses, that when this is done, they're going to be able to turn that switch, go back to work, and do what they love to do. So these are the major programs that are being paid for by the federal government that are going to be administered largely by the Small Business Administration and our Vermont banks and credit unions that will play a major role in this. Our Commissioner Harrington and the state of Vermont, this has got to be a team effort. And finally, I want to say that there'll be some glitches, and I want to encourage all of us to be patient, because I know that the state is going to be working as hard as it can to process these claims. Any Vermonter who's getting frustrated, or small business who's getting frustrated, they can call the Secretary's office, the Commissioner's office, go online, call our office. We'll do every single thing we can to smooth this over and to get it right. But the bottom line here, April 1, bill paying time, and there are funds there to help with individuals with that paycheck, $1,200, with the unemployment supplement, $600 a week, with small businesses, with that $10,000 grant, with small business, with the payroll protection plan, up to 250% of their payroll. And also for small businesses that are already borrowing money through the SBA, there's a payment relief program that they can apply for to get relief for up to 6 months on those payments. So there's an economic cost to this, but we can get through it. And we'll get through it by working together, by being patient with one another, and by Vermonters, as usual, working hard and helping others more than they think about themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Welch. We'll now open it up to questions. So we do have a few people on the lines of our own from our administration.
Yes, so just a few announcements for the folks on the line for questions. We do have on the line to take your questions, in addition to the people in the room, we have the SBA District Director Darcy Carter, Human Services Secretary Mike Smith, Education Secretary Dan French, and Public Safety Commissioner Mike Sherling. We also have Secretary of Administration Suzanne Young in the room, and I will note that Congressman Welch has another appointment, so has to leave shortly, so he may not be here for the Q&A. Please know you are muted by our system. You need to hit *6 and then just begin speaking once you hit *6. If you have your own personal device muted, you're going to have to unmute that as well. Please be ready to go when we get to you. And just a reminder too that if you ask a question and you do have some clarifying follow-up questions, you need to go ahead and just ask those. I'll give you a pause before I move to the next questioner. We do have 27 members of the press waiting to ask questions, so please just be considerate of your colleagues. Please listen to the other questions, and if one is asked that you were planning on asking, you can just pass when it gets to you. Thank you all. We're going to start in the room with Ann Galloway.
Thank you very much. I wonder if the list is going to be made available
of the facilities that have COVID